and we'll see how Bliss can unlock this objective.
This is the worry, obviously. As you said, that single player leaves it as a bit of a 3 versus 3 on the side of the site. The quick pocket play to stop them getting caught by the Fenrir. Genius. And there's Oda, though, unfortunately getting caught on the back. They lose their flank watch. And now the Caveira's free to roam and rotate their way back up. But Brendo has to watch towards the fight in the site. There goes one. There goes Wet. Leaving the shield alone on the backside of Jim. They want to try and gun six their way through. Fish is trying to draw as much attention towards the back, but with 20 seconds, they're going for the swing. Fish drops Trow's shield and the player as well. Vidiking goes, but Brendo goes down. A 2 versus 1 for the Monty, doing everything he can to swing and pop bullets, but it's not quite as precise as it might have once been. Oh no, all of this has been in 4K, and he's been caught.
Well, the risky strategy from FaZe pays dividends with that Cav off site, able to pick away one and then dropping Brando insight late. I think Bliss did an okay job in trying to tame it, but again, if you have the Monty on the board, that's one less primary gun, and I think they felt the effects of that late. Util as well playing a huge role in the late round. The mines from Fenrir made that push through really quite challenging, and once again, a similar array of key barriers to fortify that bedroom position made it difficult to flush out those defenders.
So, welcome into the day 4 of the Rainbow Six Siege SI Invitationals. We are here again. We're gonna watch the games together. I'm gonna try to entertain you as much as I can. Thank you, Ubisoft, for giving us the opportunity. Let's check if we have drops. We do have drops. Drops are enabled. So we're gonna be here till 9 o'clock.
To try and make things a little bit more problematic. It didn't quite work before, but well, we'll see where it goes elsewhere. Now, there was a message from Fresh about that Cav that I'm not going to read. I'll leave someone else to put him in it, but it wasn't complimentary.
I think he was just a little bit upset that there was no interrogation.
He wanted the interrogation.
I mean, the bingo card is quite close to being complete already.
Yeah, it's like 3 days.
Give it some time.
And we're pretty far along. Sage is hoping that someone goes for a peek on one of these windows with the long watch. Oda on the longer watch, all the way back end to keep an eye on the CC window. There's quick pressure towards the CC wall itself as it gets blown open. And blown open, Wet! Another pick onto a player on the top of rafters just from the same rappel.
It's the same angle, and they keep double stacking this position as opposed to playing the solo Azami, yet they're not having the awareness that Bliss are just going to hold the line and punish them if they misstep. That is back-to-back misplays from FaZe on this particular objective in this particular position.
Insane topic. Bliss Jaka versus FaZe.
Now you have a man advantage. Now you have a bit of emotion here, Bliss, but can you see if you can try and get it edged along the line? This was a site that you lost before, but it's something where, to be honest, you had a 5 versus 3. You had that eponymous 2 bodies that you could have tried to make have a little bit more of a synonymous nature with success. There's pressure coming in underneath rafters. It seems like they want to go for the same approach, the same take, and as the grenades bounce over, Fisho gets KDS, gets the cutoff here. Minute 30, 5 versus 3. We have been here before. Let's not go where you went to last time. They're going to eke and each their way in, just slinking around before they get caught, concerned about the ever-present idea that FaZe is going to swing it and shoot us in the face as more breach comes into the back. There goes construction. There goes a little bit more territory for FaZe.
So much time available here for Bliss. Will FaZe be able to lock it out again? Vidiking will use the first of his smoke canisters to try and create a bit of space for the defense. And it's a frost mat, the first death in this attack.
The frost mat, dude, imagine. Să ții frost mat în situația aia, să nu faci check la scări, să nu dormezi. Holy shit.
Try and force their way through. Vidiking still has 2 smokes. We only have 30 seconds. That's enough time to generally play them against default. There goes the first, just to stop the rotate, and Brendo goes into Soul. Sage going for the kit down, but it's a flawless round to end a 4-2 half for Bliss.
My heart is palpitating though. When Fisho launched himself into the frost mat, I was like, guys, please.
Not again.
Not again.
Not again.
But it was a lot cleaner from that point onwards. I think for Vidiking to be able to help his team in that round, get it across the line, had to land the shot, and the smoke canisters had to be on point. He didn't really do either, unfortunately. And that's obviously focusing in on him. It was very much a team effort, and a lot of it, again, a launch pad off the back of clearing rafters. This angle was almost identical from the one we saw from Brendo previously with the Mav combination, and Handy just walks straight into it again. You have a read there, Fish, and you get the kill, obviously, with the Grim launcher. Didn't have a read on that, though.
He, like, double dipped as well. There was like a, uh-oh. Just swinging in. I've seen a lot of teams have horrible times with Fenrir Mines. Horrible times. They cannot get their push. Things scatter and fall apart. Blitz seem very confident, breaking and smashing their way through this gadget.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wet open up that con wall, obviously, before the final push, just allowing that additional avenue of pressure. He leaded into it very nicely and timed it well. Unfortunately for FaZe, all of their attention and focus on that rafters and that default push meant that they couldn't really keep an eye behind, and Wettable was able to exploit that. A flawless round, though, and it very much feels like Bliss are in with a good shot here at the moment.
I'm very much enjoying this performance. Now, the worry is, unfortunately, when they get to the 5th round, because that's where things fell apart twice yesterday. I'm touching wood.
Well, is there a world in which Bliss can get 5-2 and then escape the 5-3 curse?
I guess we might find out. If they can open up with a defensive hold, it's very likely. It's their first pick defense, wherever they end up. We're just in a very quick tech pause, as I think we're just getting things rehosted and put back together, and the dancing goes up. If you're unaware of when you're in a tech, at this point, people cannot communicate verbally. But as we read in the rulebook, there's no rules against singing and dancing.
Really?
Yeah. Hap has the rulebook saved to his phone, which...
That's a very Hap thing to do.
He got it so quick as well. I think that's part of his prep, is to reroll the rulebook. And then he started talking about how when he would play Go Fours and open tournaments, he would ask for Moss files and he would protest if they didn't deliver Moss.
Oh, Hap is that guy?
Hap's that guy.
Oh.
And his response when I said, oh, you know, so you were that sort of guy, he's like, well, yeah, hopefully they learn a lesson from it. I was just asking for the Moss files.
Oh,
so,
boy.
Hap is that guy. Now, a break in momentum at this point, I mean, let's be honest, it's kind of the perfect time because it's the halfway point, but also because they can't talk. FaZe will be stewing a little bit in the frustration of we should probably be a little bit more in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to a mentality thing. If you can manifest some positivity for the second half, that stew effect can actually not be all that bad. But if you're in the FaZe camp and you're sort of stressing a little bit and looking at the scoreboard, oh, guys, we only got 2 defensive rounds on club against the Aussies. It's probably not great. That can, you know, double down in the negativity that they're feeling at the moment. So, I mean, they look pretty focused at the moment, and I'm eager to see what they can bring out in this second half. But there is a bit of a contrast to Bliss. They look, you know, far more positive, to be fair.
I mean, it's great. It's very relaxed. And to be honest, they've always been a very positive team. I think when teams from a region that doesn't unfortunately have as much ability to play against further agents, he just high-fived himself because I think it was Sage didn't high-five him. How appalling, Sage. Sorry, you find yourself having to go to these as both an understanding, we're probably not going to win it, but we'll learn as much as we can and we'll make sure we keep ourselves positive. That positive mental attitude can carry you a lot further and is probably one of the reasons why they've been able to bring the performances from online back to the locals area, absolutely demolish that, and then come back online and keep going to SIs and sort of getting that presence on.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? And I was speaking to the Bliss boys a little bit at breakfast the last couple of days and sort of just asking for their initial reactions to their first 2 performances. And I suppose the unfortunate thing for them is against Wolves, it was the Mowgli show. If that went to 3 maps, he was probably going to break the record.
If Mowgli wasn't there, it
would have been a very different story.
Would have been a very different scoreline.
And SSG, J90 as well. Huge standout player in that match. FaZe do not have that standout player at the moment, and Bliss look far more comfortable.
I think you can always sort of prepare for a team. What you can never prepare for is someone having a game of their life.
If you're having a live game, it's very difficult to shut that down.
He was in 2 maps, he was like 8 kills, 9 kills away from the 3-map kill record. He was unbelievably Mowgli yesterday, and you just can't fight that. You can't argue against it. All the players here at the tournament are the best in the world at this game. That's just how the nature of the competition works. Occasionally one of them will just go above and beyond. And whether the stars are aligning, whether the pancakes were just perfect that morning, they woke up on the best side of the bed.
The pancakes are quite good.
The pancakes are very
buffet.
good.
They've been my go-to.
I've been eating a lot of pancakes.
Yeah.
And I am going to regret it when I get home and need to go back to the gym. The gym here is also very good though, so maybe I'm just making up excuses. What excuses will we find at the end of this? None so far. I just complimented the use of aggressively pushing against Fenrir and how they sort of, you know, you get a little pocket of time before you can't see anything. The play with the pocket EMPs, the swing into it and still getting kills is great. Can FaZe have the same confidence against it? Because as I said, I have seen a lot of teams struggle this tournament at getting into that smoke and suddenly going, uh-oh, and things start to shake and fall apart. The first fight is almost into the favor of Cyber. Brendo, he's blinded and surrounded and, well, yeah, what a close down that was onto the top floor. But there's Wack getting one back and he's surrounded as well. Every player from FaZe descended and decided the top floor was
Insane, a fost foarte, foarte puternic meciul de la FaZe Clan.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Wet. Had he have actually ran over towards Cash, he probably would have been a little bit safer. Instead, though, surrounded in that bedroom position. A good pinch from FaZe, who play into this roam setup from Bliss. Also very time efficient, and that can sometimes be a case where
resetă la scoruri.
these positions. You might eventually do it, but often it's very deep into the round.
Eu au fost eroare, da, au zis că este o eroare sau un bug care a insistat în resetă la scoruri. Unfortunately, sunt neapărat în resetă la hartă completă, trebuie să se refacă meciul.
You said, the hard breach, there's still the problems to be solved here. They might lose some of that destruction on towards kitchen floor, which, when you've got C4s on the board, it's a very dangerous bit of territory to take slowly. We start to hear the hatches fall and fumble, and instead of going for those soft breaches onto the floor, they're going for the roots and the rotations through, get themselves a quicker idea. This is built, these roots are on the idea of, well, let's see what the hold is. If we need to suddenly go, we can't make kitchen work, let's get over to blue. Well, now you've cut off that time of rotating by about 10 to 15 seconds. Bottom of main becomes a heavy-hitting barricade against anything that's held in, but how long can Fisho keep this territory?
Yeah, Bliss have elected to bunker down as opposed to aggress and try to disrupt this push. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to who they can pick apart and whether or not FaZe can make this push work. KDS will lurk through blue, and nobody holding this position for Bliss.
The drop comes round onto Moto. KDS
Sage este foarte low.
but 15 seconds and one mistake could be the end of this round. There's Sage with one, not two. Gets shut down in the crossfire and Handy putting it in.
1v3, 1v3.
Three. Oda gets a great snap onto one, almost finds the second. There it is. Suddenly a 1 versus 1 and Souls. He's going for the plant itself. He's only got a second, so he's got to stick it. Oda's getting the shift on of his life. He's able to just see the side of the fight. There's the second read and
Holy shit! Și FaZe Clan a luat runda numărul 7. Holy shit! Deci mă așteptam să dea fake la plant, sincer, dar a ales să dea stick. Insane, insane.
Souls then forced to swing, and perhaps Oda probably still should have won the fight in the end, but it doesn't quite go his way. That 50-50 going the way of FaZe. It was a good start to the round for the attack, of course, clearing the roam in an efficient manner, and they had the man count for the late round. They almost slipped the final hurdle. Oda, a snappy 2K, but Souls too good with the S and G at the end. Just a quick little flip to the right, and FaZe win their first attack.
They kind of needed it. Let's be honest, although you're talking about, as you said, second favorite, second seed, they were in second place throughout this showdown as of this moment. It's still in Bliss's favor, but losing your first sight, your first round to something so close is going to be a little bit of a fight. However, it was almost a 1 versus 3 clutch. The 2 early bodies lost by Bliss means I'm assuming we're going to see a hold a little bit closer to their chest.
I'm a little bit surprised that we're going to see the reattempt here from Bliss, but they'll look to double down on basement this time around. And as you said, it does look like they'll play their cards a little bit closer to their chest. It doesn't look like they're going for the expansive roam that we saw last time around. I can't help but feel that might actually end up favoring FaZe just a wee bit because they're so efficient taking the map. I mean, 30 seconds in and Cyber's already marching
It's
forward.
like, hey, this is my floor. I have control of this now. Thank you for keeping it warm. This is where I live. They have, as you said, they've got themselves a lot more stuck. I think they're hoping that there's a bit of a late play from the side of FaZe, that what we'll have from FaZe is, oh, another 15 seconds is their attempt to go for the plant. You shake the tree in that moment, what's going to fall out is one extra plant attempt, if that. They got lucky in some books last time round. It was almost as close as it was because of how late it was. Even with the pace of the control they got over the top floor. More fuse, and this one is going to be able to get its way through and try and remove anything, including a player that's inside there, but you'd be surprised if the player got killed by a fuse charge.
That should be on the bingo card.
That should be on the bingo card. I think that's
On the
probably
bingo
less likely
card,
to
let's
be
go.
made, even with modern
Un pic foarte destin partidul de la FaZe Clan cu Fuse și Maverick încearcă să le dea clear cât se poate de mult la utility, din câte am văzut. Să aibă un site open, clean, să dea pick la fight-uri one by one. Este 1-1 la hărți. Bliss a câștigat Clubhouse, FaZe Clan pe bank.
I think FaZe have opened up plenty of different avenues now that they can look to exploit. I don't know exactly what they'll probably lean into. Of course, they can go for a kitchen hatch. They could even go for like a motor dropper kit if they wanted to. But for Bliss, they've played discipline. They haven't given away anything for free, and we didn't often say that about FaZe on their defensive half.
Split theory coming through here in full taste. I've said the words, and they've said, let's try and utilize that as the break on towards the back end of Church. And look at this impact play. You're able to get the first two, but the middle wall will fall. And so does Sage. KDS is able to get the swing onto the first player. They're looking up and dropping down the hatch itself. They're inside the site and going for the default plant, but with the fight handy, being able to get Oda, it's a 3 versus 5. However, they're going to bite back and fight their way through. Suddenly it's over, though. Souls, they had the idea of an execute there from the side of FaZe, and, well, Bliss just could not hold back the wave of red that smashed down from Kitchen.
Yeah, it's a good collapse there from FaZe. I'm a little bit... I'm questioning a little bit the utility game there from Bliss, right? They didn't have like a nitro or a smoke to be able to deny plant, create a bit of space, and try to disrupt that push. I suppose, again, they're looking to lean into probably the Legion-Fenrir combo to do that job for them, but then they didn't win the ensuing gunfights, which made it very, very difficult. So unfortunate for Bliss. If you lose back-to-back defense on, you know, a singular site, it can sometimes plant that seed of doubt now that for the rest of the half, things could be a challenge. And that was probably 10 seconds after I mentioned that Bliss didn't give away a pick for free, and that was, you know, the trigger point, the catalyst for the round, and you could see Bliss throwing bodies in towards Arsenal, trying their best to get a line of sight onto the planter, but the coverage from FaZe was just really, really solid.
I understand players shout things back and forth. I don't think anyone on Bliss can speak Portuguese.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so that the effect of shouting at each other there. It's always the worst thing about English being your only language is they can shout things in different languages you don't understand, and that becomes more threatening.
A little bit.
Because you're like, damn, that's like a flex. They're able to insult me in multiple different languages. It's a back and forth, it's banner, but it's heat because now we are even Stevens for a piece. Both teams still have a timeout as well. Worth mentioning on this map, there was a tech and, oh, there's Sage. Unfortunately, just another victim here of this approach. KDS, I think 2 rounds in a row, has got that opening kill against the player. This time just, would you say, caught out of position there, top blue?
Yeah, I don't know if Sage in that instance is trying to get a core down below. That may have been the case and he got trapped on an island. Either way, though, he should know the timing of that push. In fact, I'm almost certain he would know it. So a little mistake there from him. As the mistakes now starting to compound a little bit for Team Bliss. They're not even on their 5th round yet, so I don't know what's going on, because this has typically been the point where they've actually still been doing okay.
This is why they said FaZe were the toughest team. They only had to get to the 4th round.
Yeah.
Tiburao hasn't really been able to have the impact here against Maverick. As we said, Maverick has had a bit of an uptick since the most recent major, not entirely because of the changes towards the introduction of Tiburao, but also I think just the way the play and the approach onto sites, onto ideas and angles has changed a bit, with grenades getting the big nerf as well. You have to sort of approach things a little bit differently. No more like depth charging to remove holds and tech on the walls itself. Bit of return to classics, a minute 20. And the classic thing is FaZe peppering the site. Again, getting their openings, getting their angles, the spread. You have the single player now watching on towards the breach they've made. Two players heading towards Garage. I'm not sure if there's pressure onto the back end as well. There it is, Souls. And I think that's Cyber too, the pair of them getting some work done here underneath, just holding the bottom of the red stair set and hoping someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of establishing two on Garage rafters. He can use that utility from the Zodo canisters to slow the push here, and it is about to come through. Souls with the flashbangs over the top. The Nitro doesn't land though. KDS, that's his trigger now to push forward, as Wet will be seeing White once more. KDS should be in for a free kill. He pushes through. Brendo though to trade, or at least attempt it. Smoke canister to come through, and that should confirm the kill. Not quite. KDS just pinging out that map at the moment. 30 seconds for FaZe in what is effectively a 3 versus 3.
Didn't feel confident enough to swing, and fair enough because someone was watching it, but now those players on the split side have to come for the rotate. No! The position given away by the impact to try and get himself less known.
Vedem ce tentativă din partea celor de la Police, conducând cu 4-2 și își pierde avantajul din nou. Cred că ei sunt overconfident și în momentul în care ating cifra 4 în plările lor, pierd. Again. Almost again with the clutch.
Another 1 versus 1 going against Oda, despite a really good attempt. Had a great read on the two players that he was able to drop. Unfortunate once again for Bliss, and that will be their trigger.
FaZe Clan insane.
FaZe looking really good here on attack.
It's so... I mean, it's heartbreaking, I think, for the one side of looking at
Bliss, din nou, același loophole în care se învârte în momentul în care ajunge la un avantaj de 4, mă rog, are 4 runde roate și este în avantaj de 2 runde sau mai mult de 2 runde, își pierde avantajul și începe să dea choke, să se vadă greșelile pe care le fac.
Similar things, because at that point you're thinking on the side of FaZe, look, we keep getting towards these late executes and they keep almost breaking it. How do we get ourselves that extra 20 seconds? You look at the second round in Church, decimating. Compared to the first round, we're almost clutched out. Will we see a second round here or a second round on the top floor? I don't know. But at this point from FaZe, they'll also be sort of saying, look, we can lock this out now before we get into bank, which might be a bit of a quick show.
Now, into round 10 then, and an opportunity for everyone inside the server, us as well, to sort of catch our breath a little bit. Because it's been a stressful game and we're only in map number 1. The Greys are growing, they are multiplying as we speak.
I can hear James screaming from here.
Oh, yeah, can only imagine.
We were talking about how much we love his dog earlier. I hope it has earmuffs. Ear protectors.
5 seconds left before
I hope so too. Well, it is quite late, so hopefully the neighbours as well.
That's true. I think legally he has to give a notice saying, I'm so sorry, I watch Rainbow Six Siege late at night.
Well, it's not even just I watch Rainbow Six Siege, it's I watch Team Bliss play.
I watch Team Bliss play late at night. You would understand. 5-4 FaZe, and they've been able to now have 3 attacks in a row. It's not been as clean sailing as the statistics might make you believe of 3 in a row with 2 plants. But this success is still etched on the board. They can build off the back of this just as much as Bliss can try and fight against it. The Flores and the Gridlock will make an appearance here. I'm not sure if it's just to control the space or cover some of the motion and audio of what they do here, but it's the first time we're seeing them approach the opposite side on the second story of Gym.
So the third unique objective here for Bliss after the double attempt down below and the previous round at CCTV. Jim we go, Fish contesting the breach, but unfortunately not really having much of an impact in terms of being able to stall that out. So some good work there from Souls. Maverick Trick is pretty spot on. FaZe may well look to go quite direct here. They will, of course, be playing into the hands of Fish, who is a very strong anchor, arguably one of the best in Oath. Elsewhere, the team is extended, and Oda currently inside of Garage, and he'll probably be communicating to the rest of the team that there isn't a whole lot of action on that side of the map.
It's like, yeah, guys, I mean, it's a very heavy push in, and to be honest, FaZe, they've often given the game that they're going to go with a bit of a wide push here. There's a single drone watching the play of Fish, who's got, well, I was going to say one canister left. He's going to hold it just to show everyone at home what that looks like. The blinds come through, and he's not quite able to sit there and stay, and he doesn't want to, because otherwise he'll get executed. Brendo here with the backup and support. They can try and restructure and rebuild, and oh, it's a very dangerous game you're doing here, Fish, as he sort of dabbles with the idea of going further forward. Oda has 4 goo mines in pocket, and you wonder if he might try and get those anywhere close to stop this push. The first is starting to fall, and Fisho somehow retakes what is a sliver of hard territory in front of him. 50 seconds left, and more of a drive and more of a catch here. You're wondering what the push is going to be. Is Fisho's dangerous do-or-die position something that can work? The blinds come through. FaZe make a move. The shotgun is Fisho's, surgically executing the man from the top and sending him to sit down in the jacuzzi and catch his breath. KDS takes the scrap on the side, but it's finally sold to remove the man from the bathroom and tell him his job and business is done. 30 seconds, and at this point, FaZe have found themselves a little bit stuck against a single player with a lot of pluck. KDS is able to try and get an angle, but it's only to watch souls die as the rebuild of the Architect is making things more traumatic. Barely any time left to try and break in, and I said that was the big question, and Oda might be the solution. Handy gets one more, they get the pick back up to ensure they have the 4 versus 3, but at this point, Bliss, they pulled themselves further away. Underneath might be the final play. Wettables, they know where he is, and they go for the drop. It's just Oda left. And what was almost the swing
Planting, replanting.
on where the plant is going through, and
Holy shit, insane. Și FaZe clan cu curând, dar Team Bliss is throwing. Team Bliss is fucking throwing, chat. Încă o dată, cum ziceam și ieri, în meciul cu SSG când a jucat Bliss, în momentul în care ei fac avantaj de 4-0 sau li se dă un tactical time, atunci pierd tot avantajul mental.
Obviously, then the push came through. Fish probably losing his life a little bit for free there with this peak right here. Then they're able to flood through. Oda didn't have any impacts or information down below for the plant denial. Vidaking also allowed to go deep, and Sage again caught off guard, and he was able to then double down for 2. Again, ultimately it doesn't look very close there for Bliss because it is the 1 versus 4, but I'm of the mind that it actually, could have flipped with a couple of plays here or there from Bliss going the other way. And you can see that frustration now really beginning to mount.
I mean, it's always that sort of position. We are omnipotent. We see everything. We can see where the players are. That late with what they had, Fish getting caught on the swing there, I mean, it's horrible. But at that point, when you're a smoke with a shotgun, and you're able to get the first swing in that position, and you've got no canisters left because of what happened at the breach earlier. They at least did some work, but you sort of want the other Bliss members to maybe push back up main where they hadn't had any control. We had the 3 remaining players in that situation where one of them was in Logi, one of them was construction, and one of them was underneath. But without the impact, you can't really entirely stop that breach unless those fights are won elsewhere. And FaZe were just able to use that experience in that chaotic situation and sort of piece together the puzzle. 6-2-4. 4 rounds on the trot now for FaZe. And they've got themselves 2 swings at map point.
So into round 11 then. And FaZe once more will commit to clearing this roam established by Bliss. Last time, they were very efficient. Didn't take them all too long to clear out this phase and find a pick and actually win the trade game and give themselves the advantage. It's a triangle roam here. Wet, Sage, Brendo, all over towards the CC half of the map. That allows Cyber to get free reign over towards bedroom. I'm intrigued to see, though, will Bliss actually look to flood this and contest it, or instead fall back through secret?
Well, things went wrong for them at the top floor last time, and as he said, their response has been to dedicate more players, more people up top. Unfortunately, Cyber is there too. Gets rid of Wet. Sage in a position where he can slip away. Brendo caught as well, and once again, FaZe has been able to remove 2 players on the top floor. There's a third. As Soul screams through the skull of Oda. With Fisho and Sage, all that's left now to try and hold on hope on this, their map pick on club. The 5 versus 2. FaZe, a lot of time and a lot of utility to bring this into their play.
Perfect from FaZe, from what may end up well being a perfect attacking half to close out their opposition's map pick. We were a little bit scared for FaZe after the first half, off to a little bit of a slow start today, but they have more than made up for that here in the last few rounds. Fisho low. It's him and Sage to try and combine here and ward off this threat, but a 2v5, very challenging to win out as FaZe looks to put the dagger in the hearts of Bliss on this map.
Fish against the world, but not for very long. A flawless to end, a flawless half from FaZe Clan. And that is, unfortunately for Bliss, a display of why the Brazilian roster is the second seed and is the first pick place for a lot of people and a lot of viewers and even a lot of teams at this event. They were a little bit slow to start, and it is only the first map of the series. However, if they get any win, whether it's one map or two, FaZe have confirmed themselves a playoff spot.
Ruthless from FaZe, and unfortunately Bliss unable to maintain their pressure on that particular map. It's a story as old as time at this event for Bliss, but they still have an opportunity to maybe rebound, but it's going to be a challenge.
It's a terrifying prospect. You're not only going up against one of the best teams, they found their form, and that is such a risk. And not only is it a good form, it's a form that leads them on
insane FaZe Clan astăzi.
To have a break of down of that.
Holy moly, chat, holy moly. Cât de bine își cei de la FaZe Clan. Și-a arătat încă o dată că coordonarea îți câștigă meciurile. Team Bliss pierdând încă o dată cu avantaj de 4-2.
Will take Consulate against one of the big dogs. They beat Dark Zero here. They take down NIP. They take their map pick.
A deserved victory in the end, because whilst NIP was leading in the majority of this game, as soon as like those last 5-6 rounds started to come through, everything just kind of started to fall apart. Ever since the timeout that they've called in, things just started to click for GK. They decided, console, that is not our site anymore. We are not going to be playing that. We know how to win everywhere else.
Yeah, what a game. Fascinating all the way through. It felt like, at least for large portions of that match, Hap, that I thought NIP were probably the better team, at least through maybe the first 9 to 10 rounds or so. Then we get this magical tactical timeout, and then it's like 5 out of 6 rounds go the way of GK, and they just looked so much better, so much cleaner. I mean, even in that last round, you could see what they were trying to do. You could see what they felt like was their win condition. Deal with that clash, allow for K to get in, and once they did that, then they basically won the round. Overloaded position, they had the numbers of 3-on-1, and in the end, a really well-earned victory for GK, because there's one thing to win, and it's another, though, to win when you're kind of losing a little bit. They turned it around.
Definitely turn it around there. But before we break this down any further and head towards the next map, we are going for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you shortly.
If we could invent a time machine, I would go back 1 hour to watch that first half again and then walk away from the screen, because that was where things looked so damn good, Ollie. But unfortunately, after the first half, it went downhill.
Womp womp.
Yeah, we could see there from FaZe's celebrations after map number 1. It did go the way of FaZe, but not through lack of trying. They did a lot of the hard work, Fox, but they weren't able to convert a lot of those rounds.
I know, I really loved the ability of pretty much locking down, being able to move and help. Thought that
Ok, mulțumim servers din România, se mișcă extrem de bine.
Everything goes downhill for
Este insane.
They show a lot of potential, but once the side swap, I don't know if it's the fear settling in. It isn't dependent on map or side. It just really starts to creep in the, you know, maybe it's the getting so close but not finishing out.
Yeah, look, coming into this, Ollie, I think 23% attacking win rate for Bliss. And we went to Clubhouse, a map that only has roughly 30% attack win rate. Then they go in 4-2 half.
I mean, it wasn't just a case of Bliss doing fantastically well on the attack on Clubhouse. We've got to give props to FaZe as well, because FaZe did an equally good job. It just so happens that Bliss
did a better job.
They did a better job. It just so happened that Bliss did it first, and we weren't really expecting it out of Bliss as much.
Yeah.
But they did a fantastic job. I love the way that they were focusing on exploiting some of those players on the side of FaZe that weren't only over-peaking, but were getting a bit too overzealous. They did a fantastic job of just holding the line on that attack, utilizing things to really give themselves the advantage in the push. There were a couple of good occasions of Garage getting taken really nicely there from Bliss.
I've actually got a question for you, Fox.
Yes.
Could you tell me what the difference was between the attacks of Bliss and FaZe? Because it felt like FaZe were far more dominant. Even though we saw some incredible rounds from Bliss, FaZe were in more rounds, more often than not, had 3 or more left alive.
Absolutely. I mean, once the sides were swapped, Bliss actually only was able to get 1 opening kill. FaZe was doing a really good job at just staying alive, and I love to see that because we highlighted a player like Cyber, who was playing very aggressive in the past games, and he wasn't able to find too much success. But in this game, he actually was tidying up and just playing with his teammates and not allowing him to lose and give an advantage to Bliss, and just strengthening the whole dynamic of FaZe's attacks.
You can see it there. I think Cyber ended up with 3 and 1 on entry. So, you know, that kind of maybe paints a picture as to how things have changed a little bit from the pre-show, from the discussion that we had. Look, a close match overall. And I don't know how much we need to dwell on it. It's done. It's dusted. FaZe have now pretty much gone 1-0 up in the series. They're looking very, very confident.
FaZe looking great, you know, it's a classic FaZe, right? They are never out of the fight. They can go down a good number of rounds at the start, come out at a 2-4 split, and still come out there and perform. We've got some great highlights here from Bliss and just some of the ways that they were looking to get around on those attacks. And, you know, maybe a few times where it maybe just didn't quite work out, but their success in taking Garage was fantastic. One thing I would love them to do is start looking down on the floor. You were saying that Aussies don't like looking at the feet, and we saw so many frost mats getting brought in there.
Yeah. How many did ended up getting hit?
I think it was 2 or 3, but
yeah,
it's 2 or 3 too many, right?
They're definitely, I mean, you hear it, right? Like, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it no matter where you go. There's always a pop and the, you know, like, there's pain. There's pain. Look, Wettables is in good standings. He's got a smile on his face. I guess you kind of have to. You are up against, technically, the second-seeded team coming into this. Speaking of the second-seeded, let's go to the second-seeded map. We go to Bank now, Fox. Does this make it even worse?
I don't think so. I mean, Bliss has been very strong at the start of their games. It's just about converting it onto the half. They've been very good on their attacks and their defenses on Bank in their prior games, but against FaZe, it's just, you just can't let the ability to them execute just struggle against Bliss's defenses.
We've got to look at the Wolves game that Bliss played on Bank.
Yeah.
It was, again, surprise, surprise, 7-5 to Wolves, but it was another occasion where we see Bliss come just so close to getting the job done and not managing to get it over the line.
Yeah.
This was actually, the Clubhouse that we've just seen was the least close map that we've seen Bliss play so far. So hopefully now going into that Bank, hopefully they're going to have something to show us.
Hope. That's what OS is built on. That's what I'm built on. And I'm hoping that Bliss can do something here, because otherwise they are looking down the barrel of a very scary final day here for groups. It's time to get underway with Bank. Emmy and Gus to run you through it.
They say happiness comes from many different avenues and bliss is sure to follow. I think the only bliss that can come right now for Manic and maybe a couple of others is Bliss getting a map. But they were close, and then everything fell apart.
Yes, and Bliss have struggled on the attacking side of Siege so far at the tournament, much like many others, but on the previous map in the series of Club, they actually got off to a phenomenal start.
Team Bliss are, din punctul meu de vedere, cel mai mari șanse să iasă din turnament. FaZe are 84% șanse să câștige. Pe bancă are 74 șanse de câștig în favoarea celor de la Team Bliss, care au de-abia 26% șanse pe bank.
At your best, especially after the first map. Now, if these two maps were the other way around, and they were sort of coming into Club with a little bit more heat, you do wonder if things might have been different. Club itself was, I believe, statistically the most defender-sided map of the pool that we'd seen over the tournament until that last game, which shows how impressive Bliss were on their attacks. As you said in the break, it could have and maybe should have been a 5-1 half with that 5-3 attack going away from them. It wasn't, and even then, to face a flawless and then go into bank where attacks can be very terrifying and FaZe start on attack. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's the thing for Bliss, right? They're now having to defend once more, and they're already obviously struggling a little bit in that department, finding it very, very difficult over on Club. And yeah, I totally agree. Bank is a map where if you steamroll a bit of momentum and you have really good structure, which a lot of the Brazilian teams do, plugging all the holes on such a large map as a defensive unit is it's basically impossible. You have to try and optimize it as best you can. So I'm keen to see what Bliss bring into the server and perhaps how aggressive they're going to be, right? We think back to Club on Basement, for instance. There are a couple of rounds where they went for extensive roams. They were a little bit mixed in their result, especially the last round. It fell apart. But Bank's another map where you could go for something similar, right? You think about like an open area extension, post up Oda in that position. I think he was farming SSG there the other day. Fox was mentioning it on the desk. So if he can fire up and the others can play around it, we'll see if they're able to push FaZe back.
Well, you sort of pointed this out as well between the break, is Oda was playing those roam positions on Clubhouse, but FaZe were just ignoring him.
Yep.
They were like, there's a guy over there, and they're like, okay.
They just ghosted him.
We'll just leave him over there. And here you can cause a lot more trouble, as you said. You can get more directly above it. I love the sort of pattern of rotation downwards. You can have, you're looking at some hatches and some hops with some really great synergy, whether you're going down the core of the map itself right in the middle, or you've got square down into blue hatch, or you've got lobby hatch if it's already been falling. There's just problem plays that mean you have to pay attention towards those loose players before they land on your head within 5 seconds. FaZe, how many seconds until they get some control of the map itself? They were very quick at getting their first feet into the foray of the top floor of Club, but Bank is a different space.
They got the dogs out.
Them dogs, they were out. In the same way, I mean, kick the flip-flops off, Carter. We're in for a ride.
Yep.
I feel like I shouldn't out the casters that enjoy getting the dogs out in the green room, but
Nothing wrong with that.
I've seen so many other casters feat this week that I'm sick of it.
Speak for yourself. Can't say I've been paying that close attention.
Welcome to your first SI. this is the atmosphere. A minute is gone and all Bliss players are still standing. A bit of a rarity from how FaZe has done their approaches before. Cyber, with his own foot a little bit under a bit of pressure there, does get the first fight. Wet is opting to take the drop. Cyber finds Fish as well, and I mean, they tried to keep themselves a little bit close to this engagement. Now it's just hatch control and FaZe in control of it.
Yeah, an obvious weakness there from the defensive structure of Bliss, and FaZe exploiting it in through electrical. And despite the goo mine from Brendo, not enough to allow Bliss to win that opening duel. But Brendo finally does produce a response for his team. So we're 3 versus 4. But of course, the nature of this extension and the hatches being opened up, it means that it expedites the push for the attack phase. Don't have to worry about opening them up. Handy now, over towards main. Brendo get his second in the round, almost. They trade blows. FaZe, though, retain their advantage.
I do love how they seem to keep stepping in. You can see that Bliss want to make sure that FaZe can't quite blaze into the position of power and just keep threading through them. Do not turn your back towards the sort of corner and hope for the best here. The big rotate that comes through from the 0. Looks like they're trying to angle up to the opposite side as Vidaking goes towards the default plant spot here. They're trying to just get the calls, get the cover so the cams can't see them. There's a bit of the audio cover too. Brendo is blind on the back line. 40 seconds and, well, there's the end of the round. One off for Flawless, but still, there's that terrifying attack I talked about.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bliss, the round was pretty much lost in the first 30 to 45 seconds, allowing to push through open, not winning that critical one proved to be very costly. And you can't be slipping up against FaZe on a map like Bank, because FaZe will be ready and waiting to pounce. Here is a replay of that opening engagement. Cyber actually didn't have the initiative. It was Oda who's been having some mixed results throughout this game. And then the secondary trade doesn't land either. So again, blow after blow against Bliss, who aren't converting what I would describe as favorable positions, favorable moments. And most of those moments have been big. So unfortunate for them, but for FaZe, a great kickstart to Bank.
I mean, Cyber taking that first fight with the goo mine in his foot, if it'd been 10 more damage to his health in that situation, the goo would have finished him off before he was able to pick it up. Getting it out and then swinging into the second fight with the premonition that he had there just sort of shows that 6th SI experience we were talking about before. The fact that he's been competing at this level for that long, I mean, terrifying. The step forward here as we go to a slightly different site, find our way. And actually the core, once upon a time, this was heralded as the second strongest site for a lot of teams, or the third. Now it's fallen out of favor a bit, Talos.
Bliss must be cooking up something. It looks like perhaps they're considering a jump out here onto that rappel. Oda's close by an airlock, and I don't think Cyber's consciously anticipating it. FaZe do not have a read. No 0 in play, so the ability to gain information may be a little bit more challenging. Oda goes for it, but Vidaking rounds the corner. A good little bait there from FaZe, and Bliss, unfortunately, now trailing 3 to 5.
It is one of the few jump outs you can actually do on this map, and the positions you can go for some pressure here. It makes it a little bit known. You probably get 1, maybe 2 swings at it. But obviously FaZe have the prediction stage. Great transfer. Either side of the pillar to add a little bit less structure towards FaZe's approach here. They've once again been able to turn a 5 versus 3 to a 4 versus 3, but he doubles down. Gets a second for the trouble as Wet hangs around in stock to have a look at the paper hand. He might be about to find his end, and he is. Fish gets a little bit of a taste there on the top floor, and now, what a turn of fortune here. 3-2-2. They have a lot of time here, the remaining 2 players of FaZe, but what can they do with it, with the utility that they have?
Yeah, Bliss love playing these sort of top floor extensions on Bank, and oddly enough, in the OS League, it can sometimes actually be to their demise because they're overcomplicating it, and attacking teams don't try to break it down. This time, though, FaZe have targeted it. Sage steps up with 2, and then, of course, Fisher taking up top square, able to find the 3rd. So some good work there. But Vidaking's still up, and we know that he can be impactful. Souls as well. 2 unanswered kills to kick off this game. So we'll see how they go. They have 60 seconds to work with here. I do wonder how much information they Bliss have. You can see Brendo flicking those Valkyrie cameras. Perhaps there's one inside of lobby, and Bliss have a read on this push.
Salma gives them an angle and a route through onto it. Still a decent amount of time at this point, but they're not being handed anything by the players of Bliss, who are just sort of keeping themselves sitting pretty on the back line. We hear the Nitro ripped and torn. It stops the approach, but Wet does almost get caught out in the crossfire, and there it is. Swung on the door. Now it's a technical 2 versus 2 at this point, but with 30 seconds, the onus is still on the idea of getting the kit down and planted, which is going to leave you, well, just hoping and watching for a cover that has now been covered in bullets. They have to crawl away. They're swinging ready on the last door, and there it is. 1 apiece, and we have our first Bliss defensive round for the day.
Yeah, and it's 3 kills from the Sage, who can be a big, impactful player for Bliss. Didn't have a fantastic clubhouse. A lot of it came down to some really unfortunate timing, and, you know, Siege can be like that sometimes, but he's tidied it up here on Bank. Good aggression on the top floor from Bliss, and it finally feels like their extension off-site, whether it be on club or now on Bank, has finally worked.
Yeah, once again, losing the opening to players. It seemed like they were fully aware of that jump out. Again, there's not too many that you can do on Bang. You sort of have those windows. You could go for a run out of top garage or bottom garage if you're feeling very excited, as they seem to be on the other stream. I'm not sure if that is it GK, NIP?
NIP, yeah.
All
And
right.
GK took map 1.
They did. So, FaZe, they're making sure that they keep Brazilian's pride right now in this showdown.
For now.
For now. I mean, we still got 1, maybe 2 maps to play for. If we get through this, we find ourselves heading to Labs. And is that a good Bliss map, do you think?
Well, I mean, they've been attacking really well, right? And I think the fundamentals on Labs are pretty cool. You know, breaking crossfires and clearing positions. It's quite a linear map in that fashion, so I think they have every chance to push FaZe on Labs. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be tough here on Bank. It's going to be really, really challenging. But they at least found something. Round number 2, and now transitioning into the 3rd. We'll see if FaZe want to continue to play into the roam game from Bliss. Sage is top floor. Wedables as well, alongside Brendo. So that same roam triangle that we saw on Clubhouse being employed here on Bank.
It's a clinical removal here of the utility. Those Valkyrie cams, the black eyes are being spotted out pretty continually by both drones and obviously the IQ, and then send in the Twitch. It's that sort of, we know it's a problem, we have to deal with it first before the second problem of us appearing shows up. And I do love this approach from FaZe. They pay a lot of respect towards the utility game that's ahead of them. Bliss, they've approached it in a slightly different way from this showdown so far, in which they'll sort of hit it head on, whether they're entirely aware of it or not. In the case of a couple of Frost mats, they haven't been. They still seem to be able to have a couple of pocket plays to pull it against it, but FaZe just seems so much more rapt and attentive towards that, which, whether it's something that just slows them down a bit or Bliss expected to hold on to it, it's a different story. This is, again, the longest we're sort of getting without this first engagement, but usually when I say that, we have one almost immediately after.
Well, it's taken until the midpoint for FaZe to actually get bodies in towards the map. So that's probably a win for Bliss. But they now need to win these engagements, and the brothers connect. It's Sage and Brendo. And there's no trade in sight here for FaZe.
Cyber, he's going for the swing round onto a janitor's closet. That's a very small amount of space here. There might be a hatch to get the drop, but he didn't quite see the player towards the long desk and somehow wins it out before Wet gets the back end of 3 versus 2. Bliss just hold on to that man advantage, but they're still dicing with death and danger. Remember where the site is, but you have to keep some sort of concerned effort onto that verticality. That's why they take the drop, because there's still the chance of putting the site down, and that will turn a 2 versus however many into just a single player doing their best to watch and cover against all the utility left, including the 2 C4s either side. Tucked all the way behind the bomb chassis. They've reclaimed some of the power, and the power is onto the player, but there's Sage once again popping up before being popped down. Souls with a sliver of health, and a goo mine in his foot is battling back and forth on a single hard wall. They're going to breach it, make the position awkward for Wet, and force the motion to have to come around the double door. Pre-fired, but Wet gets the connection. 2 in a row.
Really good roam there from Bliss to kick things off. An equally good response, though, from FaZe to bring the round back. Good work from Wedables. He hits a late trade on the top floor, then disciplined late in that piece. Very, very low. Very, very close. And I tell you what, if Bliss had have lost another clutch, I would have been right upset.
That's it. That's the headset.
They finally did it. They finally did it. And now a 2-1 lead for the Australians. And that will be a confidence builder for the boys.
I mean, the fact that they've sort of gone in from club into this, into sort of going against the own problems that they had. They almost pulled off the 1 versus 3 clutches. They were almost on the wrong side of that this time round, but now they are the successes. The energy is rebuilding for a team where we talked about how at the halfway time last time they were great energy when they were winning. And then it's sort of, you could see the frustrations coming into face and coming into pass, because although you're up against the toughest enemies, you still want to beat them. And you still have to keep that mental game, because as soon as you think you're going to lose against them, you're probably going to lose against them.
I think that can be said for, any game, any matchup in Siege, right? If you think you're going to lose the match, you probably will.
Not worth playing.
And that even breaks down to a round or an engagement. If you think that you're probably going to lose a fight, that can be a big difference maker if you don't have the confidence to, execute play, or the confidence in a teammate maybe to support you, or whatever the case may be. So good work from Bliss. The triangular roam on the top floor, it works out. Good work. Go to top floor, though. Very challenging site for the defense if FaZe are ruthless, which we are anticipating. Traditional lineup, though, from the attack, so there shouldn't be too many curveballs for Bliss to deal with. It's all about just having a read, and they do have the Mirror and the Velkin in tow to help facilitate that.
I actually like the fact that Bliss have been playing away from the more sort of default takes, more sort of default structures. They obviously played Loftus first and lost it pretty handily. And since then, they're going towards these sites that I say are the less common, obviously. Tellers, generally, I think the lowest picked. Open is the next, and here up towards CEO. There's probably more familiarity. I think for Souls, that drone might be moving. And we'll see if there's a little bit of a read through. The players themselves are still, it's just a little bit of a broken drone as Cyber pulls there further and further away from a stock wall that slowly gets a little bit of a hole. Angled through, nothing more than just the pressure of saying you cannot play the vending swing anymore.
The Valkyrie camera dealt with by Cyber, so he's now confident that he can push forth. There's a ping down below! Oh no! Oda caught off guard, 1 and 4. Cyber not traded, but it is still 4v4.
Yeah.
Midway point of the round, it could be worse for Bliss.
Just able to pop the C4 in the swing, and the ping came a little bit too late. Cyber, if anything, is probably beating himself up for being a couple of steps out of pace here. Smash the plant, get it out of the way, because the breach in the pocket is going to be where Souls is. The upside down rappel outside the window secures some of that space around Janitors that's forcing them back towards the long desk, towards the reception area. And look at this control that's coming around onto the hefty sort of push here from the eastern front. They are just looking for a tiny sliver behind maybe the A-bomb chassis, behind the desk itself, as Bliss seem to have this habit of peeling away. They want to try and keep their life and go for a retake, which generally hasn't always been the most successful. Sage, though, as you said before, is starting to pop into life and into gear over this map as it gets further and further into the series. He's a gun that you need to pay attention to. KDS almost caught out from what is a pretty standard swing onto the front of the lobby as Wet has more than enough time to come back round. They finally shut out Sage inside stock, but the trade against Cyber does come together. Once again, a 2 versus 3 here with a single player down at this point. You're going to see if the remaining Bliss players can hold on. The crossfire and the swing from Brendo goes wide. Behind the desk, Souls is the CEO. He's able to get one in the pot, but it's put right back down by Wet. And we now have a 3-1 situation for Bliss.
Yeah, good work from Bliss, and I totally agree on the point that they can sometimes perhaps peel back a little bit too much and not keep the front line in play to contest FaZe, but Sage re-aggressed over towards that stock hallway shield, which never got cleared, and that made it quite challenging for FaZe to get that positional advantage top square. Wedables as well was allowed to flank through lobby. I suppose there mustn't have been a drone there from FaZe, or if there was, it wasn't called effectively, and that was to try and break the cross on the main rappel, which can often make it challenging, of course, to re-aggress and get forward. Brendo, Sage's brother, takes a book out of his page out of his book, a book out of his page. Pushes forward. Obviously.
Things are upside down in Australia. You guys wouldn't
understand. Obviously confirms that pick, and yeah, good work from Bliss.
I mean, what a return to form for the defense here, and I love the swings back in, as you said. I love the rebites of aggression, the retaking the territory inside stock itself. There's some good sort of confidence coming through. It is an intricate map to attack, and it's a map that can work well with sharp attacking teams. So there is still the second half of this map for Bliss to play, but 3 here after what happened with FaZe having the momentum leading into the first round of this, which was almost a flawless. I think only a single kill went against them. You have to give credit here to the Aussie boys for getting their heads wrapped back around this bank. Cyber, he's heading towards the top floor. He's been able to, again, if we're going to talk about Sage sparking back into life, he's been showing up more. He came into this day as statistically the lowest rated player for the FaZe team since he's started to find those sparks of, uh-oh, we're up against Cyber that everyone's had at multiple tournaments.
And I'm interested to pick your brain a little bit, right? Because you were mentioning heading into this that for FaZe, this should be almost a guaranteed win.
Yes.
Is this a case of Bliss actually playing quite well, or a FaZe just maybe finding a little bit difficult to find their feet?
I think FaZe have got themselves in a little bit, not overconfident, but I think they've sort of, you look at how they played club, a lot of it was, we're winning our ones. We're winning these aggressive gunfights. The swing there onto stock is a great example. They were said, look, we'll leave you here and you'll win if they go against you. They're not quite expecting these motions that things like this. Wet going in. They're taking these extra steps. Instead of playing the sort of let's pull back and peel back that Bliss are doing or sit and hold, suddenly FaZe is having to sit up in their chairs and get into it.
Și ce este interesant e că FaZe când avea win rate foarte mare pe harta asta, avea 76% win rate și șanse de câștig versus Blizz care aveau 26% win rate, dar se pare că numerele au fost eronate.
For him, and he's able to get out of there, but I think FaZe, they're just having to
Dar, cum ziceam, Blizz după ce ajunge să aibă un avantaj de 4 runde sau să aibă primele 4 runde luate, se pierde și oferă avantaj adversarilor.
The cap can from Oda does just make things a little bit more interesting though. Flashed out, drop to come through, and the 417 will clean him up. No support from Bliss, understandably so, deeper in towards the objective itself. Wedables is actually repositioned though, up above, but he falls.
Oh yeah, he got spotted and he spots them back! I mean, they had the read on where he is, but not entirely where he was going. KDS tries to chase tail, but the only thing he sees is the trails of bullets going past. And this is the answer to your question, my friend. Bliss are playing much better, but FaZe did not expect the stack up and the knock back down of a team that's sort of pressed against the wall, and a confidence of Bliss is, let's send it.
Yeah, I suppose in the chaos of FaZe electing to pivot to more of a default server push, you know, flushing out Oda. In the meantime, Wedables has been allowed to push back up main. FaZe have a 0. FaZe have a Twitch. Default drones. Where are those? Where is that information? You should always have a read on the defense pushing back up main stairs. Now, I don't know if Wedables had counter info to then drop the hatch like he did and get at the 2K. That may have been an element of luck. But he had a good read, great game sense, and he's rewarded.
You make your own luck.
100%.
You make your own luck here, and I think, again, the sort of moment, you don't want to just sort of point towards the specific of a cap can trap. At the very beginning of this game, when FaZe were playing at the strongest, the thing I complimented them on was how well they were clearing utility, because they were.
Dacă să avem o hartă decisivă, s-ar putea ca FaZe să ia Benco, are avantaj deja de 4-1. Cumva, FaZe care au fost overconfident că o să bată pe harta asta la 0 sau cel puțin să aibă un avantaj foarte mare și they choke with it.
Of a team that, as we said at the very beginning of this, how do you play against a team or a player that is playing some of the best that they've played on their day? This is that moment right now. Is this bank, the stars have aligned a little bit for Sage especially, but Wet, who's now sitting 6-2 and has a huge bout of confidence that they just did not have in any of their motions really on club.
So the Monty then for round 6, and typically this would signpost a push through electrical in towards that B objective. We've seen teams like G2 from EU stack impacts to counter that. Not the case for Bliss, but it's not even the case of FaZe pushing through electrical.
Picul cel de la FaZe pentru Monty este un pic interesant. Și ieri am văzut Monty în meciurile echipelor. Un pic destul de versatil dacă știi să-l joci și dacă ai cum să faci impact cu el. Un failed Nitro.
I mean, he's doing his best to hold on and fair play here against the man that is pretty much infallible when he's right in front of you. There's been scratches of damages either side. Oda has suffered the most of it, but Cyber's taken a bit of a blow as well. Sage is still sitting on, but with the stop rotate and almost a very clever bit of explosives underneath. They were baiting him into it. Sage somehow takes and tears the head off the player on the swing of stock. They are doing everything they can to step back. The trade comes back in from KDS on towards Wet itself. The scan comes out. As I said, the fear, the caution that needs to be played towards whatever is proposed and put in front of them. Oda, he's still pretty heavily damaged, but then you look across the opposite end onto FaZe, and 3 of them have suffered big scrapes and big blows. Vidaking still being scratched and bit at from below. They cannot find a breath here because Bliss are refusing to give them space to breathe.
2 players off site at the moment for Bliss, and Cyber now looking to flush Oda out. He's directly below, and that skeleton key may well expose his position. Bot square. Brendo as well, but he'll make his way up main. 30 seconds then on the clock. Can Bliss hold on while
și FaZe Clan cu kill pe Oda.
be able to step up?
It's so tight for the timer, and we've seen this be the punishment factor before. Brendo has a bit of the width and the wiggle room. We talked about the height of rotations, where you can go and what you can do with it. As Cyber goes down, there's Sage traded off. They know about the Beepers read, though.
FaZe Clan cu un clutch. 4-2. Începe FaZe Clan să ia avânt.
Yeah, a little bit more of an unconventional use of the Monty on that particular site from FaZe. And I think Bliss, to their credit, actually did an okay job in sort of dealing with it. Sage perhaps lacking a little bit of support that may have made that a little bit easier. Let's say that Nitro actually had have killed the Monty initially on Jandor. Could have been a little bit of a different story. But FaZe, to their credit, through the mid to late round, ensured that they flushed out and were aware of the double roam that Bliss still had employed, instead of, you know, just looking to directly hit side and ignoring it. I think it worked really well. So 2 rounds for FaZe, 2 attacking rounds. Again, probably okay. For Bliss, they've got a decent platform though, I think, for players.
I think the thing about bringing the Monty as well in that situation is, for me, that is the testament of everything I'd said about what things weren't connecting for FaZe. They could not get control of Bliss's front line. They couldn't get that little sort of wall that they could push behind, so they brought the wall that they could push behind. They kept on utilizing it to just sort of force the play of Sage to sit still, because controlling those players before proved nigh on impossible. And even then it was close to straight, but I think them getting through now onto their half, their preferred half of their preferred map, as weird as it is to say, this is where that pressure comes back to Bliss, who were in a 4-2 split on the opposite sides last time on Club, and now they got to see if they can try and bring some of that attacking magic back that they had on that previous map.
Foarte sancție de la FaZe Clan. OGs in Siege aveau între din cele mai bune echipe de Siege din OG Seasons. Cei de la Bliss se bat cu una dintre cele mai bune echipe din Prime Days. Din nou, Fisher Guy cu play-ul Monty. Alege să face Monty încă o dată. Și C4-ul lui Cyber. Insane. Better than a square. Pretty far in obvious positions. Este 1-2v5. Cei de la FaZe Clan și-au luat avantajul.
Brendo's trying his best to fight his way through top square, and he does have weatables alongside. Still an extensive roam though, committed to by FaZe, keeping in mind that this is a basement defense.
Deploying drone.
But I get the sneaky suspicion that we're probably not going to actually see the objective in this round if FaZe play it well. A lot of utility stacked on the top floor. Bliss will try and grind their way through the round, but it's going to be a challenge.
I mean, it's a horrible bit of utility to get through there. You think of that swing, doing it blind, nightmare. And there is, suddenly a trade out. Either of them takes either of them, but Cyber's done his work.
Trade interesant acolo, un trade, cum ziceau și băieții. Și FaZe Clan, încă o rundă pentru băieții de la FaZe Clan, cum ziceam. Team Bliss se pierde când ajunge la cifra numărul 4, indiferent de hartă, indiferent de matchup. Se pierd când ajung la numărul 4 și oferă avantaj adversarilor constant.
Cope.
Belief. No, I think it's a very strong round for FaZe. Again, these are the moments where you go, this is how FaZe plays. The Valkyrie performance. Valk on this map is, for me, one of those, like, you know, it's peanut butter and jelly and jam. It's cheese and crackers.
I'm allergic to peanuts, so maybe just bread and butter for me.
Anise as well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a thing.
Not really a flex though, is it?
No. I mean,
I could die at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
I have that hanging over me. The Grim Reaper.
Could be worse. Hap is allergic to alcohol.
Well,
He can't even...
He's not an APAC fan, so he doesn't need it.
No, but he is Dutch. 4-3. Bliss. Bliss, they still have this advantage. The swap towards the Oster, the Capitao. They're going to play for themselves a little bit of a smoke plant here. You know, you can get those common sort of drives across the top end. You look towards what the site is. Obviously, with CEO, you're thinking, okay, well, they'll probably try and get control of top square, reach open to the wall, just set that in by the cover of the windows, as long as you keep the cover of the windows. Unfortunately, they lose the E1D. The Lion is gone. Handy. Horrifying things have been done towards the player that was entering, by the looks of it, on the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, pretty old school strat here from Bliss, assuming, again, they're looking to open up that northern wall, the right wall into CEO, sneak in, get the plant down.
Un pic interesant pe ăsta din partea celor de la Bliss. Fișe că o să curățând geamurile căutând info. Brando în square.
Obviously, he underwent a bit of a role change with Wet coming in, but in this particular matchup, the entry Jules not going his way. Now, it's not the worst.
Nu este cel mai bun meci pentru Oda. A avut un run-out care nu a ieșit. Acum este mostly traded, nici măcar traded. Moare din poziții foarte obvious sau din push-uri haotice. Se vede lipsa de experiență din partea celor de la Bliss. Încă o dată, cum ziceam, când ajung la un avantaj de 4 runde sau au cifra magică 4, încep să se piardă și să-și piardă avantajul.
Underneath could try and pop a bit of an impact below the feet if they can get a read on where they are or where they might be. They're also keeping in control on no one being underneath. With the C4, we've already seen that be devastating before. There's two options for them to play against it, and unfortunately pocketfuls of smoke as well. So what needs to be cleared here from Bliss is still, unfortunately, a lot of structural work left to go.
I mean, this attacking setup has taken so long to prepare that I have every belief FaZe know exactly what they're going to go for at this point in time, especially if that Osa has been spotted out. So they should have a read, and FaZe is just about executing that denial.
First canister comes against them. Vitter is pushed a little bit further away, and there's the swing onto the back of it, and there's the cover of the bolts. They're trying to get inside, and there's again, a little bit more of the pressure of the smokes itself. It's a bit chaotic at this point as Fisho goes in with Brendo and Wet finding one apiece. The breach is there, but he needs the smoke to clear, so he goes for it, and Sage goes for another for his Sally. Vitter and Souls, suddenly all that's left. This feels a little bit akin to the strikes of FaZe before the shotgun doesn't quite rock the rotation of Sage here, and now the 3 versus 1. They've been in this position before, the wrong side, and they went out the clutch this time last time round, but Souls is the man to try and stop it, and he cannot! Broken the trend of things going wrong in the second half. 5-3 now.
Yeah, an old school strat. I don't think I've actually seen that one, you know, executed in an official for quite some time, at least not in OS.
Da. Deci pe Discord.
We gotta send it, lads.
Well, I guess the entire push revolving around the Osa, which ended up ultimately dying, I guess, is maybe a small little asterisk, but that round highlights
Insane. E insane, băieții. Astăzi, FaZe Clan foarte bine pregătiți. S-ar putea să avem o decisivă, o hartă decisivă în meciurile dintre FaZe Clan și Team Bliss.
Push forward, or you have to have some kind of projectile. FaZe late in the round didn't have it because they burnt it against the Osa.
FaZe Clan au vândut runda asta.
Lucky on that particular fight against the shotgun.
So shotgun a foot away. Do you know what the difference is? Belief. If you believe in that English shotgun, it can get anybody from any range. As soon as that.
If it's an English shotgun, it's just shit.
Yeah, well, you know. As soon as that, hey, name an Australian gun in the game.
Does the Mozzie launcher count, kind of?
No, unfortunately not. Rip. Is that what, you could cosplay a pretty good Mozzie, I think. You're growing the tash out, you've got, yeah.
I thought you were going to say gridlock.
Clipul ăla l-a bubuit destul de bine pe TikTok. Pe care l-am pus, a avut 940 de view-uri în câteva ore, 32 de like-uri. A fost insane.
James was the basis of Slender Man. He has to duck when he goes through doorways inside. He's like, hello. You know the famous story, James and the Giant Peach?
I have heard that one, yeah.
Yeah, he was based on that, but they got the words in the wrong order. Giant James is Peach.
Drone activated.
I can't say I've looked at Devmada's Peach.
Bliss, living it up, 5-3. Both teams still have their attack timeout. You assume if you find yourself sitting on match point on bank, we will cut towards the opposite end of it and get it. Cyber does go down first. They cannot quite execute the destruction as of yet, and they are right in the core of it. They're crawling to safety.
S.I este down. Frumos pic din partea celor de la Faceclan. A luat un avantaj. Suntem 4v5, 4v4. Tehnic 4v3 pentru că un jucător down.
Just bleeding all over the shop and the floor. Handy, he's saying, come closer. I've got you covered, and Vidaking's here as well. But now there's no one really on the site. The stage execution.
Da, s-a jucat foarte mult Monty pe bank. În strategia lor încearcă doar să ia picuri one by one.
The Australians were filming a different film. On the site itself, the long-range fight is handy. He's not quite handy enough with that gun to get the catch on the player inside the small box. The cover of the vertical as Brendo gets the one on the site. It's still down. The Vidaking once again gets one and a little scrap and a scrape with the remaining
3v1 main. L-a auzit, bravo, foarte frumos jucat din partea celor.
We are sitting on map point here.
Nu, Amaro este un pic de Pro League momentan.
3 stack there from FaZe. Now the initial play to bait the res was great. I think it worked really, really well. Now we have the privilege of the overhead off stream. We can see that there was no one really around that area. I don't believe Bliss had any line of sight or any ability to actually stop that revive from happening. We then go to the free cam. There's a 3 stack there, and the entire site is vacated, allowing the Monty to push forward. Bliss did a good job. They had the read on that, obviously.
Timeul din partea de la Faceclan în ipostați de 6v3.
And they're able to convert the round, and we are at 6-3. And you might be able to tell in my voice that there is a little bit of hesitation because I don't want to get too excited just yet.
No, it's not over. It's not over.
No, it's not.
Till it's over. This is the most rounds they've been able to get in maps so far. This is technically, statistically their best performance after technically, statistically their worst.
Cum ziceam, cred că o să avem o hartă decisivă pentru meciul Faceclan Bliss. Foarte bine pe mental cei de la Team Bliss, nu au mai putut avantajul. După runda care le-a dus scorul de 4-2. A părut o singură rundă, dar au recuperat 2.
Again, a little bit of a mistake in the understanding of where the players were, because you almost wonder if they had connected and killed Cyber, the site would have still been full of bodies. FaZe, a little bit of a snafu. Vamos. Oh,
Vamos indeed.
Vamos fresh as well, probably. It's become the word of the tournament. Vamos.
Ooh. Well, 3 match points for Bliss.
Weddle's on a blitz?
And I'm going home if they lose this map.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm taking the next flight home, my next 30-hour flight home.
All right. Well, so would they be, probably.
Well, they do have they still have one more chance. One more chance.
They're depending on DK's result later on today against SSG, I believe. If D+ lose, then it's all still to play for in a straight shootout if Bliss are to lose the series. It's not over. I ask you, wet on a blitz. Is this, what's going on here?
Yeah, a bit of a pocket pick. I mean, we see it from time to time from Wet. I don't know exactly what the set play is likely going to be here, whether it's maybe like something like a gold drop and a back push with the blitz to have that charge. It could also be used to actually help clear the roam. There's currently only 2 players from FaZe actually on the basement floor, so it could be an effective tool in creating that space and then allowing the rest of the team to capture it.
It's all a little bit up to the wire right now here. Who is going to get this first read, this first take and play? Because the advantage generally has still ended up with 1 versus 1s from 3 versus 1s, but it has statistically always gone to the team that has that body advantage, apart from maybe once across this whole series. So this first bite is something that you can see FaZe is very aware of. They've pulled themselves further back. They're playing a lot more sort of, we need to have this as a 5 versus 5 on the site. We need to stop giving them a little bit of space and a little bit of a chance on the first fight and pull. Look at this, handing their bodies back, rotating, getting themselves pieced together. They are full heads on a swivel, hoping to get the first taste of Australia.
Well, Bliss have been able to push their opponents back towards the objective. No damage traded at the halfway point of the round, which I think for Bliss is probably a tick in the attacking column. Both teams, though, probably relatively content with how it's played out thus far. We think about the late round, though, and it's Goyo and Smoke in play for the defense. So Bliss, I doubt, will be able to go for a default plant. If they are to, they probably need to start going about it right now. That won't be the case. Brendo has actually made his way in towards site with that shock drone. He's cleared the Goyo canisters on A. So as I make that point, perhaps there is still a world in which that is a win condition, but a lot of it will be on the shoulders of Souls to deny that area for Bliss.
They're eyeing up the default plant spot here, and I've talked about how good the utility game has been from the pockets of FaZe throughout the throw of this, and 30 seconds, 3 smoke canisters, 2 C4s. You fully expect them to have this in the bag. They're gonna have to try and push deep at this point. Tuck themselves on the wall as Brendo tucks the first player. There's the first canister. But with only 20 seconds left, they take the drop on the hatch. Bisho finds one. KDS trades them out on the swing, gets his second as well with the Vector. Sage is still watching the vertical at this point, concerned about the rotate as the player is about to come into the plant itself. Wet, gonna stick it and go for the cover, cannot. They have to try and push in at this point. There's the fight over the top. We only have a pocket full of seconds.
Insane, haide Team Bliss, hai Team Bliss.
He's going for the plant, the cover is there. They're pushing in, Wet, can he get it in time? He cannot, the shotgun is a difference of seconds there, and we are bitterly close, but not quite. FaZe get it to 6-4.
What a play from Souls, a nail-biting round right down to the wire. The final smoke canister just threw the attack into disarray. Wedables had to fall off, the coverage had to then be deeper. Shots not quite landing, which has been the story of this match so far, in the clutch for Bliss. They'll take a timeout in response. I think they can find confidence in the fact that the vast majority of that round was very, very positive. Just right at the very end, Souls proving that he was too good in the moment.
Cum ziceam, foarte bun defensiva celor de la FaZe Clan, chiar dacă țin cu combele echipe, nu pot să aleg un favorit. Amândouă merită să meargă mai departe. Cumva mă bucuram pentru cei de la Team Bliss. Dar we go for it.
Could have been 1 smoke canister, could have been a lot of different things. That's Siege. So instead of letting them sort of go, all right, we've got that momentum off the back of this, let's keep driving, break it up, Bliss. They were in decent bits and bouts of that entire round itself. The trade sort of coming back and forth. Again, this engagement, I mean, Souls, hell of a player and a take there, and how close was that kit to being secured as well? Not that it would have guaranteed a round, but in a 1 versus 1 where both of them are able to fight, it's a very different story.
I mean, if Brendo wins that one there to close out the map and the match, that would have been probably for me the best individual performance in any round of the match so far, because not only was he so proficient in covering the initial plant, but he got a lot of value from the Twitch, right? He was able to clear the Goyo canisters early and the mirror windows to weaken the plant denial potential for the defense. So unfortunate that he wasn't able to close it.
Oh.
And Wedables has busted his desk.
Gamer rage.
I don't think he slammed it.
No, he didn't. Luckily, I mean, maybe spilled something. That's always common. I don't know if we've had.
I thought it dropped down, but
they
it was
do
the
go
angle
up and
that
down.
deceived me.
I think. Well, okay. I don't think all of them go up and down. I think there's like 3 per setup that have the ability to be. I might have misunderstood what they said. That might just be in the practice rooms. But I saw them going around with them, and apparently when they were first, when they arrive, by default they're set really low. So one of the fun jobs the refs and the setup have to do is just sit there and raise every single. They're not quick. If you never used like a standing desk before, they're not fast. And imagine having to do that for every single practice room, for every single desk. I understand why they're not all standing desk. 64, 2 opportunities here for Bliss to lock this out. FaZe, they've been able to win, well, now 2 different sites, I believe. It was Open was the first, although it might have been Lockers actually. I can't remember if my notes were wrong there. the joys of it, but CEO was close. Plan A, I still wouldn't say was a success. So they haven't gone with the Oster again. Instead, the Monty.
Yeah, they've certainly switched it up. FaZe preemptively bringing the impacts on KDS, probably in an attempt to counter the Oster if it was brought forth, but instead a pivot to another shield operator, this time the Monty.
Din nou un pic de
Again, a pretty simple base
Monty
strategy.
din partea celor de la Bliss. Rândul trecut au fost jucat cu Blitz.
But on the topic of info, a Valkyrie camera from Cyber
I mean,
Oda s-a reprofilat pe suport.
display of this particular setup from Bliss.
well, they at least get the one on the top.
Ieri am văzut multe fraguri din partea lui Oda, astăzi parcă nu este ziua lui. Joacă suport, joacă foarte mult pentru echipa lui, ca un pillar, ca și o ancoră. Nu i-au ieșit play-urile astăzi, așa că s-a reprofilat pe un pic de suport sau ceva mai suportiv pentru echipă.
Against the barricade itself, he's sort of baiting the motion, and Souls almost takes it. Gets removed a bit of damage. The swing round the Monty, he's spraying against Handy here, who has to swap to the secondary. Souls wants to offer some support. The pistol is doing its best. Oh, Handy gets the clip, and everything lines up for him. Brendo gets a body, and it's very necessary on the back end. They are still one body short, though. Souls, he's close to the end. Handy, he's taken a fair bit of damage, and timed rotate there as they no longer have the watch and the pressure. The drop, the rotate makes a bit of noise. They'll know someone's in that position, finds the first fight, but there's not much time to go, and unfortunately the execute comes against them. Brendo with the wide swing gets locked out, and FaZe find another 6-5. Only one round between OT.
Yeah, FaZe showing there that they're able to react to the information, or lack thereof, knowing where players aren't, where they are, and react accordingly. I will say Odo is probably feeling really unlucky there on the Monty, spraying away, hip firing away, the RNG, the hip fire not going his way. Ultimately then ADS's, snap headshot, 5v3, diffuser down, always going to be a FaZe round. Great work from Handy. Caught reloading. Shots don't land from the shieldy boy. And then Odo sent packing. Unfortunately, Brendo looking sharp. But that was always going to be a challenge to bring back. Round 11 the way of FaZe. Round 12 now looms, the final of regulation.
I don't want to accidentally put anything into the universe. You know that fear right now of saying something and a statistic? Hap would be like, blah, blah, blah. I'm Hap, I'm Dutch. Here's a statistic that makes things a little bit dicey. So I'm not gonna mention times that Bliss have been in this position and gone to OT and things gone wrong. I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention the times that FaZe have been down rounds and been able to pull it back to win. I'm not going to mention that either. That isn't going to be mentioned by me.
Hypothetical.
However, there might be some stats. That belie those sort of confidences. In the calls, we find ourselves back towards a site where we will remember was kind of empty. They weren't hungry enough to sit inside the kitchen. Instead decided to
Matei, n-ai de ce să vezi strategii periculoase, să coin flip startă în condițiile în care premiul este $1 million. Locul este $1 million și atunci who's gonna risk it for a biscuit? Nobody. Cei de la FaZe n-au folosit default strats, au avut tot timpul strategii diferite.
The guns of Bliss have been pretty pitch perfect throughout this game.
Oricum am fost player foarte interesant din partea de la FaZe și din partea de la Team Bliss. Dar unele strategii nu merg în Pro League. Nu merită să iei Amar, nu merită să iei anumiți operatori în Pro League. Plus că îi țin unghiuri foarte multe. Pe nemoarte curată. Îi țin rotații. Este moarte curată. Depinde de el. Pentru el e moarte curată pentru că nu se joacă la fel.
The blinds allow the player to get a bit closer, but he's unfortunately caught mid-step. I don't know if they knew that both players got themselves into that situation, so Sage is suddenly a lot of alone. Wet is on the far end of the rappel, but it's a long road to help him out. He does get KDS. But there is still a janitor's player, and as I said, it's a very, very long rotate.
În 3v4 FaZe a mai pierdut un om, a pierdut de fapt primul om.
There's a minute. Give them vertical. We can always retake. There's a couple of staircases, and they've done no structural work on the middle floor.
Bliss încă sunt confidenți. Au toți feregării up.
That aren't the site itself. There is a lot of work to do around it when you're pushing onto this. Still, it's got to be done.
Push pe gemuri, dar este sinucidere curată, dar în elo ăsta pentru ei e mult mai important să ia controlul unui site, să ia controlul unei camere care poate să-ți dea lead la un play către site decât să ajungă în site. Aici contează foarte mult vertical play-ul, contează foarte mult coordonarea, ceea ce de multe ori lipsește până și la ei.
The breach comes against the quad wall. They have them in a position, but Brendo gets caught out as soon as he opens up. A great take onto the Azami, and no! The swing and the TK at the worst possible time because you're just shooting at anybody. Bliss.
Face crank cu egal 6-6 frumos.
We go to OT.
Nu, n-ai ce să facem square, pentru că square-ul este ținut.
Yeah, again for Bliss, they're going for pretty simple attacks. That one there, the top floor clear across.
Plus că unghiurile cu care ții square-ul sunt mult mai tight și atunci ai mult mai mult room să te miști, să le dai counter. Pe nu interesează să ia score-ul, pe interesează să ia office, să ia trampul, să ia tramp și ulterior să rotească în site. Să curețe operatorii care sunt roaming și să aibă cât mai multe openuri în site. Nu interesează să ia score-ul. Pentru că score-ul este prima chestie care se dă contest. Ca și defenderii tot timpul dau check în square.
And then a 6-8 loss to SSG as well.
But in the positive, if they're able to take Locker's site, which to be honest, they were very close to the last time we played
au
it here,
banuri.
and they set themselves up in the 7-6.
ENG Solis, Grim și Cade.
Had a very good run.
Pentru că Grim este un operator foarte bun, mai ales în Pro League este un operator care este utilizat foarte mult și îi banează pe baza unor scrim-uri pe care le joacă între ei. Există official scrim-urile care sunt jucate, echipele joacă între ele înainte de turnee.
Australia has been able to take at SI since SI20 when we had Fnatic here. The catch on the intel, something that has proven very challenging for Bliss's holds, is just all of that sort of combination of the Valkyrie, the Maestro in this case. They start to lean in against it.
Yeah, and Brendo's been able to sneak into server as well. Keeping in mind that there are currently only 2 defenders on the basement floor, FaZe investing offsite. Valkyrie cameras in play, and Cyber looking to lock down that bot square position. Sage has been spotted. There's a Maestro Evil-Eye to his right. Oh, the swing. KDS gives away that pick.
It's under the bubble is underneath his feet. Sage is going to get down by a Maestro, probably can't see. Souls goes off of it, but he has no idea that that bubble is underneath. It gets pinged out, and Brendo gets Vidaking from the hatch down. They don't know that Brendo's in that position, but suddenly Cyber, he's sort of saying, hey, we're sitting pretty, or whatever it is in Portuguese, and at this point they're going, uh-oh, or whatever that is in Portuguese. 5-3 now, and it's still not over. They've been in this position and things have gone wrong before, but this is some of the best sort of conceded attack that we've seen, the concerned effort towards the players in the place. You just got to keep your eyes on the kit, the fight, either side. Do they know about Cyber? Because the Cyber NATO is about to swing around the corner. They have the pings on the player, but the drone has rolled through the C4.
Mulțumim Twitch, dar C4 prim de pe Oda în bad angle, în 3v3. Insane! Din partea lui Souls este 2v1 și FaZe crânia harta și câștigă.
5-3 for Bliss.
Series point.
Again, we're privy to info, but there was hardly anyone on the objective. There's one player deep inside of London.
Insane,
All they had to do was
insane.
consolidate, ensure they had square
Barcelona
control,
de
and
la
D4 could have begun to be worked. Instead, Oda
Face
gets
Clan
caught
cu
in
cohartul
lobby.
la
That's
rând.
not really a particularly good playmaking position. And then another outside of that push through to open area. So again, Bliss slipping up. Obviously they got into the round with a couple of slip-ups from FaZe. Nice shot there from Brendo, who again lurked into that position, but so close yet so far. Once again for Bliss. And unfortunately for them, they now are staring down the barrel of series point.
Twice they've attacked that site, and twice you would describe it as a situation where it was close, winnable for sure, and again that pressure just strikes. As you said, we are sitting here able to see that there's no one on site. Getting that second kill that they got that round, I've saved Sage's life from that Maestro bubble because the Maestro popped off. There was about 3 zaps left in Sage's foot before he hit the ground, and they got what would have been one of the worst ways to go. Sort of like death by 1,000 drops. But in that situation, suddenly the Maestro is the only one on site. He's on the opposite side. The default is unwatched. There was a little bit of a rotate towards the site, the hatch above itself around open, but that's where Wet was putting on the pressure and was holding on to it. Again, just these tricky moments, these tricky reads that are going against them. KDS on the job that I said they sort of struggled with towards the middle. I mean, we've seen a player die to a Capcan trap. They're going to try their best to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, Capcan in play. So important that that information is relayed effectively by FaZe. Cyber again going for a swift entry. He's been so deadly, especially on this bucket.
Oh, am uitat că asta este series. Trebuie să fie diferență de 2 runde, parcă. Deci overtime-ul continuă. Ăla este overtime match point. Că a fost 6-6 și trebuie să fie 6-8 sau 7-8. Este match point pentru cei de la FaZe Clan.
The Sam cams are getting some idea of the rotations onto lobby, and as you said,
Nu, cred că overtime era cu 2. Da, overtime e cu 2.
does not know they're on the other side of a soft wall, but both these players are more than capable of it. You sort of have this wish to shake them and say, look, you know how close you are to each other. Raptors in Jurassic Park. Stay still, unfortunately not still enough. There goes Brando.
First entry din partea lor. Și de la FaZe Clan. Double kill pentru Saiba. Își Vidaking moare la Sage.
He's under a bat of pressure here. He has the shield. The drone is going to give some of the game away. He's waiting for the swing to come round either side and just takes the drop and thinks, nah, not going to sit around and see what happens next in this story because green is under pressure. There's the barb to stop some of the motion. But again, the top 2 floors have been cleared at this point.
Yeah, the drone work from FaZe in this round impeccable. Hunting down these
4v3 am mai avut situația asta încă o dată pentru cei de la Team Bliss, dar au reușit să ia ronda.
They now have 30 seconds to formulate this push.
Everything has been prepped here for FaZe, and they have been very good at this specifically. Getting the kit down at the dying throws and knowing where they need to watch things. A C4 from Fisho does get the down onto Handy, and Wet gets KDS.
Insane C4 din pentru cel de la Bliss.
They're getting the player up, and Souls drops and tries to rock one, but Fisho has the trade out. It's a 1 versus 2 technically, as the other one's got a plant. The vertical gets the kit. We're going all the way.
Și continuăm overtime-ul pentru cei de la Bliss care egalează 7-7.
Really well done at the death there from Bliss. It wasn't the best of starts. FaZe dismantling the roam. However, once again, they fall to a retake up above. It happened very early on in this game. If we cast our minds back, FaZe allowing the retake, I believe, once more up the main stairs. Hatch presence there, able to deny the plant for a second time. And with no time or manpower left on the clock for FaZe, they do fall. And the scoreline 7-7.
I mean, the sort of perfect cover. Wet, they've been playing a hell of a game. throughout this so far. Sage as well in those situations, and this is those moments where you sort of say, oh, Bliss's games before, there's been a player that's popped off and sort of set the pace here. At this point, you're up against Cyber, who's been having a hell of a game. But to be honest, you look across the boards here and it's sort of evenly matched. The one or two missing moments are being picked up. Either side, 7 apiece, as far as it could possibly go. They're breaking records right now. They've taken an overtime round. I
was going to say they've doubled their overtime win count, but you can't multiply it by 0. So.
I'm sure there is at least 3 people that are actually-ing right now.
Well, they could double it now because they have finally captured one.
Yeah.
But it will have to be on the attack, and we go top 4 for round number 15. What will the push be here from Bliss? They brought the Monty once again, so they're not going to revert back to the Oster strat that we saw previously.
Yep.
It would probably be Monty up Banana, but once again, Cyber playing the Valkyrie, and if he's using the same camera and it isn't spotted out by Bliss, it could make it a challenge for the Aussies.
I mean,
Facing pe defense again. Și de la Bliss sau Monty, Fishigai pe Monty. Ieri am văzut foarte mare impact din partea lui Fishigai și Oda ca fragări. Astăzi, aparent, norocul nu le surâde. Oda joacă second entry cu Zofia și cred că joacă poziția de entry sau support. Cred că este support în momentul de față și se bazează foarte mult pe curajul lui să facă entry.
Hey Monty, you're on cam, called in 4K, yada yada, said before. I feel like I shouldn't have to keep saying again.
I mean, if Bliss split the attack properly, this could actually work out in their favor if it draws phase over towards lobby and then they can hit, you know, top square and stock. There is though utility standing, and I don't know if Bliss have a particularly good read on that half of the map, so I don't know if that will be an option. It does look like there is a bit of presence outside top square, and obviously the repel game from Bliss at the moment. I don't think that castle got cleared. No, it didn't.
Might have just rolled underneath, I think.
So I'm looking at Brendo here. I'm looking at Brendo to probably be the one to really help unlock the round. If he can sneak a pick or 2, whilst everyone on phase is, you know, honing in on the Monty, it could slip up here for phase. Handy the first 2-4 actually from that front desk position, and the Monty advances forward.
Now Cyber needs to try and make some work happen underneath, but look how deep Fisho's gone. He's all the way towards the side of CEO. He's fancying a new title and job, and that might be to try and get the kit down. The coverage of the plant could come together, but they want to keep pushing for the kills. There's the smoke. And Cyber, the big rotate round the back is Oda. He's able to strike into action when he's needed the most. KDS still taking these scrapes, but it's Brendo to get.
Sper că Bliss a găsit un weak link în defensive celor de la Facecran și a luat control de la site plantului Fishigai. Este în 4v2, 4v1, 3v1, pardon. Să dea stick. Fishigai în trump. Și Team Bliss câștigă meciul numărul 2. Harta numărul 2, pardon.
Oh, they did it. They actually did it. I cannot believe it. Yes, finally Bliss. They convert a map, and I could almost hear the sigh of relief from the boys downstairs all the way up here in the studio. What a way to close it out. I mean, what a play. I mean, the fact that Fish pushes all the way to the other side to try and get the plant down. They got stalled out for like a good 30 seconds, and I'm like, guys, please, 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 not like this, not like this. But they got the job done against the number 2 seed, one of the favorites to make it to the final of the event. So a monumental result for Bliss, and I cannot wait for this third map.
It's also the last time an Australian team has beaten a Brazilian team. Was against FaZe at that SI I talked about before, but the series is still yet to play for, and FaZe can very much still take this on Labs after a very quick break.
Noi când ne băgăm la Siege, până pe la 7 ne uităm la S.I Invitationals noi. Păi să vă las dropurile, aia e important. Eu să-mi fac activitatea, voi să vă las dropurile, să avem toată lumea de câștigat din asta. Și ulterior să ne jucăm după ora 7. Siege. Nu știu ce zice Viponciu. Care putea să vină pe Discord. Bine ai zis, bă, că comentăm împreună, mâncam ei. Hola mi amigo, por favor, ¿cómo estás? Tutto bien, Andreas, tutto bien. ¿Tú?
Gata, mă, am intrat, mă scuzați.
Cer 1000 de euro, scuze.
Îmi cer 20 de bani.
Insane face cu Bliss. Nu mă așteptam să ia Bliss a doua hartă. Mă așteptam să pierdem față celor de la Face Clan. Uite că minunile se întâmplă.
Nu cred că se aștepta cineva să câștige Bliss a doua hartă.
Nu.
Sincer să fiu. Dar... uite că fix contra unei echipe care este favorită să ajungă în finală, îi ia o mapă.
Cum ziceam, miracole se întâmplă. Am avut miracol din partea celor de la Bliss și astăzi. Dar mai este până avem un miracol decisiv.
Eu nu știu sigur cum e situația în grupe. Cred că Bliss e deja eliminată și nu mai are șanse să se califice.
Haideți să intrăm pe SI 2024 chat. Intrăm pe SI 2024. Nip joacă cu cei de la GK.
Ba da, Bliss încă are șanse să se califice.
Și avem G2 cu 6-0, 21 de RD, 12 puncte, Dark Zero pe locul 2 cu 7 puncte, Fierix pe locul 5 cu 0 puncte, Damonchia pe locul 5. Nu mă așteptam. Wolf Esports pe locul 1, Virtus în grupa C pe locul 1 cu 8 puncte, urmați de cei de la W7 Esports cu tot cu 8 puncte, iar în grupa D Sonics cu 12 puncte și Fury cu 6 puncte. Aparent, picurile noastre nu au fost cel mai accurate. În grupa D mă așteptam să avem Sonic pe ultimul loc și pe cei de la Loss să fie pe primul loc, pentru că aveau potențial foarte mare, dar aparent Loss a pierdut.
S-au inversat picurile.
S-au inversat picurile. Mulțumim Twitch pentru că mergi în continuare amuzant.
Dar revenind, Bliss încă ar avea șanse să se califice.
Adevărat, Bliss are șanse foarte mari să se califice sau să ajungă chiar în finală.
E pe 4, fiind deasupra celor de la Kia. Iar FaZe Clan nu este cu mult în fața lor.
I mean, you gotta feel so relieved if you're a Bliss fan. If you're Bliss, you know, it gives you a little bit of a confidence going into the next matches. You know, we can do it. We can finally like get some points.
First half, good first half from Bliss.
Where was that half on Bank
Nici
from Bliss?
Space Station
During
Gaming.
Clubhouse. Yeah, because they played fantastically well.
Jeez. Look at
Dacă, dar sincer să fiu, singura posibilitate de a se califica este să câștige următoarele meciuri.
So they pick up a 4-2 split, which is fantastic.
Ca să se califice Team Bliss ar avea nevoie de cel puțin 2 meciuri câștigate sau acesta și încă un meci câștigat pentru a avea avantajul de puncte să ajungă în următoarea etapă.
Sunt obligați să câștige acest meci și meciul următor pentru a ajunge în următoarea etapă.
Mulțumim Twitch că te blochezi și că nu vrei să mergi.
Iar grupa A, meciul dintre NIP și Geekway eSports este 1-1.
GK are șanse relativ mici să meargă mai departe, dar cred că dacă își pun mintea la contribuții pot să câștige.
E o diferență destul de mare între ei și Dark Zero.
I mean, just like watching back through these rounds, it really does go to show how close some of them were. You know, a lot of late round executes, a lot of things going
Iar
right.
cea mai, sincer să fiu, cea mai strânsă grupă este după
that,
ce.
you know, we try not to highlight as much, but sometimes you can't help it.
We've got to do it, right? We've got to talk about things that go wrong because it's important to know.
Suntem înapoi la grupa C pe certul de la S.I. În grupa C avem două dintre cele mai bune echipe, Virtus Pro și W7M, amândouă cu 8 puncte, conducând 1-1-1. Grupa A este aparent cea mai dezechilibrată grupă, pentru că avem G2 care conduce cu 6-0 detașat, urmat de Dark Zero. G2 nu a pierdut nici un match până acum. Are win streak de 100%, iar cei de la FRX, din păcate, fiind un fresh entry în branch-ul de la Invitationals, nu au făcut față.
Da, pot să zic că au avut ghinion cei de la FRX. Dacă erau puși într-o grupă, nu știu, grupa C sau grupa D, pot să zic că ar fi avut șanse să treacă mai departe, pentru că în grupa C primele 4, între primele 4 este o diferență foarte mică de puncte.
Usually up until this game right here. Sorry, I didn't mean to do this to you, but
you just like
I didn't mean to do that to you. But there's a lot of untested.
Pentru cei de la FRX a fost doar un ghinion constant. Turneul acesta de Invitationals au avut un downside imens, dar hope for the best in the next tournaments.
So I'm expecting the same thing on Nighthaven.
All right, very quickly, prediction.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be another close game. I wouldn't be surprised if Bliss do quite well. Their attacks today have been fantastic. I think we can forget the 20.
După ora 6 ne vedem, nu, după ora 7 ne vedem pe Siege, care doriți să participați. Probabil că o să facem niște scrimări între noi. Și mai probabil this is gonna be the way.
Bliss are taking a map, that's right. They're gonna go ahead and take the series. They're taking all 3 points from this one. But it is time to get underway with Labs, Emmy, and Guz. Are you ready?
I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if you're ready. Manic is living up to his name because, let's be honest, they've done one map. A series? Is that too impossible an ask?
Well, I'm just happy I've had an opportunity to dry my hands. They were so sweaty during bank as Bliss.
Look at that ratio that's changed though. That was like 10% at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Bliss trying to fight off that 5-3 curse on the previous map, but they did it. They finally put it to bed, which is
Cât crezi că trebuie să pierzi ca să ajungi în Pro League?
a bit of an unknown quantity.
E vorba de
Bliss actually are
cât trebuie să pierzi, contează unde ajungi să joci.
FaZe, of course, were pretty happy to let it through against
Să joci în primul rând.
series and get that far. As for Bliss,
Dar în primul rând trebuie să joci, să ai echipa formată deja.
And I'm keen to jump into it.
It's one of those awkward questions now.
To
Because
be
the
there.
maps that we've seen has obviously been two teams taking their opponent's maps that we had seen them on before. We had, you know, a little bit of club from FaZe,
Să joci, să încerci să te califici, să joci turnee.
and now they've been able to find
Să
success
încerci să
here.
te
We're up
califici
to
în
what is
turneele
fresh ground,
mari
fresh territory, fresh turf,
pool
which is
foarte
the
mare.
freshest turf in the map
Cu
pool
băieții
as
grei.
well. If you're looking at how this map can handle
Da.
strategically, it's a little bit awkward. Bliss banned
Bine, în
out
Europa
Maverick,
ai
and
șanse
they
să
used to
joci cu
operate
niște
very
echipe
well,
care
but
sunt deja în pro, cum ar fi Team Liquid, cum ar fi Wolves, cum ar fi
slow phase down could be a good game
G2.
because will phase
G2.
down all their executes pretty much sub 30 seconds.
și practic când ai de ele poți să-ți vezi nivelul și la ce să mai crești și așa. Nu, bine, nu neapărat, poți să îți vezi nivelul și să vezi ce greșeli și ce să modifici în stilul tău de joc și în meciurile normale, dar ideea e să joci, să vezi, să analizezi meciurile, să vezi cum evoluezi.
As well, the Azami provides so much value to defense because it makes so many positions that are otherwise unplayable far more tenable. And if you're an attacking team, Labs is all about breaking those crossfires, and the more that are established off the back of the Azami, the more difficult it gets. So I like that from Bliss. It should aid them significantly on the attacking half. And they, you know, are hot off the back of a really good attack to close out Bank. So we'll see how they go here on Labs.
Well, Australia have an even bigger celebration. I had a quick look at Twitter just to see what was going on, and I mean, people, those national.
Nu mi-a răspuns.
All 5 people that are still awake are popping off.
Acum, fix acum mi-am adus aminte și de asta.
Da, nu, a fost cred că sim sau ceva de genul.
The boys chilling
Maybe.
out.
The boys chilling out.
No, no.
We see you. We're watching you. I'm actually glad you've gone so much public for this because I don't think
Foarte
the
interesante
neighbors
picuri pe Night Haven Labs. Avem
2 a.m. now.
Momai,
3 now.
3 a.m.
Fenrir, Kaid, Frost și Warden.
All he sort of said, I think this could turn into a bit of a brawl that goes the distance. Carly in the pockets of
Da, nu, bă, Matei, nu-i că îți lași jobul. I mean,
It's fine. Oda can take it. He played shit.
bă, toată lumea are șanse egale să ajungă la nivelul ăla sau să ajungă la tournaments. Ideea e că trebuie să vrei să ajungi acolo, trebuie tu să-ți dorești să fii determinat, să înțelegi ce greșești, să înțelegi pe fond psihic ce ai greșit. Poți să zici, bă, am greșit, ce am greșit? Mai am greșit următoarele. Un chei de trick din partea celor de la Team Bliss.
Yeah, I think Bliss ran into that problem expecting the solution to be pretty straightforward. I think there's now a re-attempt.
Un reattempt din partea celor de la Team Bliss deschidă peretele din conector.
La mine e publicitate.
Bă, la mine pe stream nu e publicitate.
Ba da.
Dă și tu sub, na. Ce să zic?
having to watch this position and ensuring that no one from Bliss is able to
Dacă e publicitate, dă-și tu sapna. Faci luna cu numărul 7, ții badge-ul, cred, sau luna cu numărul 6 și ții badge-ul de plată.
Update la Skull and Bones?
Nu, nu am avut update. Sau lansat, dar nu este update.
Removed the Fenrir mine just at the top as they swing towards the connector, past electrical all the way up. There's a frost mat, and we've seen two of those strike before. Handy's handily sat with a shotgun.
Warden cu shotgun-ul. Handy cu Warden shotgun pregătit pentru un push. Un electric.
Cyber in a peculiar position at the moment. Bot Garage, he does have a Nitro to go for denial from below if that's the goal.
Oh, și Handy cu kill-ul, cu primul kill al rundei.
He's the one up above and he's pushing forward but slain. So a 2 versus 4.
Warden shotgun.
Doing a good job in
Insanely good.
pushing these attackers back. Can Werdables get his team back into the round? Well, it's a resounding no. Oda with the sniper. Able to find one.
În 2v1 și câștigă Face Clan. Prima rundă câștigată cei de la Face Clan, foarte bun, foarte bine jucat din partea lui Warden.
The Warden with his glasses to stop any of the flashes push. They just did not have anything to force those players out. The ways you can sort of deal with that problem, if you go underneath, it's a big rotate, but it is soft immediately underneath that door. Used to be done with grenades. Obviously, that is no longer possible. And then also the pressure that you could apply onto the opposite end, which they did attempt. We saw one at the top of Aquarium Stairs. We saw one towards the garage swing as well, but both those players unfortunately weren't able to cause enough devastation. Down to the basement we go.
Yeah, I think Bliss just probably lacking.
Să vedem defensivele celor de la Face Clan. Avem un Bandit, un Mute, Legion, Valk și Tubarao. Iar ofensiva celor de la Team Bliss, Iana, Odo se joacă Iana. A intrat înapoi pe poziție de Fragger, Fish Guy cu Termite, Ace. Cred că, Oda se schimbă pe Buck. Avem un Jackal și, bineînțeles, un Thatcher pentru push-ul din garaj. Nu din garaj, pentru push-ul de jos din lab.
Yeah, there are good rules to approach, but there are multiple ways to do it, and one of those is bringing the Thatcher, get it sort of locked down, and when the Maverick was to force the Thatcher play in towards their opponents here, the Tubarao is going to cause those opposite problems. There is a little window after activation, and it's about half a second to a second. However, it depends how quickly the Tubarao is at reacting towards it. They roll that, assuming the count will go soon enough. The second onto this window takes a little bit of the damage and goes for the pop itself, but with the ice not quite working off on the other, it does just get through, and both walls do get blown open against the new operator.
Foarte bună ofensivă celor de la Team Bliss, au deschis ambii pereți, dând bait jucătorului de Bandit, dându-i bait-ul lui Vito King. Pardon, Vita King.
Souls is the key player up above, pre-established verting towards the breach so he can ensure that nobody,
Ce n-ai înțeles, Matei?
Looking to draw in the attack.
Nu, nu-ți dau Termite pe același Termite-uri pe wall-uri diferite. Un Termite a fost pe double wall, un Termite a fost pe single wall și au deschis ambii pereți. A fost doar bait pentru a scoate Tubarao și banditurile.
Un C4 din partea lui Valk, dar nu nimerește.
Valk drop down în biliard.
O să fie scanată de Jackal. Ultimul scan din partea lui Jackal.
Brando cu drop-ul pe 90. Sols cu vertical play-ul.
Valk fiind omorâtă de Jackal. 3-3.
L-a pus pe al doilea pentru că era disabled by Tubarao și primul Termite Breach era deja în acțiune în timpul breach-ului. În momentul în care dai trigger, poți să pui altul. Nu trebuie să explodeze. În momentul în care și-a luat trigger ca acțiune de explode, cât este în timer, poți să pui altul.
Și Bandit face kill-ul pe Jackal.
Foarte, foarte bun defensivă cel de la FaZe Clan, preferă să stea pe site și să îi culeagă one by one cu unul, maxim 2 romări.
It's gonna be an awkward one to attack based on lack of knowledge of their opponents on this map, but also maybe just lack of this map's knowledge in general.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments of hesitation there from Bliss where I think if they just had the confidence and backed themselves in and trusted either, you know, any information that they may have had or just their general game sense, then it would have been perhaps a different outcome. A little bit perplexed as well by the decision from Bliss to fall off directly pushing Souls and overloading that position. I think it just added that extra layer of complexity, taking it to the other end of the spectrum compared to round one, where it was very difficult to connect the dots in time. And to the credit of Souls, he did a good job from his spot in denying pressure on the breach, and then those on site were, you know, given playmaking positions required to win.
În momentul în care un Termite Charge este pus pe suprafață și este detonat, nu ai nicio restricție ca Termite să nu poți să pui alt Termite pe altă suprafață.
Deci a pus primul Termite pe double wall. I-a dat de detonate, Tubarao și-a folosit abilitatea și l-a înghețat. Primul breach era activat detonate-ul pe el. Datorită faptului că era activat detonate-ul pe el, era pur și simplu înghețat. Asta i-a permis lui Termite să pună al doilea breach pe celălalt perete. Iar acest lucru le-a permis să spargă doi pereți în același timp. Destul de simplu?
Cred că e foarte simplu, avem un tactical timeout din partea celor de la Team Bliss? Sau nu? Un check din partea staffului.
Avem citări?
Un file check din partea staffului de la Blast.
Pentru cei de la FaZe Clan.
Percentage chance of where teams are going to end up in the group. And I believe, if I remember correctly, M80 was actually the most likely of any team in any group to finish 5th, which is a pretty damning statistic. I believe it was like 60% or more. It's a significant number.
Yeah, it's the weird
Cele de Team Bliss încă vibing, cântă, se distrează și păstrează moralul.
BP and W7M, and they still have Bleed to go and they have Liquid to go. Those are the two teams that I'm not going to say they've been struggling, but they've had hot moments and less hot moments, and that's why they sort of end up. So it's still all to play for. It's just a fun fact, guys.
Well, not for M80.
Not for M80. No,
not for NA.
Not for NA. EU, the three teams that are here, they currently top each of their respective groups. Somehow, I don't even think EU people expected that. I think get through, sure, but this, no. That's all of our teams. We had 3.
Să fie acuzații de cheating pentru cei din FaZe Clan.
We've only sent 3, so.
Nu știu, așa pare momentan, cel puțin.
We're just like, dang, we maybe should have sent some more dudes in.
Că a fost doar un file check.
Dar nu știu, datorită cărui faze a fost acel file check.
Avenues, especially I think defensively, that we've seen throughout the tournament, whether it be like these, you know, extensions down below with like a pulse or a solace.
Sau un moss check dacă ei folosesc moss.
And that's a lot of that comes down again to the vertical presence that you can get either from above or from down below. So we'll see how Bliss look to unlock it.
It's that awkward sort of toss up between this and Kitchen, as the side of Kitchen is almost a smaller version of this. There's a bit of verticality you can get. There's the instant hop into one of the sites you can get. There's the pressure and danger, but here you just have a little bit more wiggle, a little bit more width.
Fischer cu Monty again, s-a întors pe poziție defensivă.
Buffer you away.
It's a little less direct. I think of Kitchen almost in a similar light to like a dining Oregon almost, because like on Oregon, right, small tower, you can get it for free, you can't get flanked.
Yeah.
Here, lobby, it's much harder to get flanked. I know there's a staircase, but it's very, very difficult.
Double break, if you're wondering, hey, why'd they do that? Well, mainly so it doesn't get tricked. Stop, they've already suffered on the wrong end of the corral before, and it just means that you are guaranteed to get the breach open. Two walls, they don't trick one of them at a time. Kaid is too slow with the claw.
Frostmat, care le va da botăi de cap jucătorii noștri. Am avut pe prima hartă am avut un incident cu Frost, unul de jucători și-a luat Frostmat.
Mai avem un bridge la garaj. Pulse o să încearcă să facă kill-ul pe Monty.
Un C4.
Dar nu
un failed C4. Monty a reușit să se retragă.
Yeah, had Fish have not walked into a beer mine and then fallen back, it could have actually been quite a different story. Would he have tanked it? Well, we'll never quite know. BPC.
Nu mă pregătește push-ul.
Staircase frosted in place, so something to keep in mind, especially later on into the round when Chaos.
Legion este singurul în site în momentul de față.
Those traps are laid around. Fish being used here to create space on rafters. FaZe not looking to directly contest though, pretty content to play into their setup. But only 70 seconds to go, time may become an issue for Bliss.
Brando cu initiate kill-ul pe S.I.
Da.
Wettables cu double kill.
Și avem o situație de 3 vs 2.
Am văzut situații de 3 vs 2 în care FaZe Clan a reușit să ia winner, să ia clutch-ul, deci nu te dispera. O situație similară am avut pe Bank cu Monty, când cei de la Team Bliss au pierdut runda cu Monty.
Hades și Handy probabil așteaptă un retake al site-ului. Handy pushează site-ul, îl găsește pe Monty.
S-a blocat, nu cred, a doua.
And a first round goes to Bliss's favor.
Some fighting words there from Fisho. Of course, the I believe primary IGL of the team at the moment. Wettables is doing a bit of co-IGLing and also fragging out as well. And he's a player that, in the right position at the right time, has a knack for finding multi-kills. Does it in O's. He did it against the Wolves as well, from memory on Shelly in particular. Doing a good job here to fight his way through rafters. King was in a very aggressive position there, punished well. And his final sharp shot from Wet. Well, I say final, that was the second final. That last pick, a good trade. And good signs from Bliss, finally able to produce some spots.
One round, obviously it's always the start of it. As we said, it's going to be slower for attackers. They've had good attacks throughout this series so far. It's been where statistically they've been able to break against not only their mold, but the mold of the whole tournament. Let's be honest, when you start to see teams lead with attacks, as both these two have done, these are one of the ones that start to normalize and bring towards the middle the ideas of how this game is currently played towards that top end level. I sort of said it at the start, I wanted to see Oda step up a little bit more, as they have so far, but unfortunately Brendo, Sage and Fisho, who were 3 of the superstars of the previous map, haven't quite been able to match it. Wet though, still tearing on through on the opposite end. Cyber, I still fully predict to fully start to stretch his legs. He has just been getting better and better throughout this series, and yeah, he's on the Bandit and he's playing against it, and Souls might be the one wearing the fancy crown so far, as he's holding on to great backline positions, which is the role that Souls does, especially with this 9mm, but I think that as soon as they get a little bit more confidence on what approach Bliss are making, FaZe will come up with their very clever rebuttals they usually do.
Well, looking quite similar to the previous attack from Bliss, exchanging though the Kali for a Thatcher this time around, and the trick obviously doesn't land. It was a double down from the attack. Somewhere on the right, Exothermic on the left. And despite Cyber being fully aware, there's only so much he could do from that position. So Con will open up. Bliss will transition, I presume, next over to IT. So identical groundwork from Bliss. Last time, their execution wasn't all that amazing. Key part of the defense was FaZe playing a Warden, especially up close. So will Bliss have the tools to be able to deal with that Cyber aggressing again? Double hard breach once more from Bliss, but Cyber's now tucked in the corner. This is not a position you want to be in, but able to escape unpunished.
Bliss not being able to catch him there. We'll see if that's a problem that bites them later on, because he truly was standing 1 foot on a little bit of board that was left to him, and somehow hop, skipped, and jumped his way out of there. Brendo, he's stacked up. They'll have the air jabs to offer some protection, but the rotations behind them weren't the problem last time. It was this sort of dead man's land between the two areas of being in the site and not quite there yet. The close swing of a Warden with a shotgun was one huge problem. The next was just getting their foot in on the back end of the breach that they made themselves. KDS shows why, finds the first. Fisho is gone. As Vidaking starts to juggle, those can only be popped when they're open, and it's open now. The blinds come out against the play.
Deși cei de la Team Blitz nu au așa de mult knowledge cum joacă FaZe Clan pe harta asta, au șanse destul de mari să câștige. Sau mă rog, să le dea bătăi de cap. Chat, vă las cu Vibonțiu pentru următoarele 5 minute bârbă.
Dar ce-am făcut?
Nu mă, te las pe tine 5 minute că mă duc cu bârbă un pic. Nu să mă duc cu 5 minute, trebuie să mă plimb un pic în casă să mă întind un pic.
Bliss finding it tricky to break down. It's quite unfortunate for the attack that they weren't able to get that freebie at the start with Cyber on an island. He obviously tried to go for the bandit juggle, didn't land it successfully, and then had to try and, scurry away from IT.
Mateus, nu trebuie să vezi mereu unghiuri nebune. Deodată better safe than sorry.
In combination with the utility to trade out some positions, but unfortunately they didn't have that. They call it tactical timeout though, so sensing that these attacking rounds are going to come at a premium, and they really want to get at least one more under the wing.
They want to try and get the distance. As you said, on their attack, they know that FaZe are a very capable attacking team. They're very, very capable on their sort of gun game and the pressures that they can put in.
Unghiurile alea nebune pe care le-ai văzut tu și așa sunt foarte situaționale. Unghiurile safe sunt atunci când ești într-o situație când literalmente trebuie să fii safe, să nu îți pui echipa în dificultate. Pentru că în momentul în care joci în echipă, joci pentru echipă, joci împreună cu echipa respectivă. De ce să în primul rând te pui pe tine în pericol dacă joci vreun nebun și nu-ți iese? Și în momentul dacă tu ești eliminat în runda respectivă, tu îți lași echipa în 4v5 dacă e începutul rundei sau lucruri de genul. Îți pui echipa în dezavantaj. De ce ai face chestia asta? De ce ai vrea să-ți pui echipa în dezavantaj?
So I do wonder how Bliss are going to deal with that. Again, that's assuming it's for the roam. I can see Soul's top 4 at the moment, so probably the case. The Zero will be brought out from Bliss, and that's one operator that Fish can be particularly proficient of, and especially given his role inside of the team to, call shots and plays. Perfect operator for him to be in that sentry position.
As the approach comes together, Ram in the pockets of Sage, the first time we've seen this operator today in the showdown as well. They've been able to find some pretty nice places to play against it. Most notably, you're looking at, your clubhouse takes on towards the basement, and here, well, you're taking a basement that's got some similarities towards club. You have a lot of soft floor and a lot of breaking and shaking and moving the players away from the breach itself, which was a bit of a problematic area. They got a bit of a drive in, but they still could not stop the utility being hucked and thrown towards them. The player, the Sam cams, to maybe get some control of, well, this man, Cyber, who's very happy again to just keep sort of dancing around, taking and trading out drones. There's a fight about to happen on Aqua that he just seems prepared for at all points, but Fisho doesn't.
Oh, well, he gets a little bit lucky there. I don't think Fisho had a read on that at all. Cyber now to drop down into gains. Will he fall into a pinch though? Bliss are approaching from kitchen and lobby. Brendo in lobby and
avem niște picuri interesante cu knock din partea celor de la Bliss. Probabil o să se încerce un vertical play cu Buck și cu Ram, iar Knock va încerca să facă flank sau să elimine roamerii împreună cu Jackal.
Doesn't mean the job is close to done, unfortunately, though. They've still got to try and get the hatches cracked open, do some of the more structural work around the soft boards and force the players into even trickier situations to hold. There's the run and the roam. This, as you'll see, is right above that double wall that gets a big focus to the breach. The default plant spot tucked in and on the left. Sage does find KDS. The first time they've really got a comfortable entry without it being an instant
Zero încearcă să obțină niște informații.
But with 44 seconds, the pressure time is still onto them after all that was wasted on the top floor. They're watching some of the motions happening on the corner of the drone. They just see the side of a player, but I don't know if... There it is. They thankfully pop back on. 3 phase players they've just got angled up towards that fight as Fisho and Cyber. It's actually Handy that goes down next, but 20 seconds, Cyber doing his best to keep the lockdown with popping smokes either side and all around. It's Souls to get the first though. Oh, there goes the Nook off the board. They're trying to find just a pocket of a place to plant here. It's always been the thing about Bliss. They're never truly confident. 2 kills go away from them. They're just going to hold and stick until they can no longer hold.
Oh, și ce kill se face acum. 3 kill-uri în același timp.
The other players holding pretty. And unfortunately, just not enough time. Too much wasted on the top floor, 4-1.
Yeah, just a disconnect there from Bliss through the late round. We saw the drone from Brendo, that the 3-stack over towards Exo. They trade out Handy, pretty decent job there. Fisho tries to get in for the plant, but Sage is all the way on the opposite side. He can't play coverage. Fisho forced off, doesn't win the fight. Even if he did, FaZe probably still do trade it out. So it's once again some faults in the late round from Bliss. Up until that sort of last 30 seconds, it was actually, quite strong from them. They cleared the roam, they forced FaZe back. They were able to deploy the auto breaches on the ramp, get line of sight, rewarded with a kill.
Da, Mateu, ți ai avantaj, dar avantajul ăla cât poate
We didn't see that live, but those were some really gnarly shots to turn it around.
That's a little bit of frustration there as they sing it that way around because they were getting
mai bine ții tight angle-ul ăla într-o rundă care e decisivă sau pur și simplu
că vorbează de tight angles, e un pic irelevant de dacă ții un tight angle sau nu în condițiile în care că dacă este rundă decisivă contează ce operator joci, contează cât HP ai rămas pe operatorul ăla, contează cum rotești în funcție de anumite variabile, nu neapărat recoil-ul, că ei știu să țină recoil-ul ca lumea. Dacă ne aducem aminte ieri, pe Chalet, jucătorul nostru de Twitch a ales să joace suportiv, nu să se mai bage în față, să turneze foarte mult chiar dacă era entry fragger sau top fragger, doar din simplu fapt că avea 20 HP și a preferat să țină tight angles la distanță mare decât să facă un push.
Bravo, fură 3 camere. Se încearcă un push cu Termite pe garage door. O să fac K-trick.
FaZe Clan în formă se vede că este harta lor. Deny la Termite și Ace charge-uri.
Cade împreună cu Barao au reușit să facă un...
O să avem un Cade trick again.
Da. Dar Terma și-a pus charge-ul, la fel și Ace.
Brando on electric și-a luat destul de mult damage acolo, a fost chipped.
Încearcă să pună presiune pe Cade, probabil să nu mai pușeze, să pună Cade cu low-urile.
Wins out against Souls and Cyber gets
Oh,
a bit
și
of a
kill pe
shifty
Kali
on this.
acum.
ADS does find Oda and there's Sage pushing into the site itself.
Un
Brendo
4v3,
swing onto the
3v2,
vertical. Fisher getting one of his
3v2.
own, though.
Nomad pușează.
FaZe pierde controlul site-ului.
Valkyrie pușează în spatele lui Nomad.
Trebuie s-ar putea să pierdă.
Face kill-ul.
2v1, Valkyrie se reposează pillar, Saio dă drop în hatch.
Fisher Guy plantează. Va reuși Valkyrie să-i dea deny? Da, a reușit și face double kill-ul. Nu-l face.
40 seconds, a little bit more health in the pocket of Wet, but at this point with both these guns and players, it is the connection.
Acum face double kill-ul.
And Wet holds on against one of the best players in the world to get a second round.
And how many times have we seen a round
Insane.
almost a carbon copy of that, right? Where it's a 1v1.
Nu așteptam cumva ca Valk să facă connect și la al doilea kill, dar nu a reușit. Putea să joace pe site mult mai defensiv, să aștepte push-ul celor de la Bliss pentru a lua runda. Pentru că aveau difuzorul. Wetables cu un kill foarte frumos pentru echipa lui.
Is it a thing?
I couldn't tell you the origin of his name, unfortunately. I had no idea.
If I was to put something to a Wettables, I would think like a face swipe, you know, like a...
Well, apparently wettable is a genuine English word, the ability to get wet.
I mean,
Atât de comentatori că face swipe. Ziceau că ar fi numele lui Wettable o referință la ceva, dar aparent este doar abilitatea de a fi ud sau a deveni ud, nu este un face swipe cum șervețel. Fisher Guy o duce destul de rău, are 1 cu 6 față de el când a arătat că este un demon pe hartă. Nu o duce bine astăzi deloc. A dat drop la poziția de entry Fergar și el și Oda, bazându-se foarte mult pe Brandon, Sajan și Wetable să facă kill-urile.
Remaining in Tubarao is slowing things down a little. It's been very problematic in good and bad ways. The trick is going to get not the exothermic. You know that it's one apiece, it's a stand away. At that point, what you're gambling on is getting the exothermic. It's sort of value for money in terms of removed utility. At that point, the wall will still fall and it will become a little bit less playable.
Connector wall este open.
Selma breach, you might even be able to get a peek back into it that you wouldn't otherwise get. Here, the roll on the Thatcher on the opposite end, and this is sort of what the Maverick ban has led into. You look at these lineups of how much utility has to be dedicated to hard breaches and the Thatcher. They usually bring the Twitch anyway. It's really turned into almost old school Siege fighting over reinforced walls.
But once again, we're going to see the Tubarao in play for IT Wall. It's Kaid and the Tube to combine, and we'll see if FaZe are still able to open up the wall. Unfortunately, no EMPs remain, so that may make things a little bit trickier, but the timing was good from the attack. The exothermic does pop, exposing Oda, who's pretty much now playing for his life in IT.
Oh, Cyber, continual danger man, is sat ready and waiting to pounce as soon as the swing comes out. Handy goes down first though. Oda, he might
Foarte interesant push-ul.
but there's the big reveal. The danger smoke gets rid of him and Souls gets rid of Oda. The swing onto the player trapped in IT from the back end. They double dip and almost catch him mid-reload. He swaps to the pistols. It's faster than reloading. Wet gets onto Vida King and goes for the freeze against the back end of it, buying themselves a second, and with 40 it's all precious. There's the swing right onto the back of Bandit, who did not know Cyber had been able to get in towards that IT control. Brando though makes sure that
3v2 s-ar putea ca cei de la FaZe să dea struggle aici. Și Bliss cu a doua rundă la rând luată.
I mean, this side is posing pretty big issues for both teams on the attack. We saw the hard breach actually quite efficient from FaZe. That was not really where it went wrong from them. Oda playing a off-meta position side of IT, the off angle, good for one. Was always going to die and eventually did, but in the 4 versus 4, Bliss did a good job in just maintaining those crossfires again, despite there being no army on the board. They had the confidence to find those kills. Wedables did give away his life a little bit, but it didn't matter in the end. The other 3 hold on. So good work from Bliss.
Acum te mult mai tare pe stream că am modificat niște filtre.
It's almost a little bit of map 1 Bliss, a little bit of map 2 Bliss there on their defense. We got some of the sitting in place, some of the little moments of FaZe is able to set themselves up.
Moments.
Rafters as well, very clean, a little bit unaware. They're swinging onto the door on the bandit, but then those little dabbles with danger. Oda holding onto IT, waiting for that Selma to breach to get the kill through it. The leaning back in, the things that
să fie blestemul cifrei 4 pe care Bliss îl suferea până acum. S-a întors la FaZe Clan. We might see that.
Might not bring the Thatcher. I mean, it's nice to have, but they're very good with an IQ, and there's a lot of soft above these walls. You need to get the vertical control anyway. You wouldn't be able to get the single very easily. However, the double wall, which can put a lot of pressure on, with the combination of that RAM and that IQ, should make pretty quick work of it.
Yeah, we've seen a decent amount of IQ play from FaZe in the series. That's perhaps been a point of critique for Bliss in the face of the Valk that they haven't in most cases. So we'll see if FaZe is able to get value from that here in round number 8. Castle in play, a grenade to deal with that particular window, which is to weaken this roam up above from Bliss. Both teams employing roams on this objective, and we'll get some answers as to which team is perhaps a little bit more proficient at it. Sage now top blue. Of course, he can now swing down the staircase alongside Oda, but Cyber seemingly aware. FaZe perhaps
double pick din partea de la Bliss către top blue. Îl așteaptă pe Sai. S-au rotit amândoi.
They haven't been caught, and this was one of the problems on Club. Remember how sort of handily FaZe removed those roam players, whether it was 2, it was the triangle of 3. They're supposed to be the strongest shapes, unless you're FaZe, and they're very easily smashed to pieces.
Oh, partone.
Success might be survival here as they get themselves again.
Mulți de raid, bro. Mulți de raid. Nu avem alertă pentru că ne uităm la S.I Invitationals 2024. Încă nu, urmează. We're planning on something big, my friend. We're planning on something big. Mulți de raid. Sper că aveți conturile de Ubisoft Link pentru dropuri. Avem dropuri în fiecare zi. Și o să avem stream aproape în fiecare zi, minim 4 ore. Cu S.I Invitationals. Cum ziceam, ne pregătim să mergem la turneu sau să ne scriem la niște turnee să jucăm în câteva turnee locale regionale și probabil că cele regionale să fie cu pro playeri pe EU. Welcome in the Raiders. Vrem să mergem la turneele de la Blast, vrem să aplicăm pentru SI 2025, dacă suntem invitați. Și să fără doar grinding și mai mult e căutarea sau searching-ul pentru o echipă stabilă.
Great though from FaZe again, stacking that single breach late. Man advantage, not missing any shots anywhere, so Bliss not really given, any freebies in that round.
Băi, wow, noi asta ne dorim, asta s-a pus pe masă și toată lumea a zis all in favor. Cum a fost stream-ul part? Cum ești? Totul bine? Ce-ați jucat? Adică, teorie trebuie să fi văzut în link-ul ăla ce-ați jucat, dar... Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. Marvel Spider-Man. Wow. E wow din povul ăsta. Mă așteptam să te joci în War sau să te fi prins seara ceva.
fresh invented split vision.
Păi și îți place Spider-Man sau...
Fabian? Maybe. 5-3.
S-a tu prins? Ți-a dat un vibe. Păi, sunt multe lucruri pe lumea asta. Adevărat.
Obviously, as I said, the pressure is always mounting, always going their phase. If they win this map, this series, even though it's a little bit of a scratched win, losing the middle map, they still confirm themselves in the playoffs spot. They will not be able to be caught by either of the two teams, depending on the D+ result later on today.
Man, mă bucur că ai găsit un joc care să-ți dea enjoyment sau să te bagi în priză. Sincer.
This time here, whether that comes to success or not, I guess we'll see. Brando ready for the swing round. Cyber's having to do some of the buck work on the top floor down, and as the calls come out, Sage has taken a bit of damage, but otherwise you're just always worried that FaZe is sort of readying themselves for another 3-2-1.
Yeah, minute 30. And a big commitment over towards Cafeteria, but it's Cyber to find the first. The Tuba Rao will fall. Does KDS enter the cross here? Well, that's a question we're about to get an answer.
Mulțumesc, bro. Enjoy your break. Bănesc că te pui să și mănânci. Poftă bună acolo.
Oda not in a position to trade, and now he's being hunted by FaZe.
Yeah, this is it. The spray down. I think KDS actually passed by a Fenrir mine as it got activated and deactivated. Cyber does get picked up by
team kill.
Fisho, and a team kill. Okay, something's suddenly gone into their favor here. Fisho did dabble with getting one. Has been rewarded with two. A bit of a crossed moment with 50 seconds. They've lost Cyber, who is having an excellent series, as I said. Handy's gone as well. They've lost the Dockerby calls. They still have three very powerful players and a hard breach necessary to try and get this broken through. Sage and Fisho. They're waiting for the first dabble, the first drips of the players to come up against them to try and hold off and stave off map point. The walls are solid. The only drop is via the stairs.
Insane. FaZe conduce cu 2 runde Team Bliss. Au și avantaj de un om.
The split of the player there a bit unlucky as they're opening up more and more angles. He's surrounded, but they've got to surround themselves inside the idea of putting the kit down. KDS almost goes down, taking the drop and a bit of damage. Where are they going with the plant here? Vitaking's blind. He's trying to tuck himself in. KDS does get his third for the round. Fisho, he's able to get one down. Vitaking's going for the plant. If he swings now, it's a 1 versus 1, but he's not quite confident enough to get the take. He gets it. He gets it. Over! A quad for the guy who loves fish.
Well, he's gone fishing and he's found all 4. What a play from Fisho Guy. Clutches up. Only a fraction of HP remaining. Had to pull out the pistol. What a play. They stalled out a little bit of time towards the end. I thought it was probably going to be Sage, the one to step up in the moment, but he was slain. Fisho Guy, definitely not a player that we look at typically in OS to be one to frag out big, but he can play that ankle roll really well. And that's a big result for Bliss.
That's the first time in this series of almost clutches, almost misses, almost hero moments. One has actually come together. The haunting 1 versus 3s that were so close on the first map by Oda twice in a row that sort of led to the downfall on Club. That has been broken a bit here when it needs to be broken more than ever. Fisho Guy goes from 1 kill to 5, suddenly finds himself up and amongst his teammates in performance and can get a bout of confidence. A confidence that FaZe wanted to...
Fisho Guy își pierduse destul de mult din confidență. Insane din partea lui Fisho Guy acolo, a avut un kill, a făcut clutch 1v4. E insane băiatul cât de mult a fost afectat mental astăzi și cumva s-a văzut că nu a fost în apele lui sau că nu a fost ziua lui cea mai bună, dar și-a regăsit vibe-ul, și-a regăsit locul fericit, the happy spot, și a reușit să facă un clutch, să-l pună înapoi pe lista de fragări. Are 5-7, se joacă Clash în momentul de față. Să nu uităm să menționăm că cei de la Bliss sunt un entry nou în branch-ul de SI 2024. Știu că versus una dintre cele mai bune echipe sau fostă cea mai bună echipă din SI versus FaZe Clan.
Meat is probably not the word that I would use. It's an interesting descriptor.
It's a thin cut. It's salami, baby. And you want the rump steak. Fisher guy will have that important thing. We often actually talk about shields, and you know, you talked about this with Tim Earsakai, right? For what words you can understand from him is you're putting someone into this position where they don't have that gun. They have to have a little bit more of like a less active but also proactive role of trying to keep that front line put together. Cyber, as the Buck has sort of pinged it out and played the place of that position, he is thirsting for this first engagement. Do remember that in the previous round, the one that Bliss got, there was a team kill as well. So there is a ferocity here of FaZe to sort of say that was a blip on our radar and we are about to smash through your kitchen.
Yeah, so I think Fisher is going to play side to try and draw in this attack and then feed information as to what FaZe are looking to execute upon.
Don't drone hole. Please don't get them through the drone hole. I'm having a premonition. And they obviously don't know how much they're droned. There's one single sort of window as the quick hop in. They're getting the full eyes on the players. This is how FaZe does it, by the way. We get the great taste of how come FaZe can suddenly just go from 5 seconds, they've killed 3 people in different places. This is why. And this is what they've battled against as they get themselves on the upside down Aussie Repel. It's actually called an Aussie Repel.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. In the documents of the game designs, this is called an Aussie Repel.
Wow.
I know.
I never knew that.
Really?
Yeah, fun fact.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Aussie Repel. Insane. Nu știam de asta.
Puts the shield on his back and turns around to survive the next engagement. So it's a 3-on-3.
Insane din partea celor de la Bliss. FaZe Clan din nou cu un avantaj.
The Clash is getting aggro. He's trying to just do some damage onto Handy here. Sage gets souls on the hop in.
2v2, 2v2. Fisher guy cu shield-ul și-a revenit. Și 1v2. Și Team Bliss cu încă o rundă egalează 5-5.
5 apiece. Both teams have used their timeout. All we have ahead of us is Siege.
Well, the Clash, they're definitely providing value for Fish and the team. Not only did the shield flipped onto the back actually allow him to survive what was all but a certain death, but then also stalling out that push. And Sage, with that information, the yellow pings, the calls coming from the team, did his job in supporting the rest of the roster, shut down that fault. Then here in the 2 versus 2, able to find the down onto Handy, and Vidaking, unfortunately, not a whole lot he could do in that position. So Bliss flexing their muscles on Kitchen, and as you can see, fired up at the moment.
Vamos. Probably in both comms at this point. FaZe, again, you know, you lose the round after a timeout. It makes things a bit shaky. They went for one of their collapses there, and it was working until a plucky play. Another, I'm not going to say it was a clutch back-to-back, but definitely an against the grain hold here. We return to a site that has proven troublesome for both teams. And at this point, obviously, if Bliss can get this on, then they're sitting on that point, they're sitting on series point. This is their best place to try and get themselves concerned here. If FaZe win this out, you probably have them taking the map, just because of how this site has fallen throughout this series so far.
Well, Hardbridge hasn't typically had a big influence on how the rounds played out. Generally speaking, the attacking side has not had too many issues in opening up the main walls. Assuming we'll see this once again. Double hard breach. Not the thermite on this occasion, though. It will be replaced by the Habana of Souls. EMP to come through. And I don't think Bliss are directly contesting this at all.
No, they're sort of letting them take it a bit. Wettables is doing the best he can to keep it safe on the other side. The top of blue smoked off. You assume Fisher is calling this all to the rest of the team, and he's trying to find his way out, but also wants to try and stop anything on the way in. More flashes, more blinds. They swing in. One more smoke canister will stop them moving in directly behind it. They're more than ready, but how much utility on a single push. Oda finds a fight. Sage loses one, but Oda
Primul kill pentru FaZe și Saiga la kill s-a făcut trade-urile. Este un 4v3. Vita King este down. Și de la FaZe nu duc foarte bine. 3v3 din nou. 3v2. Actually un 2v2 pentru că unul cu echipier down, dar s-ar putea ca Fisher Guy să-și ia revive. 3v1, 3v1. S-ar putea ca FaZe să ia runda. Handy în electric. Ambii jucători în electric. Nu runda asta. Insane și FaZe Clan conduce cu 6-5.
So much utility dumped over towards that top blue position. FaZe trying to brute force it with the Ying. Fisher, to his credit, did a great job in denying that initial push. Unfortunately, though, then falls. In the meantime, the sneak over towards the garage rafters position from Cyber had the potential to really dislodge that defense, and he was probably a little bit unlucky to not get rewarded for that position as much as he ultimately did. But FaZe just able to chip away, find a couple of unanswered picks. And they're the kind of team that...
Și să bloca stream-ul lor. Din nou. Twitch servers pe România merg atât de bine încât se blochează. Nu ai idee de ce seamănă cu laser beam.
Cyber has played, how many SIs they've been to, and for the fact that it's the first one all these Aussies have been to, it's also the first one Handy has been at as well. So he is experiencing all that pressure a very similar way.
5 seconds to go.
FaZe. One round now separates them from looking in this series and confirmation in playoffs. Not upper or lower bracket, but they will at least get themselves a safe enough distance to stave off being the team eliminated from this group.
Yeah, certainly pressure and expectation on FaZe at this event, given their standing overall. Second heading into the event. Trailing by a decent margin to W7M, of course, but that's not too unexpected.
Mie nu mi se blochează stream-ul. Lor îi se blochează. Vipon și nu cred că mai este aici. A zis bărâbul la un moment dat. Mulțumesc, Matei. Nu mănânc mâncare, mănâncă niște snacks-uri. Ronțăi ceva. Cât privesc meciul legendar dintre Team Bliss și FaZe Clan. E al 5-lea, dacă nu mă înșel, al 6-lea SI la care participă cei de la FaZe Clan. OGs, cum ziceam, OGs.
Brendo stationed down below on the mirror. I suppose looking to lean heavily into the Nitro cell, as well as the ability of the shotgun to create vertical lines of sight and playmaking opportunities to deny the plant. But FaZe often haven't really looked like they want to get that plant down, instead flooding sight, finding picks, trading kills, and eventually winning out the round in that way. Minute 30 then. Brendo looking to lock it down. Bitter King applying a little bit of pressure as an EMP comes forth from the Thatcher to deal with, again, additional pieces of utility elsewhere. Brendo traded. FaZe with the advantage for now.
Sage is finding a fight outside the IT breach either side. There's a couple of players on their shoulders, but they want to make sure the site isn't entirely swapped through. Hot pinged. They're sort of saying the statement, we know you're here. They know they're here as well. Cyber, he locks in one. Doesn't get the second with the pistol. 2 versus 3. With 50 seconds left, and the 2 remaining players, Oda and Sage, have everything to play for to keep them in this fight, to keep them going. Now it is just stage. Another 1 versus 3. We have been here many times before. We've lost it most of them. Vidaking's stuck, but it's a post-plant situation.
1v3 și FaZe câștigă. FaZe câștigă harta, ultima hartă decisivă pe Night Haven Labs și mergem mai departe.
Da, deci oficial Bliss a ieșit din competiție, nu mai are cum să se califice.
That game was a lot closer than I think everybody expected.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit of a nail biter for FaZe, but they can find comfort that they will see themselves into that bracket. Again,
dacă vreți să rămânem pentru interviu, dacă nu vom da switch pe scena B, să vedem meciul dintre Dark Zero și Fear X. Cred că asta ar trebui să facem. Este harta 1, 0-0. Avem pe ENG, pe Warden, pe Pambazau, pe Mira, Canadian pe Solis, Nafe pe Aruni și Biulo cu Wamai. Iar băieții de Felix cu Ace, Monty, again, Buck, Gridlock și ENG.
For me, it feels more like getting everything around that execute is going to be the focus, so a slow start but a fast end from FearX.
A lot of value sitting in the basement floor skyscraper right now from FearX. We got like 3 bodies around this area. One outside, a couple in here towards barbecue. It's going to be Good Boy that takes out Canadian first as they're trying their damnedest to clear out these roamers. The operator list dictating that they'd really want to try and take things from Black Stairs / that balcony over on the far end of the site, but they're trying to concern themselves with what Dark Zero is doing down low as of right now, and at least to start.
Canadian prins de bug într-un off angle și pierde avantajul cei de la Dark Zero. Îl pierd pe Canadian ca și roamer.
Oh, hey, I see you, impacting the floor, spray it through, and that diffuses down again, and you just end up in hot water. The Monty, of course, not able to put that shield downwards, so it's of no use there.
Absolutely, and Canadian, one of the best in the biz when it comes to that. As we all know, he's a big fan of Pulse and Solus by proxy. So, looks like FearX does want to try and make that adjustment now after they got that pick. Solus down, won't have to worry about any of that verticality coming through.
It's very slow and controlled so far, right? Like, I'm looking on we've got a second screen. We are blessed as cast as we get a top-down view on the left-hand side. And 8 players in the server have not moved for about 15 seconds. Yes. Because Dark Zero are like, okay, are you guys going to do anything with this 5v4, or are you going to keep just standing still and then deciding what to do next? Like, we've got to see them get some momentum going, and the problem is, FearX have a history in this competition of throwing 5v3s, even 5v2s, or even in general, man advantage situations, so even when they get ahead, I still find it hard to get excited about them closing out a round.
Oh man, look at this setup right here, Derry. They've opened up the entirety of T, opened up the entirety of Karaoke. This is going to make it really difficult for Arkaze to try and find a place to place this case. Mephi's going to be able to at least find one onto Bo over here. Gets a second one, almost a third on the transfer. This case is going down inside of T as well. Arkaze should be able to secure this. It's NJR and Pam doing the 2 versus 3.
That's clever as well. They've got right inside of sight and just gone off to the spot that's a little bit covered out here by Gold and managed to get it down. The Monty's up, but how has he given that one away? You've got a Monty and a man advantage. He's the strongest thing going at that point. But instead brought down to a 2 versus 2. I've got trauma from their previous games at this point. It feels like it could still yet go against them. 15 seconds for Dark Zero to recover this one. Out, up the stairs they come. Rim finds another. It feels like they're going to start strong here, but NGR finds one. Won't have time, I think, to get the kill and the defuse down. Good boy, just got to hold and wait, hold and wait.
Hold and wait.
A couple of seconds. Now makes his move.
Și
Gets the close. It's close, but FearX take round
FearX ia runda 1.
Well done from FearX. Their offenses
Un pic out of position din partea celor de la Dark Zero. Să ținem cont că Bulo nu a mai jucat în official tournaments de 6 luni. De mai bine de 6 luni.
quite a scary circumstance.
For me, it wasn't even just that. That was absolutely great, and I agree with you there. But for me, that's the kind of play you wouldn't see
Chat,
coming
cine
out of
credeți că o să
some
ajungă
Raptors historically.
în finală so far? Sau pe cine veți favori din ce meciuri am prezentat până acum? We're kinda vibing pentru cei de la Dark Zero sau pentru cei de la G2. Totodată nu m-aș mira să văd o finală cu FaZe Clan.
It's progress, it's not yet really generating results, but we are seeing a better FearX turn up than what we've had at the two majors and many events before that.
Dar colegul meu minunat comentator, pe cine crezi că o să avem în finală so far?
Able to take down two. Almost got that third on the mirror.
Oh, if it had flicked onto the head of the mirror as well, I'd have been like, mate.
You and I would have stood up immediately and been like, okay, all right, FearX.
So that's the game we're playing today.
Indeed. Wrong day for me to wear the jacket, maybe.
You'll be taking that off in a few rounds, just like slowly, like, yeah, what jacket? That's sorry, huh? Gifted merch? No, I don't know what you're on about. No.
No idea. Don't even know who these guys are, actually.
Avem primul ban din partea celor de la Dark Zero, Doca.
Good boy's gonna work his way in down low. Love this here. We got the skeleton.
I auzit?
Mamă, ce late ești tu, ce delay.
And obviously, by proxy, going to apply a lot of pressure to Dark Zero's setup.
Big way of doing it now. You haven't got vertical nades in the game anymore.
Man,
a început deja.
Da. Te întrebam pe cine crezi că o să avem în finală. Tu vei avem primul ban, în Doca.
Da, scuze, eu mă uit pe altceva.
Ziceam că am vedea un G2 în finală sau chiar băieții din FaZe Clan.
Bă, sincer, o echipă pe care o văd în finala 99% este G2. Momentan nu pot să zic că am văzut altă echipă care să joace cum joacă G2 și să fiu sigur 100% de aia că va ajunge în finală.
Oricum cei de la G2 au un impact foarte mare, nu au pierdut un match până acum. Sincer, cred că G2 sunt echipa favorită.
Nici Sonics n-a pierdut niciun match.
Să avem o finală dintre cei de la Sonics și G2 ar fi interesant.
Și nici Wolves n-a pierdut niciun match.
SI-ul ăsta o să fie interesant. This is gonna be an interesting SI.
În cele 4 grupe sunt 3 echipe care n-au pierdut niciun match, ceea ce o să fie foarte interesant. Dacă sunt cel mai probabil în semifinale sau în următoarele runde, 2 dintre aceste echipe se vor întâlni.
Play-off-urile vor fi chiar interesante și o să vedem niște meciuri foarte puternice. Este 3 vs 1, Canadian cu un shotgun își câștigă din nou renumele de IGL.
FearX do the most work they can down the stairs, but nobody really giving them a look until Rin kind of puts their face in a place that it doesn't really belong. They've able to dislodge that accordingly, and a beautiful round built off the back of that. I also love the fact that Canadian played that smoke so patiently. He didn't get overly aggressive. He wanted to see if they wanted to try and swing in through terrace, but instead just plays that edge right there, waits for it to display.
Naive cu nasty kill. Și Bilo cu final kill-ul foarte bine jucat. Foarte bună poziționarea lui Bilo pe hartă. Avem pe Naive cu Warden, Canadian din nou cu Solis. Foarte mult Solis se joacă Canadian. NGR cu shotgun-ul lui.
That round there was about vertical control from below and getting rid of the Evil Eyes, trying to move a couple of defenders around, and then a kind of all-in flood executes. So right now it feels predictable for Dark Zero. It doesn't feel like they can't control the situation. How that may change as we go back over towards Bar and to the west side of the map, down into Barbecue and Kitchen. That's anyone's guess, but a one-on-one.
Un site pre default.
Oh, and the Supernova out as well here for Mephi. Fox and I were talking a little bit earlier on, and he was talking about how he was
O să
surprised that we
joci
weren't seeing
extend în
as much
Geisha.
of the supernova just because the shotgun is
Cred că o să dea
really
reinforce în Geisha.
it's right
Nu,
up
nu,
there
și-au
with
făcut
590.
rotate.
Now, I obviously haven't put that feather in my cap in some time, but I trust his judgment.
Very reasonable. Very reasonable. Arakazi being on the blitz as well. We spoke about this a lot throughout this competition.
Cei de la Phoenix
All about
dronează.
pace. When teams are trying to hit fast and hit hard.
Și avem un pic de blitz din partea celor de la Fury X. Foarte interesant picul.
Un combo de blitz cu sledge.
Urmat de Zofia. Și ENG iar pierde fight-ul. Aruni, Hamaru îi sare în spate, Biolo pe Aruni moare.
Tolez încearcă să facă contrapicul.
Și Canadian cu double kill, insane.
He's the oldest man in the lobby, and he's got case control. Oh no!
Avem o situație de 3
How
versus
can he
2.
get away with this? Good boy stepping forward. He's got to watch out to the left. The angle is being held. His life in danger. Canadian must know that there can be pressure coming in from above. And Rin steps round, wins versus the old man.
Canadian pierde protectul la diffuser și din nou Fury X are control pe diffuser.
And it comes down to a 2v2 or 1v1, and there's still half a round to play.
It's so beautiful, man. Especially, you know, from the Siege of old, where it was like, all right, well, we're not really gonna have any action until like 45 seconds.
2 versus 2.
We're gonna work utility. We're gonna do this.
2 versus 2. Canadian a făcut un play foarte, foarte frumos acolo. Un double kill pe Arukazi și pe Mefi. Se încearcă un plant.
Rin has managed to sneak that one away underneath the noses of both these players. Gets a second
2v1, un 2v1. S-ar putea ca Pambazau să salveze runda.
Well, Pambazoo, a chance, but very minute one here. Very low.
Pambazoo se încearcă un vertical play din partea celor de la Fury X și Fury X ia runda. N-avea ce să facă decât să-i dea stick. Erau două unghiuri din care putea să moară, chiar 3 dacă îi se făcea contest în scări.
They've done it again. They've let a round slip through their fingers. But fair and full credit to Rin. Really fought to bring it back, and I felt the last 2 players left alive there just played that to perfection. Really kind of kept it as a constant 1v1 for Rin. Got the plant down, played vertical, didn't get baited in by Pambazoo running past in the hallway, for example. The days of old, you may not have seen that from this team. So again,
cei din Targ Zero au pierdut controlul rundei. Aveau control destul de mare, aveau difuzorul, aveau advantage în număr, dar din nou au pierdut controlul și runda. NGR cu Warden. Bulo s-a întors pe picul lui de Wamai. Pambazau cu Mira. Canadian din nou cu Solis și Nafe cu Aruni. Și din partea celor de la Fury X avem ENG, Ace, Blitz, Zofia și Osa.
Iar se încearcă un play de blitz, dar de data asta cred că o să joace cu Zofia.
Don't let them play their game. Be willing to get up in their faces. We haven't really seen them do that. Even this round here, Canadian's going to be the only player I'd expect to see running around off site and trying to cause a little bit of chaos. There is like a extended hold as a group of 3 out towards the east right now, but Canadian's the only one playing on the vertical downstairs, and I imagine Papa and Nath
sorry, Pamba and Bola will both fall back towards site at some point as this round progresses. So the
Pușează
Fear X,
Geisha.
not too much to worry about them getting tripped up.
Un pushing Geisha foarte agresiv din partea de la FRX. Blitz deja a luat controlul Geisha cu Osa. Joacă la double shield.
There's 4 players from every DZ player is the other side of the map, and they don't know, but they have got full coverage of this west side.
They do have the mirror setup again, so they're going back to that similar strategy that we saw before, but this is where we saw that explosive play
Este
come out
nevoie
from
de
Matthew, where he got a
aici
swath of kills over inside of Drum.
pentru a face break la acel reinforce.
Utilize that repel to his fullest advantage, but you still have to worry about Canadian down low. This is the thing that they crossed off earlier in that first round, where they went downstairs, executed Canadian, and then decided to bring things back up top, try and figure out that mirror setup, got that plant inside of T. So they're really going to have to try and concern themselves with this.
Solis joacă underside.
Far enough ahead, and it seems like they have with Rin now in kitchen.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of the Solus underneath. They know that he's down here somewhere. It's going to be a shot in the back. Canadian twice playing in this position.
Și Canadian, făcând aceeași greșeală, să joace în aceeași poziție și pierde avantajul. 3v3, cele dar FRX s-a plantat. Greșeală celor de Dark Zero că au lăsat site-ul open. 1v3. Fapt 2v3. Din nou greșeală celor Dark Zero că au lăsat site-ul open și n-au ținut unghiurile în site.
Nu s-a făcut deloc contest la acel plant.
Și Rin cu kill-ul pe Mira. Un unghi foarte, foarte agresiv din partea lui Rin, care a adus victoria. Greșeala celor de la Dark Zero pentru lipsa de coordonare și inexistența pe site. Nu s-a pus contest pe site, erau în partea opusă, s-au lăsat ca cei de la FRX să ia control la gate și să planteze foarte rapid în site.
He literally walked in front of the mirror window like, hello, planted in the corner of the room, and then that was it. And this round, they very simply opened up the geisha box wall, got the Oscar inside, planted it down again, looked at the mirror and gone, hello, and then also controlled that space of themselves because both sides are already wide open. So both times, FRX have brought along a different but equally successful solution. And Dark Zero are probably thinking, well, that strat is not working. We know these guys now love Blitz, they love Osa, they love Monty. There are lots of shields.
Un tactical timeout pentru cele Dark Zero. De asemenea și
1v1 or 2v1 onto Canadian out on the roam on the Solus. We can't just sit still. We need to get.
Ne întoarcem la replay-uri. Rin foarte bun, foarte bine poziționat acolo. Deși sunt mare fan Dark Zero, mi se pare că joacă foarte haotic și că nu mai se mai pot coordona față de ziua de ieri când a mers bine pentru ei. Canadian s-a mutat pe mute de la picul lui de Solis se mută pe mute. L-avem pe NGR, pe Maestro, Pambazau pe Legion, Nafe pe Warden și Bulo din nou pe Wamai.
Again, there needs to be a little bit more coming out here, and immediately I actually quite like the response. 3 sets of impacts coming out because they're expecting to see shields again, but this is where FRX, Zig, while Dark Zero.
FRX și-a pregătit defensiva, și-a pregătit ofensiva, ce? Dyslexic.
Cum ai făcut?
FRX cu double counter utility cu Twitch și cu Brava. Ash la fel. Rin s-ar putea să-l știe pe Babazau. Pan Bazau. Aproape.
Avem prima bătătă, cred că o să avem primul kill.
If nothing else, that is one thing that's probably working in Dark Zero's favor is we haven't seen FRX be particularly quick. Nafe has found himself a lovely little angle out here, right through in towards Geisha and has put Mephi down. Not out.
Mephi down în Geisha. S-ar putea să fie ajutat de coechipierii săi. L-avem pe
Tell you what, Rin is the Canadian hunter.
Yes, he is.
Demic în rapel. S-ar putea ca Demic să facă push în Geisha. Ash down below. Punând presiune.
Oare Sledge o să-l găsească pe mute și o să-l...
S-ar putea ca Canadian să-și dea poziția de gol să fie prins în fight și Canadian cu pump-ul în față. Și Canadian cu double kill. Canadian cu double kill insane.
Insane?
Insane.
This is insane.
Inslay.
It's not quite like hyperactive play out in the map and
slaying
really
people.
Trip VRX up. They had a yellow ping on him. They had the Ash downstairs. They essentially had 2, if not 3 players isolating one man.
Canadian triple kill.
Tell you what, who needs rifles anymore? Let's just run shotguns. It feels like it's a new way to play.
Most definitely. Would you believe that that thing is actually pellet-based and not a slug?
Și Canadian quad kill. Canadian quad kill. Doamnelor și domnilor, Canadian a izolat fiecare fight și a reușit să ia runda. Almost acing it. Dacă Nave nu avea acel down în Geisha, s-ar putea că această rundă să fie arătat altfel.
And really, Fox there, I think, has shown some of that weakness we've seen throughout the tournament. They didn't really have.
Rin cred că acolo s-a grăbit puțin.
They had pressure below. They had a player swinging in, but it wasn't quite all done.
Greșeala lui Mephi a fost că a dat conteste la Geisha și a pierdut fight-ul împotriva lui Nave, care a jucat Warden. L-a citit că va face push în Geisha, a văzut smoke-ul și a profitat de această ocazie.
And Pamba Mine, legit. That was what saved Canadian there and got the rest of the kills rolling as well. So 2 really early moments led to what we saw. Going into our last defensive round, we're going to have to face off once again against Arakaze's shield.
La drums.
Coming along from Mephi, which for me once more screams very.
NGR pe smoke.
We got NJR now on the smoke as well, so we can try and
Canadian iar mute.
We also brought Pambazu again on the leash.
Biolo cu Aroni, Biolo nu a avut impact acest match. Se pare că pauza nu i-a prins bine lui Biolo. Rin pe Ash.
In fact, Canadian and Pamba are once again roaming out towards that side of the map. It's not Canadian playing the solo stuff by himself anymore. He's got friends.
Most definitely.
Să avem un push pe geam.
Try and play things out.
Din partea lui Ash, poate.
Horizontally on the top floor, not so much verticality working its way in, but that also dictates that Fear X is going to
Good boy, un push în bedroom, o să dea contest la scările către Samurai. Zici Samurai.
Canadian îl așteaptă.
The main thing is here, folks, is if they take their time on this, this could be a pretty big issue. DZ does have a little bit of pressure building up right now from a handful of different angles, but Fear X do not want to hop in this building.
Yeah, probably get locked into that bolt animation as well if you can make use of Arakaze's hard breach.
Demic aproape că moare în acel trade. Este half HP. Canadian și-a trade, din păcate Good Boy găsește pe Canadian și și-a revanșa.
Yeah, Canadian with an ill-advised swing there on the house stairs, and will get gunned down immediately by the C8. Well done there from Good Boy.
Dar nu pușează scările din Samurai. Canadian, Good Ball.
There's so much utility that's usually built up inside of T as well as Drum. Whether it be deployable shields, Jaegers, whatever the defense has to muster, they will toss it over on this end, just like this laser gate right here. They're going to burn that, try and get Arakaze to assist. As you can see, it's even down the little things that delay here, and Pambazu is going to continue to add to the pile.
Drums?
Yes, just trying to slowly work their way through, but pace is starting to become a little bit of a... In fact, they've already backed out hard. I thought they'd hold it at least a little bit longer here. Imagine because they're expecting some form of shrine control coming in from Rin, that they thought it's not really a safe place for us to be. So they can see the ground here with about a minute left on the clock. I think if they'd held it for maybe 20 seconds more, Fear X would have been forced to start making some mistakes.
Și de la Felix în avantaj.
Ce de la Felix în avantaj de un jucător, dar totodată nimeni nu știe pe Nafe în Geisha, aparent.
Da, dar se va face un push geisha cel mai probabil. Da, Monting geisha. Îl găsește pe Nafe. Își dă drop.
Un 3v3. Bulo cu al doilea kill al meciului. Se încearcă un plant. Good boy cu flasher încercând să dea cover la Monty.
Monty is a lurker.
Bulo cu un pic foarte agresiv.
And Bo get him from behind. Dark Zero at a bare minimum will at least be able to equalize before switching
Bulo
sides.
dare.
I think if you told me
Și
that Phoenix would take the free
Dark
attacking
Zero
rounds
ia
on
runda.
Skyscraper against Easy, I'd have been like,
S-ar putea ca cele de Dark Zero să facă un egal.
Brilliant. Admittedly, Dark Zero have recovered well after that tack timeout. They were down 3-1. They've gone on to win those last couple of rounds. It's looked far better for them. That key change
Uite mă că le-a dat voie cu doze.
Da, dar nu au voie să arate niciun brand din cauza promovării.
Really slowing down FearX. We saw the hole coming in. We saw them initially playing out towards
Rin cu Dark Zero background, singur cu Dark Zero background. Din se vede cu cine ține și Rin. Speră ca și ca virgulă colegii lui din Dark Zero să câștige.
I will say this, beggars can't be choosers, you know.
Interesant, nu s-a mai făcut rotate-ul din Geisha full rotate. S-a făcut un volt rotate ca să îi încurce pe cei de la FearX să mai pușeze cu Monty sau cu... Da, cu Monty, că Bliss poate să sară fără nicio problemă.
Avem un switch pe grima lui Canadian și un switch pe Ash din partea lui Bulo. Nu mai avem niciun shield în Dark Zero. NGR cu Termite, Bambazau cu Ying și Nafe pe Nomad.
Publicitate!
Nu avem publicitate.
Ba da, avem.
Tu!
De ce am publicitate?
Că n-ai sub.
De ce trebuie să dau sub ca să n-am publicitate?
Pentru că Twitch.
It's like that nerf never really happened.
PlayStation.
Yeah, a little bit of team synergy it seems like there as well. Maybe a little assistance while you're putting
Avem
that
pe
battery
Ink
down.
care pushează în
It's like using a Thatcher EMP
bar.
and a breach in charge, for example. And we saw someone mess it up the other day, and it was like, oh dear, pain.
Yeah, that's always the hard ones, isn't it? Especially after, you know, whether it be the hard breach has been burned or what have you, then everybody just stares at each other like, well, what do we do now?
NGR în rapel, îl căuta pe Good Boy.
Dar nu se arată.
Zero's gonna try and wrap themselves around this top site. We've already got somebody on the west.
A luat o poziție pasivă, așteptăm să pușeze. Se face kill-ul și refrag-ul.
Un push foarte agresiv din partea celor de la FearX acolo. I-a dat raid-ului Demic pentru un kill. Bambazau pierde fight-ul. Good Boy reușește să dea un wallbang. Headshot. Good Boy lui ia și pe Bulo, îl prinde într-un angle.
Oh man, the instant down is what gets me at those ranges. It's like
Cu acel run out.
like I guess she's a 3 armor, but my god, or rather 3 speed. But geez, so crazy sometimes.
Canadian îl caută pe Good Boy, dar aparent nu-l mai găsește pentru că s-a rotit.
But you've lost all your tools to get the job done, it feels here as well. I don't think they even got Geisha opened up, so it's not going to be a threat for FearX. Instead, they'll have to play in through the double window. And that's even with 2 exothermics left in back pocket. Just no way of getting these crucial walls opened up, even with 2 rounds
s-a găsit cu
NG are un push slow. Backup din partea lui Canadian. Canadian încearcă să vadă info, să caute niște unghiuri, să-și caute fight-urile, să izoleze cât de bine în spate fight-urile. Canadian se rotește pe balcon. S-a întors în grădire, dă drop. Merge la restaurant stairs. Nu va la restaurant stairs aparent.
Mai au 15 secunde.
The influence comes in. It's such a perfect time from Ren. be able to get the big kill. Canadian knows where one is, sees one hop outside, but he's
Și
dead
Canadian
to
triple
rights.
picked din
Good
toate
boy
părțile.
being able to take him down. And
Pierde,
once again, we have
pierde
a
și de la
five
Dark Zero
Aia
runda.
taking the lead.
nu mai aveau nicio
At
șansă.
what point are you allowed to start getting excited about a Korean team doing well?
When they win this first map, that's when we're allowed to go over the moon
I feel
about
like there's
this.
tiers to this. Like there's Bliss who like get dangerously close to winning maps time and time again, and then just let it slip at the very end. They won one earlier, so fair play to them. Then kind of the tier below them, there's D Plus and Fear X, which just feels can't buy a round, let alone an actual map. And then the rest of the tournament are people who could take maps away from each other. But at least here, it's again good to see them playing the way that they are. Is it going to be enough to close things out entirely against DZ? Here, maybe, because DZ have already taken their tack time out, let's not forget as well. They don't get a second chance to try and figure things out here. It's going to have to be done on the fly, and if anyone's capable enough to do that, it's going to be Canadian, it's going to be Nave coming up with those ideas together.
Absolutely. They will be left to their own devices, but that doesn't mean that's a bad thing at all. I mean, both of these players amazing in their own regards. Nafe adding a lot of spice to Dark Zero, I would say. I've gotten to see a couple of their games so far at the tournament. Obviously, the first one casting here with Nave, but this has honestly been
aș fi luat un
skyscraper map that we're seeing right now.
Castle
They have looked
aici.
so stellar across the
Canadian pe bac.
especially for Bo. I mean, Bo hasn't played
Am
Aș fi
bazat cu
blocat
quite some time,
de
and,
tot
he's at least still got the
Gheisha
legs
și aș
under
fi
him. Wait till he
făcut
actually starts
footballs.
getting hot.
Exactly that. A little bit of time to warm up.
Din nou Biolo cu Ash, Nave pe Grim, Canadian Buck, Bambazau Ying și NGR cu Lion. Picul lui Memphis de Phoenix ar putea să le câștige încă o rundă pe celor de la Felix.
Iar se încearcă un push în Samurai.
S-ar putea ca Biolo să fie prins în droning again și să-și ia shotgun.
Out towards at least the middle to right-hand side.
Maybe he's going to be playing this mirror window. Arkaze.
It's like, woo, I'm here, it's a ghost.
Somebody push me.
Prin run-out către...
Dark Zero.
Nici nu mă apucă să terminăm că Dark Zero a intrat foarte agresiv în site. Bambazau cu triple kill.
Amber party time, as we say in NA.
Now, good boys, that flank is just like.
Este o situație de 1v4.
I don't know where they are. They're shooting at me from the walls. This sucks. Like.
Dar nu este destul info ca Bandit să facă
I realized
ceva.
what he was doing. One, drawing attention, but two, also making sure that the alarm came up that, oh, enemies outside the building. Yes, because at the same time, you had Rin doing exactly the same thing on the north side, outside of the VIP hole that had been opened up, trying to get players that were on the display window. So again, just a cute little play that you would never normally see from this roster, 6 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Little thought behind things, especially when, it's something like that where you're just like, oh, why is this guy sitting outside? Then you get shot in the back by another person.
Yeah.
Outside, Terry. Things like that you just want to add into, your strategy book there, even if they're cheeky, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
4-4 here in between these two. Dark Zero, though, with a heck of a round that last time around. I really love the setup they had around the site, allowing Pambazoo to get very aggressive with those Candelas, opening up the floodgates practically for DZ to be able to take that one.
Și avem 4 egal. Dark Zero a luat 2 runde la rând. Încearcă să se distanțeze cumva de FRX, dar este un match foarte strâns. Avem din nou niște switch-uri. Pilo cu Buck, Nave se întoarce, se mută de pe Brava pe Capitao, Canadian pe Grim, Bambazoo cu Ying, din nou s-ar putea să avem o fază foarte agresivă din nou din partea lui Pambazoo și NGR cu Flores. Iar în FRX avem Memphis cu Fenrir, Rin, Warden, Good Boy cu Bandit, Arukaze cu Legion și Demic cu Mira.
Quite a lot on their defensive end, so make sure that FRX aren't doing the same.
For sure. And right now, it's a case of feeling out on the Dark Zero side exactly where they need to be pressuring. 2 players at the top side on Shrine Balcony, a couple playing out towards West, mainly in the downstairs, and then I think you've got Nate holding for the cuts inside of Shrine itself, hoping that someone's going to rotate back through there. And could potentially catch out Good Boy, who so far has got himself caught on this side of things. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen.
Aparent, Canadian are poftă de niște whisky, la cum și-a pus drona aceea.
Problem number 1 for Dark Zero to work their way through, but I see the
Și
walls
noi avem o poftă de whisky.
I think he and the players that are hanging around Shrine have got to be careful. In fact, they've brought a third player over. They're really hard holding out towards this west side and wanting to slow Dark Zero
Încercă un
down.
push
Canadian Restaurant Stairs urmează. Își caută unghiurile. Cred că și-a găsit push-ul pe care îl va face.
și pe Fenrir pentru Bambozu.
Bulo aproape că moare din...
Bine,
Mișa și Bulo, double kill. Bulo cu double kill-ul. L-a găsit pe Rin și pe Menfi, Bulo.
However, Olo has been the hero of the moment in that opening 90 seconds. 2 kills, taking out both players on Shrine by himself, and has opened up the map for Dark Zero. A man advantage, 70 seconds still to play. They can do this.
Most definitely. A lot at their disposal still here, especially in the secondary utility. And I believe that's what Canadian is waiting on right now. And yes, indeed. That's exactly what they need. Come on, boy.
Bring those EMPs, boy.
On over here. Let's get this impact down. Next step, can opener.
Straight in.
Yep, just like your grandmother's kitchen.
Opened up and that starts to put pressure in now. I mean, damn it, this is a dangerous spot to be in as well. Really trying to play right up close and just hoping.
Va încerca cumva Demic un push outside?
Să avem moral din partea lui Demic sau așteaptă un bait să dea un C4 pentru că încă are C4 Demic.
N-are nicio șansă de un push. Oh, dar face
un cu whiff-ul și Demic reușește al treilea kill al serii. Are ocazie cu un tight angle, s-ar putea să-l prindă pe Bulo într-un off angle și să-i termine killing spree-ul din această rundă.
Nu-l prinde. Dar îl prinde a doua oară și face double kill-ul, are ocazie.
Are ocazie, double kill și ia o rundă pentru FearX.
Oh man, FearX in a 4v3, they've got a minute to play, they're still going to lose the round. And I was optimistic for Dark Zero, it looked like they had the right sort of ideas coming together. Just couldn't quite get it over the finish line. Good boy in a great spot as well to win the 1 versus 1 despite being flashed. Here he was really scared of Arakaze off to his left, that's why he flicked in. I imagine Nate was making the call, look, Arakaze is trying to peek on me, be careful, because he has that cross angle through Drummond towards the door. So he couldn't like just full send down to the bottom of Drum and take the 1v1 on Good Boy. There was a limit to how far it could go, and that was exactly the moment when Good Boy chose to step out. If instead it wasn't a classic siege timing moment and he kept the angle locked onto Good Boy, a fair 50-50 in the 1 versus 1. Just, again, one of those things where timing has kind of bitten them, and Good Boy getting back to site safe made it a 3v3 rather than a 4v2.
Yeah, what a game Good Boy is having as well. 12-4-3 right now. And just as a reminder, folks, the only person on this team with a positive rating at all, and didn't even have a positive KD before we got into this game, was Arokaze, sitting at a flat 1.0, Derry, which is truly, truly insane. Especially when the next 3 follow-ups, Demic, Mephi, and Good Boy, all sat at a 0.9. Truly insane stuff.
Bulo se întoarce pe Ash. E ca... suit him better to actually play back, dar totodată l-am văzut excelând și pe Ash și pe back, pe Bulo.
Să vedem ce va face în această rundă. Good Boy așteaptă bar. Rin și cu Arakaze sunt în Geisha.
Sunt blocați în Geisha. Se încearcă un bandit trick din partea celor de la FearX.
Și cred că o să le iasă. Da.
I know there initially it was just like if you had the fuse already going, it would just explode right after. So you have to click it again.
If it expires, then it takes the full time. If it gets shot, I think it's a different conversation.
Gotcha.
I don't charge.
Understandable.
Now this one's still jammed. Come on, boys. we need a wall to get opened here. Like just one. It would be lovely.
And you can imagine how frustrating these little moments can be for Dark Zero as
well. Că nu reușește să spargă peretele
Încă era mute jammer în zona respectivă, n-au reușit să scoată mute jammerul, neavând EMP-uri.
We call them, yeah, speed bumps.
Okay, I was curious. I thought you guys might have a really stupid name for them.
No, we actually use them as speed ramps because nobody respects them, so... I like my car, so trust me. I abide. I adhere to the rules.
Yes, other things getting in their way. Then over half the round has gone through, and no one has died. I'd argue one of the more peaceful rounds that we've had in this game. May even find ourselves breaching into the last 60. And everyone still stands up standing, so it could be a very explosive end to the round. The key thing to note,
Ultimele 60 de secunde din match, nimeni n-a făcut nici un pic foarte agresiv.
EE1D's raining out. The Grim able to get involved too.
Cei de la Dark Zero joc foarte calm și foarte organizat. Încearcă să droneze și să găsească unghiurile necesare pentru a face kill-urile, iar cei de la Felix încearcă să tragă cât mai tare de timp. Good boy este descoperit în...
Nave cu primul kill al rundei. Bambazu cu candelaurile. Bambazu double kill și dă refrag lui. Nave Canadian cu primul kill al rundei. Partea Canadian cu plantul. Arukaze rămâne solo V3 și de poziție de gol cu acel pre-fire. Rotate engage din partea lui Arukaze.
Un player de la Dark Zero la Drums, unul la Dragon, iar unul este...
Drums. Dragon. Arukaze va trebui să facă push, să încerce să dea diffuse și este prins într-un off angle când nu este atent și Arukaze moare. Bambazu cu încă un triple kill.
Bambazu is required to get 3 kills for Dark Zero to win an offensive round right now. It's actually insane. And speaking of insane, I cannot imagine what that Dark Zero player was thinking when he got slapped off of Black Stairs right there.
While he was flashed as well. Yeah.
His hand is just right in his face and he just gets destroyed.
I mean, we'll see how flashy he was in a moment as well, mine. That was a freebie. This is the one that's a bit crazy, just like... Oh, we skip it. That's a shame. I would have loved to have seen exactly what his screen looked like in that moment, but ultimately, easy. Get it over the finish line. 5-5. We get to see all 12 rounds, and I feel like the game deserves it as well, because we've seen real good grits from Dark Zero, especially from Pamber, as you mentioned, Canadian as well.
Dark Zero cu Floresing, Capitao și...
back in the first half. VRX, brilliant first few attacks when they were up.
Și Biolo se mută pe Ash. Le avem ce din Felix cu Smoke, Bandit, Tubarao, Mira și Warden.
ENG se mută de pe Flores pe Nomad.
Biolo cu Ace. Încă este indecis ce vrea să joace. Cred că o să avem un pic de Ace din partea lui Biolo. Și NGR cu Nomad. Bambazu rămâne pe Ing. Canadian cu Capitao și Nave cu Grim. Nu ne vin, dacă nu ne vin, nu ne vin.
Să vedem cineva avem match point în următoarea rundă.
Te-auzi încet.
Să vedem cine va avea match point-ul la următoarea rundă.
Așa.
Back in my day, well, we're here for Dark Zero. They start building things up here on the balcony. They're not going to be bringing the shield in tow, and that's something that we see happen a lot.
Cred că cine Dark Zero să câștige, sunt ferm convins că ca o resursă necesară să câștige, l-avem pe Canadian. Nave pregătiți și cu NGR.
The main thing they've got to contend with is that smoke of Mephi playing on the other side, of course. Can drop that on the doorway at a moment's notice if he needs to run that clock down that little bit further and give his team time to react.
Rapel. Așteaptă push-ul celor...
Rin își dă singur damage cu acel C4. Bambazu pierde fight-ul din partea Mephi.
Bello și damage.
Canadian's got to hit him. He's got to hit him.
Yes, he does.
Mephi este descoperit pe scări. Mai așteaptă să intre cineva pe acel jump, să mai dea un pump shotgun.
Canadian îl găsește pe Mephi și se face refrag-ul.
Foarte greu acest refrag. Foarte greu. Mephi a tras foarte mult de timp pe scările acelea.
So a really good one-man isolation play coming out from Dark Zero, 4v4.
No more of those canisters in Arakaze's pocket as you are all dumped onto this door that Bo is facing right now. And the
He's down downstairs.
Down. No, yeah, Nate just went down and grabbed it.
Arukaze și-a o poziție să țină push-ul celor de la Dark Zero.
ENG cu double kill. Canadian double kill și Canadian triple kill.
Da, deci Dark Zero va avea match point-ul. Prima mapă va sta strict în mâinile lui Dark Zero.
Where you get so close and then things just crumble when it comes round to more pressurized end of game situations. They do finally taking their time out now. They're down 6-5.
Cum ziceam, Dark Zero are potențial foarte mare să ajungă în playoffs. Au unul dintre cei mai buni sau unul dintre cei mai buni jucători care a jucat Rainbow Six Siege la Pibiulo, fost campion mondial pentru cei de la TSM.
Timeout tehnic din partea celor de la...
Cred că Dark Zero... Nu, FearX a cerut un technical timeout.
Sau nu? Nu l-a cerut.
They didn't want shooting in the back by Mephi, so he had to be the first thing to be removed, but really it was the NGR backstab that unlocked
doar niște explicații din partea...
Explicații, cred că a fost explicat, da, adevărat, cred că a fost doar explicații din partea coachului și...
Și Rin iar cu bannerul de la Dark Zero, se vede că Rin ține cu Dark Zero. Dar în același timp Rin le-a făcut perii albi celor de la Dark Zero. Rin și cu Good Boy.
Dark Zero could still lose this map, but as of right now, I think that they are showing a high level of mental fortitude.
How good's your Ace of Pyrite impression?
We're about to find out here in about 2 minutes.
I'll leave
that one for you, I think. I'll leave that
partea
one
lui
for you.
Și avem în Dark Zero Zofia, Ing, Termite, Grim și Ash. Blue cu push agresiv.
Iar FearX joacă cu Fenrir, Warden, Mute, Legion și Mira.
The volume in the green room does increase exponentially when Lynx walks through the door. It is very quiet normally. He actually speaks at a normal volume. Lynx does not.
No. Ace is one of those guys, you get a microphone in front of him, then you're...
Cred că cei de la Dark X deja au găsit slăbiciunea celor de la FearX.
Bless his heart and soul. Now, a similar sort of setup coming in here from FearX and what we saw from Dark Zero previously, if you recall. It's that hold on the mirror window looking in towards both sides. Well, what would be
Fenrir și cu Mira joacă foarte avansați.
But it's holding that whole west side of the map, and the beauty of it is you don't have to commit play.
Bilo deja în site sau în apropierea site-ului așteaptă să prindă weak link-ul celor din FearX. A avut libertatea de a intra în clădire fără să fie prins de un roamer sau trapuri.
În momentul de față, cei de la FearX, aproape toți cei de la FearX sunt în site-uri.
key thing is right now is going to be down to the timing because there's a lot of utilities.
Să avem un push în Dragon din partea celor de la Dark Zero. S-ar putea să aibă control la Dragon sau să ia controlul camerei.
This could go awry. Even something as simple as a goo mine could thwart them in a proper gunfight and end up sending us into overtime. Pambazoo's going to get a nice drone
Legion. Acum este văzut Legion.
For themselves as they continue to traverse this map.
And ready for this as well. Canadian's got the exothermics, of course, but one of them's been left soft with a bit of the wall open out at the bottom, so they can impact out of it. Here they're going to try and stick it in on towards the west side, instead force their way through. Now Arakaze has got to move. Is anyone
Canadian încearcă să facă breach-ul
not, but he holds close, gets into a gunfight, not going to win it out and is forced.
și reușește. Arakaze îi dă deny la push.
Și good boy cu primul kill al rundei. Danny cu second kill. Rin îl prinde pe Canadian într-un off-angle. Bulo dă refrag. Și Rin îl prinde pe Bulo din nou într-un off-angle. Overtime.
I like it. That's all I got. That's it. I haven't done a British accent in some time, so apologies for my British friends. Please don't set me on a pyre. I don't know. Like
it's all good, man. You're slowly learning, like some news to the world. And
eu sincer cred că această rundă a fost câștigată de Rin.
I am
you and Tim have got something in common, and
it's not the baldness, thank God.
Yeah, I was saying in the
Ce de atracțiune este foarte mult în push-ul lor și în bridge-ul pe care încercau să-l facă.
And it is the weirdest crossover in the world.
Yeah, just a couple of things that I was saying. I just saw it in your eyes. You're just like, man, this is a weird dynamic.
Rin aparent este un fan foarte devotat pentru Dark Zero, având în vedere că are banner-ul pe absolut toți operatorii.
Cred că Dark Zero încearcă doar că Rin încearcă doar să-i satirizeze pe cei de Dark Zero și atunci bannerul este pus la buză.
What I found really interesting, when we went to the Atlanta Major and went to go and watch basketball, I think I told you about it there, it was like an assault of the senses.
Yes.
There's just so much going on at all times, like chants, the game is fast, like the entertainment during timeouts is mega. It was absolutely nuts. And obviously
Ok, avem un pic de IQ din partea lui Biolo.
Soccer's quite flowing, is the way that I think about it, right? So it's going to be a change of pace, to say the least.
I'm really hoping that down the line I'm able to go over to your neck of the woods.
Perfect pentru picul Lurin de Valkyr.
Go see Liverpool-Villa game, it'll be hilarious. Anyway, that's the soccer podcast done and dusted. We've got a round to cast.
There it is. Overtime here between Dark Zero and Fear X. Unfortunately, no, we still got a lot of this round remaining. It's going to be the drones out as of right
Good boy
now.
este spotat.
Good boy here over on the office side.
Yes, we spoke about this when Dark Zero on their defense actually.
Samurai.
Canadian would be the one roaming off by himself, normally on the Solus, and would eventually get pinched and punished by the side of Fear X. But now things have flipped. It's kind of time to see if Good Boy can slip the net, stay slippery enough while collecting drones, and hopefully a couple of scouts along the way to get himself back to site safely. And sure enough, has done just that. He's up through Shrine, he's drawn out drones, a bit of utility, good stuff, and Canadian is the first to fall. Ouch.
Well, it's going to be put on ice as well on top of Canadian. I don't know if they're exactly going to be able to get that off the wall yet. I was looking at the lineup, but I was like,
Canadian moare.
Solve this, so I'm more than likely going to be breached open. And yes, indeed, what a cheeky angle there from NJR as well on the Rebel.
It's pretty filthy.
Face breach-ul în Geisha.
Unfortunate not to, but for now at least, the Korean side stay in the lead halfway into that round. 5 versus 4. Missing a Grim, not the end of the world, although you definitely appreciate having it when you're trying to force players that are sat static in pretty difficult positions.
Și din Felix au ales să joace Capcan. Probabil că vor să le încetinească push-ul celor de la Dark Zero tot mai mult. Cred că asta o să le câștige runda de overtime și harta 1. S-a instalat un mic haos în Dark Zero. Canadian, unul din fraggerilor, a fost eliminat.
Rest and make sure that they're just adhering to the strategy. Dark Zero.
Da, dar încă l-au pe Pambazu și Nafe care ar putea să facă niște fraguri importante.
Make the right call alongside Nave. They have 50 seconds remaining to try and get something rolling here. Bo's spotting a lot of utility through the floor, specifically this Nitro cell that's awaiting Nafe's arrival.
Ultimele 40 de secunde din rundă.
Try and work themselves forward here, and that's where Bo's going to try and assist. Mephi trying to keep them at the gates. He's
Blue încearcă să pușeze stairs. Mephi face kill-ul.
Pambazur urmat de NGR cu încă 2 kill-uri pentru Dark Zero.
Arukazi încearcă să distrugă Candela, dar nu iese.
Un plan default sau un plant ar trebui încercat din partea celor de la Dark Zero și Bulo cu final kill pe Demic și Dark Zero ia harta. Dark Zero câștigă overtime-ul.
Dar nu poți să zici că cei de la FearX au avut șanse să câștige mapa aceasta, pentru că s-au ținut bine și i-au surprins pe cei de la Dark Zero.
Nu, continuă, meciul continuă, am uitat că trebuie diferență de 2 runde între cele două echipe.
Ia, avem site-ul de la Samurai.
Este all 15. 15 runde. M-a luat un pic hype-ul pentru cei de la Dark Zero și am crezut că au câștigat.
Dark Zero îl alege pe mute pe Fenrir, pe Valkyr, pe Warden și pe Bandit.
And I think Dark Zero really figured things out towards the end of that first half. They won the last 2 rounds, and the major change was rather than sending Canadian up on the solos to roam solo, they had him instead playing with Pamba. Pamba was normally on the Legion, here he's on the Fenrir, so they have made a couple of other changes in terms of what's being played, because let's not forget, Canadians' massive 3-4k in that round on the mute came off the back of that Gumon, letting him know that Rin had walked into the room, which he could just spin and get the kill.
Are ocazie cu Twitch, cel mai probabil o să folosească de drone să facă anti-intel.
Their lineup to me at least looks pretty standard. No shields, which is where they found most of their success in that first half.
Canadian hammers around for him. He'll be able to
Canadian
în
Geisha.
From Master's side.
Îl vede pe Buck, pe Good Boy.
Like we talked about earlier when Dark Zero was in a very similar circumstance on this site. You do have Canadian all the way over in Narnia in comparison to where the bottom.
Canadian cu dronele lui foarte picky. Pilo pe drone. Căutând info.
Canadian nu are drone, are camere.
Pe cameră, așa. Și Canadian pierde fight-ul împotriva lui Mephi.
Good one to find him, Mephi, stepping up to the plate there and removing him. All 5 alive still for FearX, but we were here last round and Dark Zero still went on to win.
Oh, those drone mechanics were pretty impressive from Arukaze, not gonna lie. Not every day you get to get excited about a drone play, right?
You take what you can get.
Exactly.
NGR pe scările de la Samurai.
Același băi din partea lui Good Boy.
That was a scary moment there for both parties respectively. NGR, very little damage dealt to him from that skeleton key, but Good Boy in turn taking quite a bit from that M590.
Well, we all know the SCS shotgun's the one, skeleton key, inferior.
Most definitely.
Not quite able to do enough damage. No, I did wonder for a second, I was like, well, they just kind of catch each other here.
Rin încearcă un push agresiv în Samurai, ține un unghi, nade pentru a scoate jucătorii din poziții.
Again, more stuff being taken away. We saw when it was Evil Eyes previously, those nades used to remove that here. It's more for the barbed wire, but 2 C4s in the back pocket of Nathan Bolo are what I'm looking at here.
Good Boy din nou cu skeleton key from below. Încearcă să caute poziții pentru a la un kill advantage.
Especially with these stuns pouring in, if they can get it in good timing. You can see that FearX really want to try and work their way in for the most part from Terrace and Office, with that stairwell really being the big issue here. That
și Bulo cu C4.
Dacă mai aștepta o secundă, lua 2 la preț de 1 acolo. Rin pushează site-ul și plantează.
A move here and Pamba goes down. And JR, once again, very low HP. Similar circumstances to what we'd seen before. It's Rin on a triple.
NGR cu un pixel headshot. NGR cu double kill și insane.
Shuts it down in overtime. DZ takes Skyscraper.
NGR literalmente 1 HP.
NGR insane, doamnelor și domnilor. NGR insane pentru Dark Zero încă o dată. A arătat cât de bine știe să joace și că stăpânește harta. 1-0. 1-0 Dark Zero.
NGR după ce a luat kill-urile a arătat că îi tremura mâna.
Hai, Dark Zero. Team DZ, Team DZ chat. Emoțiile pentru NGR. Frică de a nu da fail în clutch. Uitați că și noi nu ne putem controla emoțiile. Insane din partea jucătorului pentru Dark Zero.
Uneori emoțiile te fac să faci lucruri care sunt imposibile alteori.
Încă o dată, we're making history. We're being part of the history. Yeah. Insane.
Următoarea mapă Chalet, care a fost picul celor de la Dark Zero.
DZ au strategii foarte bune pe Chalet și cred că pot să câștige meciul fără probleme.
Da, cel mai probabil echipa FireX se baza pe faptul că are posibilitatea de a câștiga pe Skyscraper.
Misplay from D plus Kia and another advantage for Space Station. D plus Kia's drawn in just hasn't been good enough. Is the top and bottom of it. You've got 6 drones left. It's too late now, Courted. That's the honest answer.
Dar cei de la Dark Zero le-au dat planurile peste cap. Dar chiar și așa a fost un meci foarte echilibrat și foarte strâns.
A minute, over a minute and a half wasted for D plus Kia on these extensions and these roams from SSG. And sure, they have a 3v3 now, but they're just opening the hatch. They barely even have cafeteria control, and there are still players lurking.
Un minut. Și cred că ne vom muta pe Rainbow Six Siege și noi în glorie.
I'm not going to hold my breath that it will do. I guess we'll see. They're going to be heading, still looking to clear top floor. Let's not forget, this is a meeting site. Yes, they're trying to get the verticals. Yes, they're trying to ensure that they can get in there safely. But ultimately, D Plus not even really pushing themselves into a position to be able to put the diffuser down now. They're going to be heading in towards Kitchen. That's where they're looking for that final execute. Courted has it in hand. They've got the man above. There is the potential here, but Forest is just going to play the smoke game from deep. There's 10 seconds left to go.
Woogie Man, he knows somebody might be on freezer, whether it's droned or not. He's going to check the goo, reveals his position. The first gunfight doesn't work. Foltz gets the initial kill, and the trade's going D plus Kia's way. 1v2, but Hot and Cold's got the drop. Coded planting the diffuser. Do they can't quite get the angle on the ace. Just barely sees him at the last second. 0.5 seconds remaining in that diffuser, maybe even less. And that's what separated the 4-2 for D plus Kia. And now a 5-1 half instead for SSG.
Yeah, it's tough for D plus Kia because you look at it now, and I always say this about a 5-1 half. SSG move on to the attack, and they just need to find one site. They're not going to be happy with the 7-5, which is what it would end up if they can only win on one side. But ultimately, they just need to find one side that they can get those wins on, and they will, at some point, double it up and get those 2 wins that they need. And I just can't see D plus Kia holding on at the minute. SSG, it's not just been about attack versus defense. It's not just been about intel and droning. SSG are just a step ahead of the game at the minute. They're just playing more as a team, more cohesive, working with each other, baiting opportunities out for each other. Hot and Cold, great patience at the end there to ultimately find that diffuser, get it shut down. Great one there. I think we've just got a slight technical delay.
Dorim să mulțumim pe această gară sponsorilor noștri, Ubisoft, We are grateful because we end up here making history for Ubisoft and for the content creators that actually play Rainbow Six Siege and create content with it. I'm very glad and grateful I end up being here.
Really the only one from D plus Kia, though, who has, of course, been showing up on the scoreboard, but making the big plays.
And I'm looking forward to actually stream more and more Rainbow Six Siege and create content for Ubisoft.
Front and backline, aside from him, it's just not been there. You could at least sometimes say, all right, you know, maybe the droning is okay. Or
Hai să ne mutăm noi încet în meciurile noastre. Dar probabil că nu o să fie la fel de spectaculoase cum sunt cele din Pro League, dar we go for it.
Eu eram pe sculem bun, sincer să fiu.
Efficient use of that intel utility and showing just how important it is. I'd be very surprised to see SSG, for example, getting caught out twice on the flank from somebody on the top floor. I just don't think we'll be seeing that sort of thing happen. So as we get back into things, of course, D plus Kia, it's just that opportunity for them to have a reset. The technical timeout might not actually have come at the worst time, really, just to let them take the foot off the gas a little bit and just slow things down. Definitely not a bad time just to center yourself. Obviously, players can't talk during a tech pause. I translated that for you, by the way. What? The foot off the gas. I translated it for you so you'd understand. What's the British version? I didn't know it was. We'd probably say accelerator. Accelerator? Yeah, we have an accelerator pedal. You have a gas pedal. Well, one is significantly shorter to say. So in terms of like communicating it, my way's a lot better. I mean, it worked well. It did its job, I guess. It did. And you know what's funny? This doesn't have the same finesse. You say, I suppose it's not, it's too erudite for us Americans. Accelerator, polysyllabic, gas, mono. But also, I didn't even realize that you were translating it. You said foot off the gas, and you're like, I translated for you, and I was like, I have no idea what you could be referring to. Literally not a hint of a clue at what you could be. I see that you are drinking some tea, though, Carter. I am. I see that you decided you were getting involved with the Brits today. Let me take the tea back out, because now they're starting to get low. You've been drinking the entire brew, as we would call a cup of tea, with the tea machine. Is that okay?
Thank you for your report. 4 players led to sanction. Insane. Mulțumim încă o dată Ubisoft pentru și 2 pack-uri de esports cu albastră, skin-ul pe Ash, băștoare Insight și al doilea pack tot albastră, skin-ul pe Zofia, no summit to high. Hai să dăm niște mesaje să vedem dacă avem competitori în Siege. Dacă mai joacă cineva alături de noi.
Rank adjustment. Players you encountered in ranked matches have been identified as cheaters. Increased by 8 rank points. Thank you very much.
Chat, noi nu plecăm până la 9 seara. We're gonna be here with you.
Da, pe la 9 yes. Puțin mai devreme de 9.
Mai sunt 2 ore până la 9. O oră și ceva. Ce
faci? Am antrenament la basket și
ai antrenament la basket?
Da, și mă întorc până la 12.
oricum insane băieții Dark Zero, dar să jucăm și noi niște meciuri ar fi frumos.
Dacă ne strângem niște meciuri. Dacă ne strângem niște meciuri.
Păi ne vom strânge.
Doamne ajută!
Bă, dacă nu, well, I guess, ne încălzim super repede și continuăm niște ranked.
Nu joc cu 1v1.
Nu mă joci 1v1 cu mine?
Nu.
Păcat.
Te-am promis că nu mai joc cu 1v1 cu tine.
Te joci cu Matei?
Nu mai joc cu 1v1 în general.
Ți-am dat prea nestea seara?
Nu mai vreau să aud invitații de 1v1.
Trebuie să lucrăm prin mai mult la precision, aparent. Haide să jucăm niște meciuri frumoase alături de Matei să joacă rank. Încă încerc să facă Emeraldul. Încă.
Doamne ajută! Încă!
Hai cu mine.
Mi-e dor de Bumi, mă.
Ți-e dor de Bumi?
Da. Dar mi-a plăcut prea tare meciul ăla. De fapt, meciurile.
Au fost interesante, chiar au fost niște meciuri bune alături de băieții din KGB. Mă bucur că am avut alături în această călătorie minunată pe care am pornit-o către turnee. Că Bumi este și live acum, dacă nu mă înșel, sau era.
Dintre toate mapele posibile, fix asta a picat. Fix canalul, mapa pe care o detest cel mai tare.
Băieții din KGB se joacă rank acum. Cred că sunt 5 stack deja. Hai acasă, hai cu mine.
De ce dracu cânti chestia asta?
No idea. Hai să vedem. Da, îs 5 stack.
Ești full?
Da, le văd Discord-ul. Patruzeci 42 de ore fără somn. Still good. Mă rog,
Au caveira. Cum adică ai 42 de ore fără somn?
am avut ieri, nebunule, ieri nu dormisem. Ieri toată ziua n-am dormit. N-am dormit...
Și ai dormit astăzi?
Am dormit de la 5 dimineața până la 3. Când am dat drumul la stream. Fix când am dat drumul la stream, atunci mă trezisem. Eram în picioare cu peruța de dinți în mână și încercam să pornesc PC-ul și să dau drumul la stream. Ne trebuie un claymore anti-run-out.
Lasă că țin eu curul.
Foarte aproape, foarte aproape. Jäger pe ping, Jäger pe ping. Unul în spatele bombe, unul aproape de bombă.
Unul pe la ușă.
Ți arată acolo double pick.
N-am info.
Da, știu.
Green 1. Ușă, 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 ușă. Mortușă, mortușă. Ultimul după bombă. Ultimul pe bridge. Cred că poți să pușești site-ul B. Dacă ai drone, n-ai drone. Bridge-ul nu mai e pe bridge, bridge-ul e liber. Pe hol, pe hol, pe hol, pe hol. În spatele tău.
Trying to plant. He's pushing server to the hallway.
Drone active.
Am murit eu repede, dar măcar am dat info.
Nu știu, cred că ar trebui să showcase aici sau... No idea.
We need to locate a bomb.
Deci putem să ne mutăm și pe Skull and Bones după meciul ăsta sau de la 8. Autocenca.
Doar atât am văzut.
O Fenrir.
Atunci o să... ai luat un Brava.
Da. Și... avem hard bridge. Avem...
Acel moment când joc flex. Taceanca în site.
Da, da. Green 1.
E la moartă.
O ping. Oh, oponent a încercat să facă un run-out. Mi se pare că sunt rămas pe ping-ul. Yeah, good job. Nice clipboard. Hai afară, hai cu mine, ia-mă de ciocan când vine. Nu? Păcat. Un pic de finca, cum a fost pe match, în match-ul cu băieții pe Skyscraper, acel quad kill în penultima rundă, ulterior băiatul a venit cu cheat-uri din enemy team care a jucat ca Veira. Dar, până atunci, we made a very interesting opposition against them.
Mozi.
Aceeași poziție.
Azami.
Foarte interesant din partea lui că a ales să joace acela site. Cred că trebuie să schimbăm un pic strategia. Un nomad ar fi foarte bun aici.
Au Mozi.
Da. Cum ziceam, un nomad ar fi foarte bun din partea mea aici. Trebuie să jucăm nomad.
Cautor.
Punem
cred
și...
că mai degrabă Brava decât...
Da. Nomad is one of my good picks, to be honest. Și semn de solidaritate pentru cei de la Dark Zero, pentru că îi iubim, sau cel puțin eu îi iubesc. Cu băieții la Dark Zero. We're going with the Dark Zero skin. De la Cupa KGB până acum am vorbit atât de mult în fiecare zi încât mă mir că pot. Nu știu dacă avem clemur acolo. Am mult jammer. Bravo. C4. Nu știu un băiat. One top red. Was near the door. If you would actually do some info, but okay, we don't wanna do info. Top red 1.
Mama e...
Top red. Hallway. Nice try.
Nu mă așteptam să fie fix în ușă.
Că să mă joc pe side. O să am tricul cu C4 eu făcut, nu trebuie să-ți dai tu use la C4.
Eu îmi pun sifurul pe zi, pe British.
Păi ăla am vrut să-l fac eu, să-l pun pe bridge, dar îl ține pe mine atunci. Pentru push din bridge.
Mai bine ține-l tu, că tu știi să-l folosești mai bine decât mine.
No. Feet holes. Can make a rotation. Head holes. Nu să le fac rană, sincer, dar cred că e pentru așa. Dacă mi-ar da asta un kiba aici, ar fi... Eu azi am play side, can you toss me a kiba?
Red window. Green window.
Green pushing. Scaris. Maybe this one, no? Bridge cineva? Nu le-a putut. N-au zis că a pușat. Am auzit că go mine nu și am crezut că vine pe geameră.
Da, i-am pus ping oricum.
N-am văzut ping. M-a beat acolo, sincer. N-am văzut ping-ul. Puteam pierde runda. Până greșeala mea. We didn't. Which is ok. Cred că ne mutăm pe Skyline după meciul ăsta cu Signora Taika și să schimbăm titlul. Castle. O dronă în yellow.
Nu știu unde exact, dar... Wow!
Am văzut-o. Scuba. Scuba window. One scuba window.
Am drone despre te. Îți spun dacă... Dronează. Te dronează. 3, 2, 1 acum. A pușat. Băi, și avea și ăla de eco pe el.
Da, a făcut prefire constant. One scuba.
One yellow.
Bine, bine. Main? Cred? Nu-i nimeni main, nu se vede nimic pe main. Ba, main, push main. One's pushing main. One yellow. Main yellow. Reception. Reception.
Ai dronă pe yellow.
Unul e recepție și unul cred că-ți vine yellow, că s-o zipa și de yellow.
Diffuser is on yellow.
Pas de yellow. Yellow, 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 yellow. Zero on yellow. Steps on main stairs. He's droning main. Main stairs. Zero pe main. Top main.
15 seconds.
Nu vine nimeni yellow.
10 seconds to go. 1 on 4 remaining.
Bun. Unknown. Nice. GG. GG, chat. Quit to desktop. Skull and bones. Să continuăm cu Skull and Bones, I guess.
Cum vrei.
Am putea continua cu niște Skull and Bones, că oricum s-o băga și Daica în el. Ok, așa.
Ia să vedem ce pică... Mi-a picat skin-ul pe Amaru.
GG! Welcome in!
Ți-a picat și ție?
No, Ash și Zofia am primit eu. Hai cu mine! Așa, să nu avem copyright music, să ne punem înapoi muzica noastră de pirați! The Pirates! I guess, hope so. Para-pa-pa-pa. Quando? Să modificăm două, trei chestii. Settings, again. Și bine ați venit la Skull and Bones. Officially launched. Până acum ne-am mișcat Early Access version-ul. Because why not? Dacă-s curios dacă ne merge extensia pe stream. The captain hasn't joined the fleet. Ok, deci va trebui să intrăm in a fleet. Oi, ponțule. Unde ai ajuns cu povestea?
Nici nu mai fail to join session. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Give the ship full sail. Yes.
Captain, I see a whole fleet.
Captain, our star.
I-am găsit pe băieții pe care trebuie să-i ciomăgesc.
Cutter sighted!
They've taken notice of our position, Captain!
Fire everything you have!
On safety!
Ha! Thunder! Fire! Fire! It shall be done, Captain! We're ready to go, Captain! Bring us to the fight! Now, fire!
What are we waiting for? Ha! The sharks will feast on them!
Pam, pam, pam,
Cine sunt dracu ăștia de Helm cu aia?
Nu idee. Dar de fapt, dacă îmi zici ce cauți mai exact, poate te ajut.
Nu caut nimica, dar...
Când vrea Daica să vină, noi îl așteptăm. Daica, dacă ești în chat, haide și tu voice cu noi.
There is a lot of treasure in the hold, Captain! You have to win this fight, or we lose it all!
Agresivi, băieți. Agresiv băiatul ăla.
Got to a safe place!
Auzi? Știi că vorbeam noi aseară de panoramele alea de deliveries și toate cele.
Da.
Și voi ziceați că nu am voie să-mi dau fast travel și n-am cum să-mi dau fast travel.
Până nu ne lăsa, apărea un order is active.
Da, eu tocmai am dat fast travel.
Cred că o dat o modificat asta astăzi. There's a chance. Pum 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 pum. Pam, 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 pam. Ai rachete cumva?
Nu.
Dacă ai să le dai la Daica, să-i dai trei cu rachetele.
De ce?
Că el are rocket launcher pe navă.
Gen muniție de rachete.
Aha.
Am luat greu de aia. Rachete.
Uită-te în warehouse.
Ia asta tot. N-am rachete? Nu știam că aveam. Aparent n-am. N-am rachete. Ba da. 750.
Îs bune. Ține-le. Îți dă Kingpin. I'm a Kingpin acum.
Daica nu intră?
Este în joc, am dat invite. I-am și scris, momentan nu a răspuns.
La delivery, bă, n-ai voie să faci fast travel.
Eu ziceam că la delivery.
Da, adică când te duci către ea, dar când te întorci ai voie. Deci te duci, dai delivery-ul și după aia poți să-ți faci, să-ți dai fast travel.
Da, dacă nu mai ai altă activă.
Păi da.
Pam, Și cinematicul că am ajuns The Kingpin. Cred că stai. Dacă își face loading de asta.
Your infamy has grown to overshadow that of even your most roguish peers, including me. At every port my agents lurk, your exploits roar loudest among them and serve as a clarion call to all rogues that elect to spit in the face of empires.
Deci, știi ce de-ăsta mortar am pe navă? Leopold 1. Știi cât costă?
Ai mai știu, mă.
1200 de tokene de alea.
Păi da, mă, dar nu să-l cumperi, ți trebuie schematicul să-l faci.
Păi l-am deja.
Nu. Leopold 2 atunci.
Freedom from their yoke shall come at a great cost. Will you pay the price? Hazard your soul and sail for liberty where I await. Captain Freeman, a son of liberty.
Continuăm chat. Am văzut și cinematicul pentru Kingpin. Cea mai înaltă distincție din joc, care următorul se ramifică în Kingpin 1, 2, 3 până la 18. Dacă nu mă înșel. Fire Bomber de 3, Repair Bomber de 3. Manage ship. Și avem Fire Bombere de 3 pe spate. Stăm pe spate, chat. Și unde trebuia să ajungem? Cred că în celălalt capăt de hartă.
M-am bug-ul ăla unde nu pot să dau interact cu nimica. Îmi bat picioarele.
Atât ce trebuie să vorbim cu asta. Alt F4, restart la joc. We should talk in my office. You lean, I push. Știm că am mai văzut cinematicul. Let's go! Hai să continuăm bounty cu Fara. Ulterior vedem ce se întâmplă. We see where we're going.
Am primit Iron Husk de 5.
GG.
Let her catch the wind!
Nu știu de unde am găsit muzica asta de Pirați, dar e excepțional de bună. Pam, 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 pam.
Dar nu dai și tu invite în party sau ceva?
Fac misiuni de PvP. Sau mă rog, o să vreau să le fac pe alea de PvP. Invite to group. Bat un elite captain acum. Mamă, ce ești mort aproape tu. No, 19.000 damage am de la băiatul ăsta.
Captain, take us to a victim! All fire!
Nu vrei să vii tu către mine? Că batem un event ăsta, un capitan de ăsta event mare. Asking for a friend.
Fac un ăla, un Uite mă că sunt diferite misiuni, bă.
Da, știu.
Îți dă 50, 49, 53.
Și poți să farmezi dacă îți facem Empire.
Da.
Asta vreau să fac acum. Și aia de pe coasta de Africa pot să ne invadeze pe noi și invers. Parara, parara.
Eu mi-am făcut bombardul de rang 9.
GG.
The stage! Allez, punch the stage! That's the end of your story, Captain! The stage are like you! How shall we spend the bounty reward things? Like a sinking stone!
Nu, o uai de pula mea răsărăm cu fără asta. Tu. Că mai am 3 minute. Manage cargo show. Bă, nu mai trebuie să vii către mine că am făcut acum, fac un event de PvP dacă vrei să îți miști fundulețul aici. Să vii să mă ajuți. Gen eventul e undeva pe aici.
Nu cred că am.
Păi m-aș vrea să bat pe aia. Că gen vine NPC-uri. Că nu e război între pirați, nu e război între clanuri.
Ok.
I-am hostile takeover. Get into the zone, wait. Asta l-a făcut și Daika.
Cum poți să dai abandon la o chestie?
Te duci MG, F și abandon. MG, F, abandon. Easy.
Ok.
A venit de ăștia de level 10, nu-i corect.
Eu ajung cât pot de repede, boss. Dar încă nu s-a dat drumul la joc, pentru că chat-ul încă nu e activat.
Pe ăla trebuie să fie în patch, dar încă nu e patch.
Probabil mâine sau poi mâine o să dea drumul de tot la joc. Dar nu te văd.
Că tu nu poți să participi, cred că, în eventurile astea. Că tu n-ai început timp aerul de Pirate. Amuzant. De cât e la sută? 29%.
Da, bă, da, te văd. Te văd. Cu plăcere.
Hai să fie primit că... Mai un turn. Cred. Sorry. Da, mai un turn.
Uite-l aici.
M-am vrut ăla să mor până aia. În spatele nostru. L-o bubuit. Oricum, interesante eventurile astea. De trebuie să le faci, dai hostile takeover pentru avamposturi. N-au nicio șansă ăștia.
Mersi.
Oh, dar ți-am dat damage și what the fuck?
Prea tare bombardul ăsta.
Dă-l ăsta la pânze. Panzermark, thank you for the follow, my dude. Thank you. Welcome in. Să mulțumesc de follow. In any case scenario.
Bă, da, mai vin mulți?
98%, da, bine de asta minut pentru mine. Da, da. Welcome in, my friend, welcome in. Stream sponsorizat de Ubisoft, cam 90% din streamurile noastre sunt sponsored by Ubisoft.
Ah, gata, au fugit.
Welcome in, man, welcome in. Joci și tu Scaleb Mozbănesc. A, nu-l duce în GeForce Now, am înțeles. Mulțu, bro. Și sănătate.
Mersi.
Man, să te gândești că noi, cel puțin eu rolez jocul ăsta la 100 și de FPS-uri, constant, cu stream-ul pornit, etc. Comparativ cu alte jocuri pe care Ubisoft le-au scos, asta e foarte bine optimizat. Dacă încerci să joci din GeForce Experience, nu știu să-ți spun foarte multe despre compatibilitatea cu GeForce Experience. It might be a catch acolo, sau s-ar putea să nu fie încă optimizat pentru GeForce Experience.
Hey! They're taking our...
A, nu-l pornește deloc, am înțeles. Păi, jocul doar ce a ieșit din beta, noi am jucat ultimele 3 zile, noi ne-am jucat pentru că am avut pre-order la joc. Mă rog, n-am avut pre-order. Ubisoft ne-a oferit acces la joc, mulțumim încă o dată pe această cale. Am primit 3 key-uri, una pentru mine, 2 pentru comunitate care au fost oferite deja. Pentru Ultimate Edition, ca să putem să jucăm, testăm Skull and Bones. Și uite-ne acum în cel mai învolburate mări și oceane. Supply deal. Undeva pe hartă este un supply deal. Cât de departe ajungi să Skull and Bones? Sau ai apucat doar să joci beta-ul? Am beneficiat de Open Beta, Close Beta, Insider Session la Skull and Bones, am oferit câteva invite-uri și pe stream. În acest moment suntem cu bombardierul, cu cea mai bună navă cotată și de către băieții de pe Reddit. Încercăm să ne farmăm Imperiul. Cred că extensia este activă și ar trebui să meargă pentru voi să o folosiți. Cred că n-am intrat încă o flotă. Uite ce răsplădilul. Supply deal. Băi, cam așa și noi, pe noi ne-au prins super tare că am avut 25 de ore jucate în 2 zile. More or less, cam așa am avut cu băieții și am zis ok, Gucci. Păi, că am 80 de ore, calculat cu beta, cu tot, am 80 de ore de gameplay în Skull and Bones, which is fucking amazing. Cred că muzica este un pic cam tare pentru că ar trebui să mă dau din ăsta, din volumul. Are potențial și noi despre asta am vorbit și pe stream și în off-stream am vorbit despre potențialul pe care îl are Skull and Bones. Totodată, dacă își joacă cărțile bine cei de la Ubisoft, it can be and it's gonna be a good game. Dar trebuie să joace cărțile foarte bine, să înțeleagă ce vor jucătorii de la joc, de ce ne ferim ca și jucători și comunitate. Adică toate tipurile astea de coinuri pe care le vedem, mai puțin alea aurii, ar trebui să fie strict in-game currency pe care îl câștigi in-game, să nu fie parte dintr-un Battle Pass. Pisita, ce faci acum? Ești AFK?
Eu?
Da. Nu știam ce faci de într-o dacă ești AFK.
Nu sunt AFK, încerc să fac o misiune și după aia plec.
Ok. Oricum, pe Welcome into the Community, noi, cel puțin la mine pe canal, o să vezi foarte mult Rainbow Six Siege jucat, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, foarte mult Call of Duty Modern Warfare o să vezi jucat la mine pe canal. Story games n-am mai jucat, deci în modul perioadă în care încercam să joc story games pe stream, guess what? Nu prinde la public și decât să forățăm ceva și din partea mea și din partea voastră și să nu avem rici, prefer să jucăm. Stai că aveam de folosit la o misiune. Săptămâna asta și următoarea săptămână ce content o să vezi la mine pe canal, o să urmărești alături de membrii din comunitate, să fie Rainbow Six Siege, ne vom uita la S.I Invitationals, la campionatul mondial, și Skull and Bones, cel mai probabil. Probabil că după săptămâna viitoare o să schimbăm un pic pe Call of Duty, să ne mișcăm un pic de Call of Duty, dacă nu, tot Siege și Skull and Bones să jucăm și să producem content pentru Ubisoft. Avem și TikTok unde punem content, YouTube unde ne postăm videourile, vodurile. Și Discord server dacă vrei să fii la curent cu tot ce se întâmplă. Pam, 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 pam. Aici sunt live update-uri, dacă fac stream, dacă nu fac stream. Etc, etc, etc. Man, toată lumea e bine primită și e apreciată. Noi nu dăm bully, noi ne jucăm cu toată lumea, cu toate rankurile, cu toți oamenii. N-am făcut bully pentru skill-ul unui om. Supply deal. Vârsta e doar un număr, to be honest. Poți să te simți la 20 de ani ca unul de 80 de ani sau poți să te simți la 80 de ani ca unul de 40. E foarte mult mental ce simți, sincer, și cum vezi lucrurile. Da, și vasul meu Vengeance, because Vengeance is the way. Cheers, man. The True Lone Wolf, level 11. Oh, you son of a... Tipul avea lag imens, bro. Ce misiune faci, băi, că nu... Trebuie să distrugi fortul. A, știu ce misiune faci. Ai dat swap la nave, așa-i? Bă, Viponțule.
Da, am dat swap la nave.
Așa, chiar ai pe mute, nu zice nimic. Eu vorbeam cu chat-ul.
There is a lot of treasure in the hold, Captain. You have to win this fight, or we lose it all.
Ah, de ce pula mai deveni hostile? Nu te înțeleg că am dat în eu, probabil. Pum, pum, pum.
Some Arak with this food will be fine.
A, pot ocoli un picuț, aparent. Bă, insane joculețul ăsta, sincer. N-aș putea să spun mai multe despre Naval Diversification, adică sunt fel convins că au niște idei și au un plan bine gândit despre cum o să arate luptele pe mare. Oricum, Sea of Thieves Nici măcar nu se compară. Dar... Deci există un dar. S.I Bones este un proiect care a derivat dintr-un mod de multiplayer pentru Assassin's Creed Black Flag sau Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, care avea și Freedom Cry. Developerii și-au dorit foarte mult să-l facă pe același engine, dar în momentul în care au ales să dea stop la engine-ul, jocul trebuie refăcut. De-aia au luat delay atât de mult. Ei, Bonțule, tu ce faci?
Am terminat misiunea, mă duc să o dau.
După te tirezi, bănuiesc că până la 12.
Da.
Revenind la ce ziceam, fiind ideea pornind de la un game mode sau, mă rog, un online game mode pentru Black Flag, au produs ceva super mișto. Ubisoft nu este cunoscută ca și compania care produce cele mai bine optimizate jocuri, în ciuda faptului că ei chiar încearcă și au o viziune mult
am avut la un moment dat 20 de noduri.
Decât cei de la ei. Și noi am avut aseară 22. Pe val în sus. Dar le-am avut. Dar, cum ziceam, Ubisoft s-a întrecut cu joculețul ăsta. Foarte, foarte bine optimizat, în ciuda hate-ilor care susțin că este un joc prost optimizat. Nu, este un joc bun optimizat. Că ei au speranțe la 300 de frame-uri în 4K sau... Nu, adică... Bun, niciun joc nu este perfect, niciun joc nu o să-ți aducă optimizarea pe care tu ți-o dorești. Că și eu mi-aș dori să am 200 de FPS-uri constant și să n-am zone cu lag sau așa mai departe. Guess what? Ain't gonna happen. Dar pentru cât ne-a oferit, I believe it's a fair deal. Adică personal am avut nevoie de niciun GeForce Experience sau așa mai departe. Cred că singurele momente sau singurul moment în care m-am jucat pe GeForce Experience a fost să mă joc de la distanță ceva. Dar în rest n-am folosit Nvidia GeForce Experience. Bine, ar fi nice să avem un parteneriat cu Nvidia. Would be insane. Dar până atunci nu putem să promovăm Nvidia. Până atunci nu promovăm atât de mult Nvidia. Repair Mortar, dar nu-l folosesc. Deci chiar nu folosesc Repair Mortar. Unfortunately. Nu probleme, ți-am zis, am 100 și de FPS-uri aproape constant în S.I Bones. ...110-115 FPS-uri cu stream-ul pornit. Nu mă plâng. Am aproape totul pe ultra. Adică, aia ziceam, Ubisoft chiar dacă și-a hate din N motive, pentru că story nu știu cum, grafica nu știu cum, personaj lipsit de... Da, îs jocuri și jocuri. EA Games își ia hate pentru foarte multe lucruri și pentru fiecare decizie care ține de Apex Legends. Guess what? Aceleași decizii le fac. Ubisoft ascultă de comunitate. Nu în totalitate, dar ascultă de comunitate. Și ca și partener, ca și content creator pentru ei, ține de datoria mea să fiu cât mai onest cu viewerii mei, să-mi exprim cât se poate de curat opinia. There you are. Aici suntem. Efectiv. There we are. Ce zice? Așa. Ok. Ok, double. Adevărat, jocul a ajuns ca și mâncarea consum, ce-ți place și așa mai departe, dar sunt content creators și nu doar content creators, streamer, youtuber, așa mai departe, care influențează populația influencer într-un mod negativ și le spun, păi dați hate la următoarea, așa mai departe. Aruncați că jocul ăla este de cacao. Nu înseamnă că lucrurile astea sunt adevărate. Overwatch 2, da, și merită hate-ul. Blizzard își merită hate-ul pentru shit show-ul pe care l-au făcut cu privire la Overwatch 2. Nu zic nu. Dar on the other hand, nu poți să dai hate sau, mă rog, să dai hate în masă, să organizezi hate raid-uri către corporații sau către un joc lansat pe Steam sau pe o pagină de review doar pentru că îți dorești tu. Adică au fost câțiva streameri care au cerut sau au zis, bă, hai să dăm hate la... Și s-a trezit lumea să se ducă să dea hate către Blizzard pe Steam, să facă review-uri negative la Overwatch 2. Și peste noapte a fost peste 300.000 de review-uri. Nu mi se pare corect să se întâmple chestia asta. Nu-i văd rostul, nu idee, nu simt că o companie merită timpul meu sau hate, sau mă rog, da, timpul meu și energia mea să scriu un hate review. Nu-mi place, nu-l joc. Am dreptul să-i dau refund, am dreptul să îmi cer banii înapoi, o să-mi cer banii înapoi dacă jocul costă și merg mai departe. Dar nu o să ies în mod public să spun, da, hai să mergem să le facem hate. Pentru că sunt developeri, indie developeri sau nu doar indie developeri, sunt companii care se chinuie. Nu toate, dar la unele vezi că s-au chinuit să facă joculețul ăla. Și atunci ce o să faci? O să le dai hate la toți? Nu o să le dai hate la toți, bineînțeles că nu le dai hate la toți. Cred că muzica era un pic cam tare pentru voi. Și nu mă auzeam corespunzător. That's a big question mark for me, dar... Adevărat, Ravi, și asta este adevărat. Dar sunt companii care scot un joc. Cazul în care scoți un joc și nu atinge nimic, doesn't reach any expectations, normal că o să vin eu, tu și alții să zicem, bă, what's wrong? Vorbim de... Bro, n-am zis să nu mă aștept la review-uri negative. Da, vreau să zic și eu, the day before. Jocul ăla și merită hate-ul, dar tu ca și content creator nu mi se pare ok să ieși public, să zici mergeți la ea și le dați hate, adică da, sunt jocuri care își merită hate, sunt jocuri care merită nivelul la care s-au ajuns sau nivelul în care au ajuns ele pentru că îs cum îs, dar nu mi se pare ok să influențezi tu oamenii care chiar nu au jucat jocul ăla să meargă să dea hate. Adică, la modul cel mai serios, pe mine nu mă afectează că ție nu-ți place Skull and Bones sau nu-ți place Siege sau nu-ți place așa mai departe. Nu mă afectează cu absolut nimica pe mine. Nici pe oamenii din jurul tău nu se afecteze chestia asta. Dar în momentul în care tu ai niște numere și poți să influențezi oamenii, acolo apare problema. Că oamenii o să facă anumite lucruri pe care tu le ceri din simplu fapt că te agrează pe tine. Mă duc să dau hate și eu. Păi, morți mă, sic. Ce-o fi, o fi. Și din
Auzi?
Da, uimește-mă.
Tu ai Husk 4 sau Husk 3?
4.
Ah, ok.
Și din toată nebunia asta apar scandale mediatice și trecem cu vederea peste anumite joculețe. Sunt o tonă de jocuri indie, Ravi, care merită jucate, care au potențial, care they deserve a better place in the world. Totodată susțin ideea că, da, review-uri negative trebuie să existe, dar în momentul în care n-ai cunoștință de cauză sau ești influențat de către XY influencer să faci hate unui joc, atunci n-ar merita să scrii un review negativ. Că tu n-ai jucat, tu n-ai avut experiența jocului. Da, The Day Before a fost cel mai mare scam al lui 2023. Toată lumea s-a așteptat la chestia asta. Am și zis și pe stream și în off-stream am zis, bă, The Day Before o să fie shit, o să dați banii pe el, o să rămâneți fără bani. Noroc că aia vă da banii înapoi, s-a codat banii înapoi. Dacă nu era cea mai mare țeapă al lui 2023, cea mai mare țeapă.
Am fugit.
Te pupi, ne audem mai târziu atunci. Cius. The Day Before au avut asset-uri de pe Unity care au fost moca, s-au băgat foarte mulți bani în publicitare și în pre-render trailers. Au avut asset-uri și bucăți din hărți pe care le găseai pe Arena Breakout, care este un joc de telefon portat pe Steam. Un joc de telefon care a ajuns pe Steam. Păreri? Adică, who gives a shit? Pe mine mă interesează foarte mult ce content mi se oferă ca și player. Care e experiența pe care o primesc eu în momentul în care deschid un joc. Cu Skull and Bones am rămas surprins, plăcut de environment, de detalii, de sunet. Story-ul nu este atât de grozat, dar ai un endgame foarte lung și ai elemente de PvP, ai elemente de PvE, o să ai sezoane. E more than enough. Pentru mine, cel puțin. Nu se compară cu Sea of Thieves. Nu o să pot să-l compar niciodată cu Sea of Thieves pentru că sunt două jocuri total diferite. Yeah, this game I like. Că Ubisoft, EA sau așa mai departe, alte companii fac greșeli când vine vorba de ce produc, cum produc, ce lansează, cum lansează. Da, true, toate companiile fac chestia asta pentru că nu mă interesează de player experience, mă interesează să facă bani, cum ai zis Ravi, de cash grabbing experience. Atunci, păi nu o să intereseze, păi Ravian vrea un joc bine optimizat. Nu interesează că tu vrei un joc bine optimizat. Păi interesează să te ție banii, să-ți arunce niște promisiuni în ochi și să plece. De-aia sunt sceptic cu tot ce-mi cumpăr, sunt sceptic dacă fac pre-order. M-am dus, trebuia să mă duc aici. N-am mai dat un pre-order din... Ce mi-a dat? 2023 mi-a dat Hogwarts și DLC la Cyberpunk. Atât. Pe ăla două lucruri am dat pre-order și bineînțeles Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, care a fost gift de la unul din bunii mei prieteni, cel mai bun prieten al meu, Andrei, care nu este prezent, din câte mă duc aminte, nu este prezent în chat, dar Call of Duty a fost un gift din partea lui. Again, industria de gaming nu este cea mai bună industrie. Sau nu este în cel mai bun spot acum. Nici nu o să fie pentru următorii ani de zile. Pentru că oamenii preferă să facă bani în loc să ofere quality. Quantity over quality. Dar it is what it is, dragi prieteni. Noi avem toate stensilele necesare să oprim unele lucruri, probabil că nu vrem să le oprim, dar la noi e puterea. Mâine nu cumpărăm jocul. Alegem ca toți să nu cumpărăm jocul. Guess what? Nu o să dea faliment, dar o să-și modifice cumva gândirea. Iar pe mine ce mă deranjat cel mai tare a fost decizia unor content creators, unor companii să-și plătească sau să plătească anumiți content creators să dea cu hate related nu știu, XY jocuri. Sau această manipulare pe care o mai observăm în social media, că vine un X sau un Y streamer și spune this game is shit. Nu. Din punctul lui de vedere, da, este shit. Din punctul altui player, Probabil că nu este shit, probabil că este o experiență foarte bună. Dar în toate aspectele pozitive sau aspectele bune ale unui joc pot să existe și aspecte negative. Optimizare, lack of content, Battle Pass abuziv, limitări pentru că nu-ți cumperi DLC-ul cum se întâmplă la New World, că nu ai acces la mount dacă nu plătești 30 de euro pe un live service game. Aș putea să continui cu tot. Eu aș putea să spun chestiile astea. Guess what? They don't give a shit. Bă, cumva nu le pasă. Panzer, cumva nu le pasă pentru că e mult mai easy să le spui viewerilor tăi this game is shit decât să faci un moment educațional, să le spui, bă, jocul este în beta, jocul necesită polish, dar este fun. Nu, e mai bine să le zici, bă, e shit, dați cu hate și gata, pa. Da, oamenii ăia nu au jucat jocul. Adică din ăia 100 de oameni sau 200 de oameni pe care au unii în chat, bă, nu au jucat jocul. Frumos hit. Ăsta e tânculeț. Oricum, cum ziceam, bă, eu vă mulțumesc la toți să fie în parte, chiar dacă nu zic mereu pentru lor, pentru că sunteți aici. Și dacă veniți și ziceți 2-3 cuvinte, nu... Bă, vă mulțumesc la toți în parte, nu trebuie să dați subs, nu trebuie să absolut nimic. Acum, că zic la mișto către Viponțiu, când se plânge care reclame dă sub, da, că îmi permit. Că ne știm de niște ani. Dar the stream is free. E moca pentru toată lumea. Dar am și zis-o, proiectul ăsta nu e să make money out of it. Niciodată nu a fost, niciodată n-am început stream-ul sau n-am dat drumul la stream cu gândul, bă, o să fac sute de euro, o să vină să mi se doneze lumea, să-mi doneze mie lumea, de-aia nu mai avem gol de donații, de-aia le-am oprit și donațiile, cred că le-am oprit. Cred. Don't really remember. No, singurul, nu știu, impediment pentru care nu opresc sub e că aveți niște reorder bazate pe punctele alea și că mi-am făcut emoturi pe care voi le puteți folosi și badge-uri. În rest, n-am niciun motiv să mai las sub-ul on.
French warship, Captain!
It is a brigantine!
Tie down the line!
Pam, 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 pam. Aha. Da. Hai să vedem ce misiuni mai avem de făcut. Plunder, ok. Nu, așa, remove from group. Și nu dacă este până East India. Așa, locate the agent stash. Read the map. Așa, Coast of Africa. Cut all secrets. Cutthroat secrets. Sunt curios. Ok, deci undeva aici ar trebui să fie. More or less. Cam acolo trebuie să ajungem noi. Dar, aici este marele dar. El mai mare dar. Avem 6 ore de stream aproape. 5 ore 57. Eu mergem noi cu raid-ul la cineva. Și Ne vedem mañana. Teorie. În teorie și în practică, cam ăsta ar fi the deal. Așa facem. Așa și facem chat. Așa și facem. Dar să vedem la cine mergem, este întrebarea aia foarte bună. Face just chatting? Nu vreau. Nu vreau să mă duc la just chatting. Warzone, dar e very, very low level. Hai să vedem noi la cine. Trebuie să avem noi pe cineva în listă care... mă știu la cine mergem, chat. Și are raid-urile disabled. Nu cred, bro, așa ceva. Mergem la Bumi atunci. Chat! Mergem la Bumi. Nu plecați nicăieri, că plecăm cu raid-ul. Nu plecați nicăieri, mâncava și sufletul vostru, mă. Lăsați aici singurel. Singur și trist. Chat, eu am fost Codrin, îmi mulțumesc pentru 6 ore alături de voi, petrecut împreună cu voi. Ne vedem mâine cu SI 2024. You are amazing. Thank you for being here. Stay safe, stay healthy. V-am pupat. Cius!